Historic day for Yorkshire County Cricket Club, the first time that both the men's and women's teams have played on the same day at the same venue, and they both face the same opponent in the Vitality T20 Blast. Leicestershire, the side who are the visitors. The women start in half an hour's time, looking to make it 2 wins from 2 in this competition. The men later on at 3 p.m, seeking their first win of the season. The captains and umpires are pitch side, as well as our presenter, Richard Graves. Let's get to Richard for the coin toss.
Alongside me, I have two skippers, Maddie Ward, and Rebecca Brooker from Leicestershire. Maddie, you have the coin. Away you go. Heads is the call for Rebecca. Rebecca, come on in. You've won the toss. What's your decision? How much are you looking forward to this second game in the competition?
Yeah, really excited.
Well, today, Maddie, come on in. Did win the toss. Are you happy with that?
Either way, we were more than happy with first, actually. Yeah. Back of the girls all the way, so I think we'll be
What's the team you going into this one?
Amy Campbell and the Thomas coming in.
Well done, go well. That's the news from the middle then, where the Foxes have won the toss. They are going to have a ball first.
Thanks very much to Richard Graves for his work pitch side and confirmation that Leicestershire have won the toss, and the visiting captain Rebecca Brooker has elected to have a bowl. So Yorkshire will be batting first against opponents who they beat in this 50-over format. In the 50-over format, I should say, at York a little while back earlier on in the season by 6 wickets with 16.2 overs to spare in Metrobank One Day Cup action. Yorkshire will hope for a repeat result today in the shorter format of all things T20. Maddie Ward referred to the fact that Amy Campbell and Olivia Thomas are back in for Yorkshire. Just running through the Yorkshire 11 from the side that won against Derbyshire in that T20 Blast opener. It's Campbell and Thomas that come in to offer some much-needed experience. 11, Georgie Boyce, Erin Thomas, Rebecca Duckworth, Maddie Ward, Ria Fackrell, Amelia Oliver, Olivia Thomas, Claudia Cooper, Jess Woolston, Holly Garton. It is a side that will feel plenty confident. They've won 7 games from 9, so will fancy their chances of continuing that excellent run today. And speaking of excellency, delighted to say that yours truly, Michael McCann, is joined by the Yorkshire President, Dr. Jane Powell, in the commentary box. A very good morning, and your reaction to the toss. Yorkshire are going to have a bat.
Yeah, good morning, Michael, and good morning to everybody listening in. I think I'm a little bit like Maddie, really. You know, it doesn't really matter whether you win or lose. You've just got to perform well with both bat and ball. And just looking over to my right, which is where you usually see the weather coming in, it looks quite clear. So, you know, I think that would be the only hesitation today is what will happen with the showery weather that is potentially predicted. But 20 overs, you know, they should be able to crack on and put a nice score on the board and then do the business with the ball.
Yeah, it is worth mentioning that weather, because one of the reasons we haven't got a pitch report for you is there was quite a substantial shower that mercifully ended about 15 minutes or so ago, but it had the ground staff very nervously covering the pitch. It's the same service that Yorkshire used for their men's blast opener, which saw 237 play 226. And since then, it has been manicured, prepared, tucked up, read a bedtime story, and pedicured and massaged appropriately. So I'm assured by the ground staff that we're going to get 2 pretty high-scoring games of T20 cricket today here at Headingley. And thankfully, after that little early blip, we're all on to start on time, and the weather is playing ball. I mentioned that Yorkshire started a T20 Blast campaign with a pretty comprehensive win against Derbyshire. It was exactly how you would want to start a game in a new competition, with a 20-year-old captain in Maddie Ward, Yorkshire's youngest captain in a men's or women's competitive game, I'm assured, since 19 23. Yorkshire won by 8 wickets with 44 balls to spare. We can now have a look back at the best of that win against Derbyshire here last Sunday. There is plenty of talent and plenty of youngsters around. And I'm making, in fact, there's only 3 players that are older than 22. Georgie Boyce, the debutant on loan from Blaze, is 26. Ria Fackrell's 25. And Rebecca Duckworth is 24. And, of course, they are led by Yorkshire's youngest captain in their history in a men's or women's competitive match, the 20-year-old Maddie Ward, who is out there opening up with Jess Cusa for Derbyshire. Cusa made a nice cameo against Yorkshire earlier this season. So that's helped away through square leg. First boundary of the contest. Nice shot, just about evaded the fielder and picked up the length quite quickly there, Shaw. Off the outside edge and almost caught it slip. It would have been a wonder catch in truth.
Wooly with the ball in hand. It's good to see.
Yeah, that's a sight that all Yorkshire fans will be really pleased about. A long time out for Jess Woolston, a long road to recovery for the 22-year-old.
I'm really excited for her. See how this goes.
Yeah, make it her last game for Diamonds was back on the 8th of May last year. Immediately is finding the inside edge, and Shaw is just jabbing that into her own pad. Swung away, and that's to one of the shorter pockets, and it's hit with decent clout. So it will go from Cusa, who doubles her score. This is swung away. This is going to take some catching. Coming in from deep mid-wicket. It's dropped. That's hit hard to the very same fielder who makes amends by taking it. Well, it was a harder catch than the one the previous ball. But Lara Shaw is gone. 47 for 1. And Yorkshire have a vital breakthrough. Ria Fackrell back in the side for the first time after a little while out. Pittman's facing Yorkshire's spin-heavy attack, but Pittman's gone to spin immediately. She can't believe it. It's chipped it straight back to Ria Fackrell, who has 2 wickets in the same over. Fackrell back for her second. Her first brought those 2 wickets and went for 4. An excellent over that really changed the complexion of this contest. Now, Pittman and Allen have got to rebuild, but the rebuild hasn't lasted long. And Fackrell has a 3rd wicket.
Come on.
Well, she's had to wait her time to get back into this Yorkshire 11, but she's making a real impact today, Ria Fackrell. That's gain at short mid-wicket, and that will be a run out. Well, Yorkshire benefiting from some really poor running from Derbyshire. Oh, beautifully bowled from Jess Woolston. And the chainsaw celebration as well to match. Lot of months of rehab have gone into that moment of satisfaction for Jessica Woolston, who will feel $1 million, and why not? She gets parking for 10 with an absolute peach on her first competitive appearance for Yorkshire this season. It came in initially and then came back out. We'll get a few replays of that because it was absolutely gorgeous. And clearly Clark, who's still yet to get off the mark. Straight at point. They are going to run here. Could well be a run out. The bowler's end. It will be a run out. Well, it's another mix-up.
It's never easy once we've had a bit of rain and boundary riding. It's never nice.
Last ball of the innings. Darlow gets funky, and she's going to get 1. I'm not sure it was off the bat. 103 for 7 then. And it will be 104 to win for Yorkshire, who have managed something of a remarkable turnaround from when Shaw and Cusa were going well early doors for the visitors, who won the toss and chose to bat, were 47 for none in the 7th over, but end up, after a middle-order collapse, having to rebuild a touch at the end and settle for 103 for 7. Thomas for the majority of this campaign. Short, and Thomas gets hands through that, and it's managed to burst through mid-on. Thomas is swinging away, might have picked out deep mid-wicket, has picked out deep mid-wicket. So Erin Thomas has to go. Yorkshire lose an early wicket.
Positive intent, but intelligent, clever cricket.
So that's straight to mid-off. Well, it's got through mid-off, and that will go for 4. Bit of luck for Georgie Boyce, she'll take it. If you're just joining us a little bit late here, 105 to win for Yorkshire in their Women's Vitality Blast League 2 opener. It's part of a run of fixtures Yorkshire have got. And speaking of runs, there will be 4 of them there. Lovely shot from Boyce. A classy shot from a classy player. Leicestershire with 5 losses from 5 across all competitions this season. 4 of those in the 50-over format. 1 in the Women's T20 County Cup against Yorkshire. Yorkshire doing their best to make that 6 from 6 here. Hit hard down the ground. That is going to be 4 more. This time for Oliver, who's looking increasingly impressive on her Yorkshire debut, the 17-year-old.
Future games, you don't want to be going at a run a ball, do you, in T20? You still want to get the practice in, but you don't have to be daft about it. Just knock it about and hit the bad ones.
Pagan Hardwick is on and is being hit hard through mid-wicket. 4 more for Boyce. He's having an excellent debut for Yorkshire. As long as Yorkshire finish in the top 4, they'll have a semi-final on the 6th of September and then potentially a final on the 14th at Worcester. Now the new over starts with nicely timed cut shot from Oliver for 4. Describing it. That's short, and that's away through backward point for 4. So
Lovely.
The run tap continues to flow here for Yorkshire, who right now are surging towards victory thanks to Boyce and Oliver. 79 for 1 off 8. Require just another 26 more runs to win.
Yeah, it's looking like an early finish, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been, as we see those dancing kids again that were up and about earlier, seeming to dance more and more as Yorkshire kept taking more and more wickets.
I can't hear the music, but I'm guessing there's some good tunes on in between. Keep them going. I can see them down there. They're going crazy.
All the fun of the fair. Exactly what you want to see in the sunshine.
Exactly.
For Yorkshire, it's about trying to finish this off with maximum efficiency. And, if you want to be a little bit sentimental, you have to feel the touch for Oliver here, because we'll come back to that. So Oliver is cutting it again. It's been a theme of her innings so far. She'll get 1. And I know it's a bit early to say this, but there's probably not enough runs left in the game for Amelia Oliver to get a debut 50. Otherwise, were Yorkshire to be batting first, she'd look well on course for. But there's definitely enough runs left for Georgie Boyce to get a debut 50.
I think she would take this at the start of the day, Amelia Oliver.
Absolutely. Good question in the chat from JFB. What is the average age of the Yorkshire squad today? It's something that I've been thinking about a little bit because of the relative youth. Boyce is 26, Fackrell's 25, and Duckworth's 24. Everybody else is no older than
18 and below.
Than 22. But I know what you mean, Amy Campbell alongside. There was 6 teenagers in the 12-player squad. Lucy Randall-Bissell is the 12th. Amelia Love is 16. Oliver out there batting is 17. Maddie Ward, the captain, is 20.
Not a clue what the average is, but
a lot of youth around.
Yeah.
So that's short. LBW appeals. Has it kept low? It has kept low. Well, that's unlucky for Boyce. He looked very good for her 42, but has to go now. He's out. LBW
Really the making of her, and actually proven to herself that she is a top-notch player with a lot of skill.
That's a shot that sounded very nice off the bat. Big chase for long off coming around. Gives it to 2. So Ward is on to 3. Derbyshire Falcons realising getting everybody up. Ward, the 20-year-old, on her captaincy debut, can finish things off. And instead, somewhat anticlimactically, in the way that cricket can do sometimes, it goes away for 5 wides. But Maddie Ward will care not how it happens, just the fact that it's done. Yorkshire win comfortably in the end in their Vitality Women's T20 Blast debut, with a side featuring
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
So an excellent start to Yorkshire's Women's Vitality Blast campaign, as you saw there, with a comprehensive win against Derbyshire. And one of the key players, if not the player of the match, was a certain Ria Fackrell, who had the visitors in quite the spin, with 4 for 12 in what was her first appearance competitively in a Yorkshire shirt in nearly a month. You had to go back to the 5th of May before she played in that game against Derbyshire last Sunday, the 1st of May, for the last time. She'd had to bide her time patiently for her chance. So it was great to see her bowling well. It was also great to have a little catch-up with her afterwards. Ria Fackrell, the sun is shining at Headingley. Back in the team today for the first time in almost a month. You took 4 for 12. It's the best figures by a Yorkshire bowler in the women's team across this season in all formats. And it's a comfortable way to start the Vitality T20 Blast campaign. It's a pretty decent day, isn't it?
Yeah, it was an enjoyable day all round. Like, I think they came at us quite hard, but I think our bowlers fought harder. I felt quite comfortable, been working a lot on behind the scenes. I know I haven't had much game time, but I've been getting in some games here and there. Still working hard in training and stuff.
How much did it mean to you when finally given that chance to not only get wickets, but in reality get the wickets that quite literally, to pardon the pun, turn the game in Yorkshire's favour?
Yeah, it means a lot. I've been working really hard, whether that be over the winter pre-season tour or over the last month. I've been working pretty hard on it. But then again, we've had players that have performed, so I understand me not playing the last month, but I'm happy to be in the starting squad today.
And today, 6 of that 12, including Randall Bissell's 12, were teenagers. You know, you at 25 is sort of, by comparison, almost positively one of the pensioners in that team.
Yeah.
How did it feel to not only come back into the team, but with a real onus on you as a senior player to be a leader?
Yeah, we were actually joking around in the dugout how Boise is the oldest at 26 and I'm the second oldest at 25. It's quite funny to say that, especially, like I said in previous interviews, like it's my first year as a professional at 25. I haven't played much cricket over the last few years, so it's quite new to me, but still got to have a senior head in this squad, but being led quite well by the youngsters. Like Maddie might be only 20, but she's got a good head on her. Claudie, 22. Again, a lot of knowledge behind her, but it doesn't mean that age means anything.
And speaking of youngsters, and also obviously you know plenty about spin bowling, Holly Garton on debut, 16-year-old, number 12 off 4. How much of a delight was it to bowl in a partnership with her? You know, an offie and a leggy always goes nicely together. It felt like there was a new combination fusing there. Yeah,
it's a bowler's dream really, especially spin bowlers. Quick rounds as well. I think Gartz did really well on a debut, only being 16. I think rumour has it she hasn't been bowling leg spin very long either. I think less than 2 years. So I think for her to come and perform like that on debut, with her primary role being a leg spinner, she's done really well.
And then Georgie Boyce up top, obviously that's a name that anyone who's followed women's cricket for a long time will be well aware of. 42 slotting right in as a senior player and with runs. That bodes very well for the rest of this sort of last block, doesn't it?
Yeah, Georgie Boyce is definitely a good add to the squad. She has got such a level head. She's very competitive but knows what she's doing. I'd argue, the most nonchalant cricketer in the competition, whether that be Tier 1 or Tier 2. But yeah, she's a great addition.
And today, so many players stepping up and performing well. Amelia Oliver as well, not out on debut. It creates that excitement of a competition for places within selection, doesn't it? Which is something that you want within a squad with different people pushing.
Yeah, I think we've had that from the start, whether that be from pre-season or from the first game. It's always been a competition to get in the starting 11. Now with the youngsters coming through, I think it's going to be quite hard for the coaches to make a decision, which is good. But again, it's just quite hard for the coaches.
And throwing forward to Sunday, the 8th of June, it's the Leicestershire Men and Women coming to Headingley. The women on 11 a.m, the men on 3 p.m. It's always one of those dates sort of rings in the diary, the first of two double headers. Just how excited are you and all the team to play in front of a big crowd at Headingley next Sunday?
Yeah, I love the big crowd. I think even today, I don't know how many there were today, but even having support there, it just riles everyone up, whether it be home or away team. I think I'm really excited to play a double header, especially with how the men have been performing, whether that be with red ball or white ball. But I think, again, we'll look at this game and go forward to the next game.
And 7 wins from 9 across the season, and that includes having started the season with a defeat. So how much of a feeling if there is that winning momentum continuing through the camp now?
Yeah, we say winning's a habit. We want to keep that going. We don't dwell too much on what our loss is. We work on what we need to work on and we go forward.
You must be very pleased. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So that was the thoughts of Ria Fackrell after Yorkshire's comprehensive win over Derbyshire. And their Vitality Women's Blast opener, and the White Rose will hope to make it 2 from 2 today. Let's take a check on teams on this Vertu live stream. See who head coach Ricky Pyra has gone with to try and keep that winning run going. Amy Campbell comes back from a little back spasm that kept her out last Sunday and had her up in the commentary box with us. And Olivia Thomas also comes in, so gives the side a little bit more experience and a relatively youthful Yorkshire team that took to the field last weekend. Ellie Nightingale and Amelia Love are the two to step out. Love is 12th. Meanwhile, it is also of note that Alice Acklam made her Yorkshire debut had she played today. She was in the 14-player squad. Didn't make the final cut, so a name to keep an eye on for the future. And Holly Garton makes just her second appearance for Yorkshire. She took none for 12 off her 4 last Sunday. We'll hope today to get that first wicket in Yorkshire colours. As for Leicestershire, they lost their Blast opener by 8 runs at Northants last Sunday. Chasing 124 to win, fell just short, leaving Northants the ability to get revenge for losing to Leicestershire in the Women's T20 Knockout Cup, where Leicestershire had a very good run, making it through to the quarter-finals. And they were beaten by Lancashire, the Tier 1 opposition, to knock them out of that competition. Leicestershire 11, Rebecca Brooker, Ellen Watson, Francesca Sweet, who's arguably their star player, Flora Davies, Lucy Weston, Ellie Phillips, Laura Croft, Danica Roth, Holly Whitfield, April Harafki and Emma Thatcher. Is a side who, as I said, put together quite a nice run in that County Cup competition, beating Cheshire and Northants before losing to Lancashire. But it is a team as well that Yorkshire have got the better of once this season. 50 over cricket a little while back now at York in the Metrobank One Day Cup, where Yorkshire won by 6 wickets with 16.2 overs to spare on that particular game. But a lot has changed since then. Lauren Winfield-Hill is, of course, on loan with Tier 1 Essex. Their Callis is busy off on loan with Tier 1 Warwickshire. Beth Langston is out injured. Grace Hall is out injured, and both those two were key with the ball that day. So it's a very different side for Yorkshire to the one that was victorious in 50-over cricket against these very opponents. Let's have a look at our two to watch. We've picked out Georgie Boyce as one after her explosive debut last Sunday, 42 off 25 against the Derbyshire Falcons after joining on loan from Blaze. She's someone who, for a 26-year-old, is extremely experienced. Started her county career at Nottinghamshire back in 2013. She has played for Lancashire and Lancashire Thunder and the Manchester Originals, but I think Dr. Jane Powell and most Yorkshire supporters around the world can forgive her that for the fact that she's in the White Rose and scoring runs in it now. And as that last part underlined, she is playing her 99th domestic T20 game, so adds a lot of much-needed experience at the top of the order for this Blast campaign.
Yeah, it's good to see Georgie Boyce out there playing for Yorkshire. I've seen her many times. I have seen her play for Lancashire, so she's got a little bit of grit, so I'm sure that as Yorkshire people will be pleased with that, because that's what you need to see out there. And whilst Langston and Hall are out injured, it's really nice to see the return of Jess Woolston back. I know she played in the last game. And just like that, I hand back to Michael.
Yeah, it was perfect timing, really, wasn't it? You had essentially most of the frontline seam battery out for one reason or another, and finally Woolston makes her return. She'd been out since February, unfortunately, with a stress fracture in her foot. Very skillful new ball bowler. 1 for 14 against the Derbyshire Falcons. She pulled out a celebration you may have picked up on the highlights, which some are calling the chainsaw. There was a little bit of the Brett Lee about it. It's been with Yorkshire a long time, right since 2019. There was a really nice quote from her about her rehab. She said, "They kept me around, which I think was really important, so I didn't feel separate from everyone. I went to Abu Dhabi in pre-season, continued over there, obviously coming back into the games. I feel like everyone's been behind me. It's about trusting the work I've done with the physio and the strength and conditioning coach. Playing the cricket I know I can play, and as we saw with that celebration, just enjoying it." She added, "I made my debut at Headingley with the Northern Diamonds in 2022. It holds a special place in my heart. It's such a good environment, an iconic ground." Speaking of last Sunday, we had the Roses and Dynamos sessions on before the Derbyshire game. They brought a nice little crowd for us that were cheering us on. Hopefully we'll get another good crowd this time. And of Yorkshire's excellence this season, Woolston said, "Everyone's stepping up at different times and just putting their hand up and being like, I'm going to change the game with one moment or one innings that will win us the game. People are coming through and playing the cricket we want them to play. So it's a really exciting year for the group and to prove what we can do." And of course for Yorkshire, without we need to get too much into that cliche that's often used in football broadcasting, actually, she's almost a bit like a new signing, having missed that early season block, isn't she?
She is, and I've been down there many times when the girls have been training, and she's absolutely right. She's an integral part of the group. Even though she's been injured, she's been there making sure that the girls have got everything that they need before they go out there. She's been very vigilant on her rehab, and I kept saying to her, don't rush it. I think when you're young and when you just want to play, there's a danger that you try and play too early. But I think she's been very well managed by the medical and the strength and conditioning staff. So great to see that.
But of course, for now, Woolston will take a back seat because Derbyshire have won the toss and they've decided to send Yorkshire into bat. And so Erin Thomas and Georgie Boyce will head out to try and get the White Rose off to a strong start. Boyce made 42 off 25 on Yorkshire debut last Sunday against Derbyshire. Thomas has made a series of relatively solid starts at the top of the order. He's made an unwanted habit of getting into the 20s 4 times and getting out. But she has a best this season of 39 off 21, which she saved her best for one of Yorkshire's toughest opponents. That came against Warwickshire, or the Bears as they're also known, in the Women's T20 County Cup quarter-final when Yorkshire were facing Tier 1 opposition. Emma Thatcher has the ball in her hand, tends to bowl over the wicket at the right-handers, aiming to tail the ball back in from outside the off stump. She will get a fair bit of movement and shape with the new ball, but by all accounts, it is a Headingley track that is well set for batting. We're well set up here in the commentary box and delighted to have your company. Square leg and deep mid wicket out for Thomas. We get ready for the first ball of this double header, the first day on which Yorkshire's men's and women's teams will play on the same day at the same venue. Yorkshire immediately off and underway as Thomas tickles one through square leg to get off the mark. Listening to Yorkshire Cricket TV powered by Vertu. Delighted to say that yours truly, Michael McCann, is joined by Dr. Jane Powell in the box, Yorkshire president. And once upon a time, scoring test tons for England.
Nice middle of the bat there from Boyce, and interesting to point out to anybody listening, if you're going to watch both games, you'll see the circle, the inner circle will move for the men's game. It's 25 yards for the women's and it's 30 for the men's, and that's about the only difference you'll see on the field as Boyce just works that one round the corner for a single. Looking for two.
Yeah, both batters off the dreaded duck. Boundary lengths are pretty much identical square of the wicket. It's 59 towards the east stand and 60 towards the west stand. But the big difference when hitting towards the western terrace is that the pockets are much longer. So effectively it's a bit more rectangular on that side of the ground. Gets across Thomas and is given. Gone. An early breakthrough for Leicestershire. Thatcher gets Erin Thomas for just one. 2 for 1 in the first over.
It looked like she played across that there. She did look a little bit sort of surprised. We'll see this on the replay.
You would say the one thing that might be counting against it is, did it pitch outside leg? From that replay, you can see why it was given. Let's have another look. Maybe one of those, it's almost umpire's call pitching outside leg, but certainly, as was both of our first instincts, just playing around that front pad a little bit there, Thomas.
Yeah, I think just looking on the replay and without the benefit of slow motion, etc., I think that's a pretty good call from the umpire. You've got to keep playing straight in the first few overs. You can't afford to play across the line, except if you hit it. The only time you get away with it really is if you actually connect.
Now, this is an interesting moment. Amelia Oliver, 16 years old, just a second game for Yorkshire, is out there under a little bit of pressure. They're just turning that straight to mid-on. Batter who was in the Northern Diamonds Academy, plays her club cricket with Harrogate. One thing to watch with Oliver, she plays with a very open blade in terms of how she sets up. So it means the cut shot, also the cover drive to an extent, is a very natural shot for her. She likes that area, square of the wicket on the offside, and it's just bobbled. It's a little bit of an awkward one for the fielder at cover point. He couldn't really do much about that. It's covered in behind by Francesca Sweet, so Oliver is off the mark with a couple. Into the first over, 4 for 1. And she had a very good debut for Yorkshire, Amelia Oliver, last Sunday. 39 not out off 32. As her and Boyce shared a substantial partnership. And Yorkshire will hope for similar here.
Yeah, wonderful for young players particularly to get the opportunity to play out on the iconic Headingley wicket. And that looked like a very competent shot there that she just picked up 2 runs. The first shot was a solid one as well, as we see Phillips about to come on from the Kirkstall Lane end.
Yeah, Phillips on from our end of the ground. She's had a very good season so far. She was Leicestershire's best bowler against Lancashire in the County Cup quarter-final. Deliveries like that, just always attacking the stumps, tends to be shaping it in. She took 2 for 7 8 overs against Kent. That's been her best performance this season. But was also very good in their blast opener against Northants last Sunday, where she took 2 for 19 off 4. Nice looking straight drive. Didn't try and hit it too hard. And lets the hands come through. That will go for 4. First boundary for Yorkshire of the game. It comes off the bat of Georgie Boyce.
And that didn't look to be hit too hard. And you can see with that, one of the things that's typical of this Headingley outfield is it just carries on gaining momentum as it gets towards the rope. Good shot there. You'll see it just hit straight through the ball, straight past the bowler. Very safe shot and very good 4 runs.
Low full toss that Phillips has slightly got away with here. A scamper through for 1. Had it been picked up cleanly, there might have been a possibility of a run out for April Harafki.
And that's really good cricket because you put pressure on the fielder. You know, you hit the ball, you know that you can get to what is called the danger end, i.e. the end that the fielder is most likely to throw at. And it was a very easy one, made even easier because the pressure put on the fielder meant that she didn't pick the ball up straight.
Yeah, it was good, smart cricket by Boyson, who's on strike now. Nice flowing cover drive. You'll see plenty of those from Amelia Oliver. Mention that open blade. Scores a lot of runs through that area around from a conventional cover down to third. If you watch just there, you see the way when the bat comes up, it's a very, very open blade. Turning that straight to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, and as a youngster, you know, you just want them to keep playing freely, you know, just hit through the ball and play straight, just keep making sure you middle that ball, and then the runs will come. So what you don't want to do is panic at any stage of the competition.
Full again. And that's where she persistently will be, Phillips. She's that kind of bowler that doesn't mind getting driven. That's all part of the game. And she's bowled an excellent, typically excellent first over. It concedes just 5. And after 2 overs, Yorkshire's still trying to find their rhythm here. 9 for 1.
Yeah, you know, I think we're so used to seeing T20 cricket where you've got off to a flyer and you're 20 off 2, that you start to think, 9 off 1. But actually, that's okay. That's okay, apart from the 1. You wouldn't have wanted to lose a wicket in the first 2 overs, but 9 runs is okay.
And the third over starts with Doh. A good opening bowling combination, Thatcher and Phillips. They offer very different things.
And one of the problems with a left-arm bowler as a right-handed bat is that it starts to square you up. And even on that one, Georgie Boyce just squared up a little bit.
It's flowing drive from Boyce. Just a tiny bit too much width from Thatcher. This is going to take some chasing. Okay, Boyce didn't hit it too powerfully. Just tried to guide it into the gap. She'll get 2. Field goal changes for Boyce now. Put mid-wicket back. So ring of 4 on the offside with a slip as well. As Boyce is jabbing into her pad and is a little lucky. That's the kind of one that sometimes you end up chopping on. Fortune there for which is relatively new signing.
Yeah, it's quite hard because it's shaping to come across you, but it's coming back into you, the left arm normal seam bowler's arc.
This time through point. Again, she hasn't fully got hold of it, but she will collect 2. Fielded by Francesca Sweet, who's going to be key with bat and ball later on in the piece.
Yeah, and I think running those 2s are really important. I listened to an interview by our own Harry Brook yesterday, and he was talking about Durham, and he said the team that scores 2s tends to win here. So that was about Durham, but the same here. And that's a full toss that's just helped out to mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah, Boyce is still settling into her rhythm here. She has 11. Oliver at the other end on 2. Circumspect start from Yorkshire. Just pushing that to mid-on. It's the end of another good over from Thatcher. So Emma Thatcher, product of Ockbrook and Burrowash in Derbyshire, has also played for Spondon in recent seasons. And I know Leicestershire were really excited to have signed her from Derbyshire. She's certainly showing why. She has 1 for 9 off 2. Her and Phillips once again proving to be a good combination. These two both picked up a pair of wickets in Leicestershire's Blast opener against Northants, which was a bit of a low-scoring thriller. He restricted Northants to 123, but then fell short in the chase. Phillips' new over finds the inside edge of Boyce's bat. Phillips nibbling the ball in.
Yeah, I think the ball's just swinging a little bit out there, and as a result, the batters are struggling to find the middle of the bat at times, and that's probably the third or fourth time that Boyce has found the inside edge. One that went down onto her pads, and that one didn't quite go anywhere, but she just needs to keep working at it, and Phillips just needs to keep it in the right area.
Smashed through the covers and dropped in the covers. That's a life for Oliver. Really crunched that hard. It would have been a good tape for Laura Crofts. Diving away to her right.
Yeah, life for Boyce. I think that was.
Thank you for keeping me sane. Yeah, absolutely right. Dr. Jane Powell alongside. So Boyce is dropped on 11. Oliver this time, down the ground, straight to mid-on.
Yeah, and that could be a costly drop for Leicestershire because Boyce is probably one of the most experienced batters on show today in both teams. So to give that opportunity and to put that down, they'll be disappointed with that.
Chipped by Oliver. There's a deep mid-wicket out there, so we'll get just one. Very tidy start this with the ball from Leicestershire Foxes.
Yeah, it is, and they've set a very good field as well. You know, they've got that pressure in on the offside. They've got a ring of fielders with one as a catching fielder, and then they've got their 2 outfielders on the leg side, one square leg and one's at deep mid-wicket. And again with a short mid-wicket in as well. So they've got 2 catchers inside the ring.
Sliced, and it's just over the head of point. This is a bit of fortune for Boyce and fortune for Yorkshire. And it does go to the rope, and it brings the first boundary in a little while. And Yorkshire will take a bit of good luck.
Yeah, and I think it's important that you just go for your shots. You know, Georgia Boyce probably just feels like, oh, I'm struggling to find the middle of the bats, but whatever I do, I've got to do it with intent, and that showed great intent there as it ran away to the boundary.
In the power play. They are going to get a quick single here to short mid-wicket. Looked just a touch dicey for a second, but Oliver does make her ground. So end of the over. 7 off it. It's actually the most productive over for Yorkshire so far in the innings because they've made a slightly slower start than they might have liked it. 21 for 1 off 4 on what is a historic double-header day. It's one of 3 this season because Yorkshire have got 2. There's this one on the 8th of June and also the 13th of July. There's a double-header which sees the women play Northamptonshire Steelbacks and the men play Derbyshire Falcons. But then also there's a reverse double-header against Leicestershire on the 18th of July. So that's how Yorkshire end up with 3 double-headers across the campaign.
Yeah, and interesting here they're carrying on with Thatcher.
It's a bit of a gamble. Boyce up to mid-on, driving well.
You know, most teams these days, sorry, Michael, most teams these days are bowling bowlers 1 over and taking them off 2 overs max. And here we see Thatcher bowling her 3rd over, which means at the end of this over, she's only going to have 1 left.
Ah, he did. Nice shot by Boyce. There's nobody behind square on the offside.
Slowing up a bit, though.
That will be 2. So Boyce, who's dominating the scoring early doors here. moves on to 19, 23 for 1. Yeah, it's an aggressive move, this. Leicestershire hunt early wickets. Thatcher staying on. Short. Boyce hasn't really timed this, but we'll get lucky. It drops short of square leg.
Just chipped it over the top of the inner ring there and not hitting it hard enough for the outfield to come into play. So she did get away with that one there, but she'll be happy with that.
Still looking to find her rhythm on 3. Straight at cover. Pressure building here. Wonder at what point is Amelia Oliver tempted into playing a big shot. Power play time. Square leg and mid-wicket out. There's only 4 on the offside. The field's set for Thatcher to bowl very straight, attacking lines. Thatcher's given Oliver a bit of width. He's threaded that through between point and cover. Big chase needed from Sweet, who dives magnificently to keep it in play. And a bit of tag team fielding out there prevents the boundary. That's very neat work from the visitors. And Oliver gets through.
Yeah, good fielding there because it's renowned for the length of the wickets at Headingley for that ball to race away. But there's been a bit of rain around as that's driven firmly down the ground to mid-off, but an easy single.
Now that is a great example of the point I made. End of the over, 6 off it. 27 for 1 off 5. Fascinating to see if Leicestershire keep going with Thatcher. That last drive from Oliver went very inside out in the way the blade came through mid-off. She's someone who, where possible, even when the ball's relatively straight, often does tend to go through the offside. There is possibly a bit of weather reportedly around later on. Hopefully that does not come to pass. It's part of this double header. Remember, of course, the men on at 3 p.m. Gavin Hamilton, Yorkshire General Manager, saying it's the first showcase, really, and almost the first opportunity for us to play together under the One Rose banner. There's been a big build-up to this. It's a big day for the club, and it's hugely exciting. A win's a win, and if the girls can get one, it can only be a good thing for the lads. It's taken to heart, not just by the players, but by the crowd. We want the crowd to be upbeat, to have experienced that win and take that momentum into the men's game. Holly Whitfield's on from the pavilion end. And he's finding the outside edge, and it's just short of point. But it's also a front foot no ball. So part of Whitfield might be a bit relieved that it wasn't caught at point, because there's no feeling worse than taking a wicket off a front foot no ball. Horrid delivery from Whitfield, and Oliver ducks down. I would imagine this will also be a warning from the umpire, because that was potentially dangerous. Oliver, understandably, managing to getting a glove on the helmet. No, she got the glove on it. I'm pretty sure.
Otherwise we'd have seen the physio running out.
She gets so, and by the looks of her reaction, it hasn't caught her on a particularly nasty part of the glove, because there was no sense of an immediate finger-based pain issue. She's just, you can see there, just taking a couple of deep breaths, and who can blame her? Oliver.
It's always difficult, especially when there's a slight downhill. So you've got to be able to control that as you come in.
That's a better delivery from Whitfield. Oliver has got it past point. Deep cover comes around. Oliver gets a couple, which will help her to recompose herself after facing such an awkward delivery as that. So we've had 3 attempted deliveries in this over, but we only actually had 1 delivery, which has conceded 4 runs. Straight at mid-on. Sounded good off the bat of Oliver, but for no reward.
Yeah, struggling with the length at the moment, Whitfield, and that one was slightly overpitched as well. As Oliver is probably a little bit nervous of where it's coming next.
That's good bowling from Whitfield, back on more conventional lines and length. She's got a slightly awkward way that she releases the ball. I know a few people have told me who faced her have said that. She's a tall seamer. She gets a little bit of extra bounce. Played for Warwickshire and Shropshire in the past as well before joining Leicestershire this season. And Whitfield might well have got a wicket. She hasn't quite. Mid-off coming in, didn't actually have a chance. It looped in the air worryingly for Amelia Oliver for a period of time.
Yeah, it's not always easy to judge distance when you're at mid-off because you can see it come off the bat, and it was quite a good swing, and then it didn't seem to gather in momentum, so you could be forgiven for thinking it's coming to you as Whitfield comes in again, and that one is hit more firmly this time and hit straight down the ground, and that's 4 runs.
Superb shot. Shot of the day so far from Georgie Boyce. And Amelia Oliver, well, that is what you want to see.
Great full swing of the bat there from Boyce. Straight down the
I was
ground.
going to say, there was a great moment. The camera didn't quite catch it, but Amelia Oliver just sort of trotted down, and then there was an emphatic punch of the gloves as if to say, yep, that's what I like to see. That's nibbled away for 1. Brilliant from Boyce as a direct hit the stumps, but Oliver had comfortably made her ground.
Yeah, good support running there. You know, as soon as that was turned around the corner, Oliver was setting off quickly so that there was no danger of a run out there, and that's often where you can lose a silly wicket if you're not backing up well.
So these two can now have another punch of gloves in the middle. 10 runs off that over, Yorkshire's best over in the innings so far. Was asking a few of you in the YouTube live chat where you're listening from. Great to hear from Angus Tarode, who's in Paris. Risham Nadeem, who's in Pakistan. Arthur Frost is in not-so-sunny Kelso in Scotland. There's Mike in Taunton, amongst others.
Yeah, I do believe my twin sister, who's normally in Australia, is now in New Zealand, and she said she was going to listen in. So we're truly global.
That's the beauty of live streaming. You can be anywhere in the world joining us at the cricket. First change of bowling from the Howard stand then. Thatcher's taken out of the attack after 3 overs. And it's the military nagging medium pace of Laura Crofts. Crofts, who was fantastic in Leicestershire's T20 Blast opener against Northampton. She took 1 for 16 off 3. And that included the rarest of things in T20 cricket, a maiden.
Oh.
But that is a little too full and a little too wide. And a player of Georgie Boyce's class isn't going to miss out. 4 runs of the best from Georgie Boyce, who's starting to go through the gears here and starting to really find that groove.
There's a certain level of women's cricket whereby when people start being at the echelons that you want them to be, they're able to hit over cover aerially. And you'll see this from Georgie Boyce. She just opens her face, foot to the pitch of the ball, and just strikes through it. And it's a glorious shot, straight over. No danger whatsoever, and 4 easy runs. Great shot from Georgie Boyce.
It's just worked it straight to point. We're, of course, out of the power play, so a few more scouts out for Leicestershire now. So a 5-4 offside field with a deep third and a deep cover. And it's a longer hit through the offside here for Boyce because the pockets at extra cover and deep third are much, much longer than on the reverse. It's Boyce this time has just about got it over mid-on. She would have been nervous for a second. And on this fast Headingley outfield, it almost goes for 4. It's a bit of acrobatic tumbling fielding from April Harathgate to keep it in play. It is a ground that so often is 1 or 4. And yep, just from the first glance, that looks all good. That's quite brilliant boundary stop out there. Because generally, when you beat the infield at Headingley, particularly square of the wicket, because of the practice pitches, much like the Keir Oval, practice pitches going right across square of the wicket on both sides. It absolutely races away. Mid-off has gone out now. In outfield for Crofts. This will get more runs this time through fine leg. And again, another big chase needed. just about hauled in by Emma Thatcher out there. Suddenly, for Yorkshire, from being 27 for 1 off 5, the scoreboard is beginning to race along a little more. Sliced away, that's off the outside edge. Boyce wanted to get that more through point. Instead, she'll get 1 through third. 46 for 1. So the last 2 overs for Yorkshire have brought 19 scored. As tally started to stack up a little more, Yorkshire will be content with that.
Yeah, very much so. And once the power play is finished, it's a bizarre one because you sort of feel that the pressure's off you a little bit because you can't see the fielders quite so close in. And whilst the fielders are more spread out, you can see more gaps. And I think that's what it's done mentally to the batters, is that they've decided they can see the spaces and they're trying to hit them a little bit more now. And hence 19 runs off the last 2 overs, which is a fantastic. One of those was power play and that one was just outside the power play, but they can still see and hit those pockets quite easily. Up to 6.5 run rate and over now, so pushing it on nicely.
Changing the bowling for Leicestershire, Francesca Sweet, the visitors' star all-rounder, comes on 3 for 10 off 3 against Northampton, their Blast opener. Very handy with a bat too, Sweet, one from our end, the pavilion end. Turned away by Boyce into the covers. Francesca Sweet, who very destructive with the bat as well.
Yeah, I think she top scored, didn't she, against Yorkshire up at York in the 50-over competition?
She certainly did. She hit her first ball over long on for 6.
I remember, yes.
Always a way to make an impression. Very naturally aggressive. Boyce will get 1 out to long on. Now, Sweet's got her field set here to bowl pretty straight. Has got a deep cover out for protection on the offside, but that's the only offside protection. So, just going to shape it in a touch. That's Oliver again. That's a good example of what I mentioned with that open blade. Again, a delivery like that is playing slightly inside out through the covers, such as her inclination. Sliced away and just over the head of point. That's a bit of luck for Oliver, who will scamper back for 2 and head into double figures and be very relieved.
Good running from Oliver. You know, you could see that Georgia Boyce wasn't certain. She hit that one there just over the top of the infield. And she ran the first one very quickly and turned and came back for 2. That one sliced over where slips would have been, and that's her first 4.
Yeah, Oliver will feel like a few nerves have been settled there for the 4 on the scoreboard, but won't feel good for still not having necessarily found the middle of the bat like she'd have wanted. You've got to feel Francesca Sweet, who has just found the edge twice in as many balls and has gone for 6 runs as a result of those 2 deliveries. That's the way that the game can go sometimes. With this time, looking a lot better in driving through extra cover. This might go for 4, and it will go for 4. Well, that tells you about how even after a morning shower of rain, it's quite rapid, this outfield. And Francesca Sweet has not bowled a bad over there at all. But she has gone for 11. So 8 overs gone, 57 for 1. And Amelia Oliver now has a couple of boundaries. One far, far, far more convincing than the other, it must be said.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot, that. It's just lovely to see young players having the ability to play their shots confidently. And Leicester were a little bit unlucky there. The fielder did well, got to the ball, but just couldn't quite prevent it from just going over the boundary.
yeah, it really is proper bowling green style outfield. I know there's a few chatting on the outfield on the YouTube live chat about the rain this morning slowing the outfield down and maybe just a touch, but it's still extremely good value for batters. There's a reason why people tend to talk about you wanting at least 180 when batting first, often here at Headingley. It is changing the bowling now from the Howard stand end. Tanika Roth is on. Wonderful leggy from South Africa. Also has played indoor cricket for England. Also part of the Blaze Academy. And she's someone who's a handy all-rounder in this team. She's going to give something a little bit different with her leg spin. Clearly, there is need for something different for Leicestershire after the run tap has been on firmly for Yorkshire in recent overs. But the run tap will continue here because that has been absolutely crashed through one of Boyce's favourite areas, confidently over the head of mid-off. Great start for her in this duel against the leg spin of Roth.
Yeah, what a lovely shot that was from Boyce.
Boyce this time respecting what's a good delivery, a better length from Roth.
The nice thing is in the women's game is that you're seeing more and more leg spin being bowled by every team. You know, every team seems to have at least one, if not two. I know Yorkshire got 2 leg spinners today.
Too short, but just punched out to deep cover by Boyce, who is looking in very good touch. She has 40, just 2 off what she made on debut against Derbyshire. Yeah, of course, Yorkshire for the first time today. Today have got both leg spinners in the same team. Holly Garton playing just her second game. Olivia Thomas back from injury. Leicestershire do have April Harafki as well. As that's sliced by Oliver, who has to go. Very well bowled. Teasing stuff from Roth, inducing the slog sweep. Completely mistimed by Amelia Oliver, who just a second game for Yorkshire. Didn't quite get into the flow of her innings as she might have liked. She's out for 19 off 22. It's a simple catch for the keeper, Ellen Watson. 62 for 2.
Yeah, she just didn't seem to get to the pitch of the ball there, and you can see that the blade didn't come through straight. As you've been saying, the blade was open. If that blade had been straight to the ball, it would have gone over mid-on. But as a result, because the blade was open, it came off the edge and went to just over the wicketkeeper, who was able to gather it, to see where it was and get to the pitch of it and catch it. So a good bowling change from Leicestershire and a good ball from Roth. It started with that 4 straight back over her head from Boyce, but it's persevered and just that gives spinners confidence. The minute that you can pitch that ball in the area that you want and you pick up a wicket, that gives you confidence as a spinner, particularly a leg spinner.
Yorkshire skipper Maddie Ward facing up to a quicker and shorter one. It's a good delivery to get first up, not too threatening, and she can get it out through the covers for 1.
Yeah, that was everything that the previous ball wasn't. It was flat, whereas the previous one had a bit of air on it. It gave you a chance to have a dip in the flight and a little bit of grip on the wicket, and that one was just fired in and short. So that would have been a nice introduction for Maddie Ward, the captain.
That's out to deep cover for 1 from Boyce. Yeah, the phrase flight and temptation comes to mind, all part of life as a leg spinner. And great credit to visiting skipper Rebecca Brooker, because it's a brave bowling change there when you've conceded 30 from the previous 3 overs to go for the leg spin of Ward. But as we see so often in T20 cricket, it's also leg spin that is the wicket-taking option. 64 for 2 after 9 then. Good to see Headingley steadily filling up on double-header day. And Maddie Ward out there with Boyce now as Yorkshire look to rebuild from that loss of Oliver for 19 off 22. And it's going to be a double bowling change. It's going to be spin at both ends. April Harafke, who was born in Norwich, she's played for Norfolk in the past as well. She's the niece of former Sri Lankan ODI captain Chamara Kapugedera. And her first delivery is being hit out to long on for 2. Will come back. And one thing to watch out for Harafke, she's got some really good variations. She tends to bowl a lot of leg breaks and top spinners, but she also has a front of the hand slider in the locker, which when she gets right, I'm reassured it's very hard to pick. Straight at cover. So Boyce, by the way, worth mentioning, with that 2, has gone past the 42 that she made on debut against Derbyshire last Sunday. Now on to 43 off 33. Little too short. Boyce picked up the length quickly, but is picked out deep mid-wicket where Whitfield's fielding. Now, that's one of the good examples of those deep pockets I mentioned. On the other side, that hit out to deep mid-wicket, when you're facing the bowling from the Howard stand end, not the Pavilion stand end, is a good 10, if not even maybe sort of towards 15 metres shorter. So those boundary dimensions definitely also making a difference. It's worked out to deep cover. Ward has her second. Maddie Ward at 20 years old and 4 months. I'm sure is Yorkshire's youngest men's or women's captain in a competitive game since 1923.
Amazing.
Quite incredible. And had a very good debut of it last Sunday. Short, wide, horrid delivery. And I feel she's slightly got away with that, Harafke, to only concede 1. Quite frankly, to a player of Boyce's quality.
And that's one of the advantages of Lauren Winfield Hill being loaned out to Essex, is that we have the opportunity to give Maddie Ward the opportunity to captain, which is good for the future. As she goes for a reverse and she gets it past that, well, it would have been gully, backward point, and that runs down to the pavilion, the old pavilion, or the old... I'm not sure what that building is called anymore. I know the director's suite is down there, and that's where all the past players are gathering today. So shout out to all the past players down there. But that was a good reverse shot.
As it's time for a bit of the fun of the fair, the carpool karaoke, with plenty young and old. Delighted to be featured. Yeah, you did wonder how long it was going to take for Maddie Ward to get on her reverses, particularly with no one behind, square on the leg side. Nice bit of status quo. Blast out across Headingley, courtesy of DJ Connor Brown. One gentleman very much enjoying the tune. See a fair bit more of that throughout the afternoon and early evening, I'm sure, as Boyce starts the 11th by getting it straight to Whitfield at extra cover. Spin on from both ends. Boyce key to this Yorkshire innings. She's in and she's set and would see herself as the player to bat through here and go big. Boyce down the ground. That would be just 1.
Didn't quite get hold of that one. Good shot, but... just placed it rather than hit it down the ground. I think you're right, Boyce is key, but I'm always excited when I think Amy Campbell's still got to come in.
Yep, great point. Yorkshire's middle order firecracker is back in the lineup today.
It was very well played. Good ball that from Rolf. But it just dropped, and Maddie Ward just guided it out into the space there. That's a very mature shot from a very young person.
Yeah, Ward's just having a look here. Knows that Boyce is going confidently at the other end. Full toss, horrid delivery. Boyce might have picked out the sweeper. She has. Georgie Boyce will be absolutely fuming with herself. Well, had that gone to the boundary, might well have confirmed a first 50 in Yorkshire colours for Georgie Boyce. But as it is, Leicestershire cannot believe their luck. She has caught Davis, bowled Roth for 46 off 38. An excellent knock ends in the most unfortunate of circumstances for Yorkshire's relatively new acquisition.
That was such a shame because she'd been batting so well and she just didn't seem to get that off the middle of the bat, and she will be very disappointed with that because it was a poor ball. And, we always used to say bad balls get wickets because suddenly you've been concentrating all the time and then suddenly you get this nice juicy full toss and you think, yeah, I'll hit it, but you don't quite middle it, and as a result then you're walking back to the pavilion as Amy Campbell now joins Maddie Ward out in the middle. So the field will have to change because Amy Campbell is a left-handed bat and there's lots of manoeuvring going out by the Leicestershire players at the moment to make sure that they've got their field in the right place.
Yeah, Campbell has been so destructive for Yorkshire this season in both T20 and 50 over cricket, particularly hitting straight and also in that mid-wicket region where she really whips the blade through with a lot of style. It's very exciting to watch when she gets going. She's for now just guiding that back to Roth, who has 2 for 9 so far. Campbell this time is sweeping and is off the mark. 76 for 3 then. So a successful over for Roth, who has 2 for 10 off her couple. 76 for 3 then off 11. That over concedes just 3 and picks up a wicket. Score worth mentioning elsewhere today, on a day where there's plenty of men's and women's cricket happening, sees Derbyshire in some considerable trouble. I beg your pardon, the other way around. Worcestershire in some considerable trouble against Derbyshire, who of course Yorkshire beat last week. Worcestershire have been bowled out for just 53. So Derbyshire will fancy their chances of getting back to winning ways, having been beaten by Yorkshire last week. But our primary focus, of course, in this North group is on the action here at Headingley. A reminder, the groups are split regionally in Tier 2. 2 groups of 5 teams each. You play everyone in your group twice, once home, once away. 8 group games then. And the best 2 teams from the North group and the best 2 from the South group will head to finals day. Change of bowling from our end. In fact, it's Crofts continuing, and that's been smashed out through mid-wicket by Amy Campbell. Her favourite area, and it hasn't taken long for Campbell to get back into the swing of things, having missed last Sunday's game with a back niggle. She really put her back into that one, pulls it away for 4.
Yeah, you can see the swing of Amy Campbell's bat. When she goes to hit it, it stays hit. Didn't have much footwork, didn't need much footwork there, but just rolled round on it and hit it square of the wicket for 4 runs.
Short again. This time Campbell out to mid-off. Yeah, she sort of likes to joke about, but it's like, oh, I'm just slogging. But there's so much more to it than that. There's a lot of thought. And she showed when she was in the commentary box with us last week, a really intelligent cricketer. That's swung straight up though, trying to go over mid-off, and Campbell's gone. Big problems for Yorkshire. 2 wickets in as many overs. And Amy Campbell, one of the danger players in this batting lineup for the home side, is out for just 5. So it's another breakthrough for Leicestershire. Crofts this time with her first wicket. Good composed catch. It wasn't an easy one for Ellie Phillips. And suddenly it's 80 for 4. And Yorkshire have lost 3 wickets in the last 4 overs.
Yeah, that is disappointing, and I'm sure Amy will be disappointed with that because it was a good ball that she just didn't get hold of it at all, and a well taken catch there by mid-off.
And the reality is, of course, there's plenty of times this season when Amy Campbell's nailed that same shot over mid-off. That is the nature of T20 batting. Out to the crease comes someone who's often a steadying influence on an innings, Rebecca Duckworth, who has a 50 in T20 cricket this season, 51 off 54 against Staffordshire in round 2 of the Women's County Cup. That came at Wheatwood. Now, Crofts is looking for her second wicket. Straight at cover, slight misfield, which they will run on. That gets Duckworth off the mark. Ward, of course, is still working the way into her innings. Maddie Ward has 7 or 4 with 1 boundary, that reverse sweep.
And good job they both responded well there. Because one of the things you say is never run on a misfield, as Crofts comes in again and Ward just places that out into the cover. It bounces and evades the inner ring, but there's a cover fielder out there, so that's just 1 run.
Yeah, there was, there's been a few people coming up with various puns in our YouTube live chat, and when Francesca Sweet was having no luck, one JFB said the bowling's been sweet, but the luck has been sour.
Very good.
Crofts this time beats the outside edge of Duckworth's bat. All puns appreciated and enjoyed up here in the commentary box. As that is the end of the 12th over. It's another good over for Leicestershire. It's another successful over for Leicestershire. 82 for 4 after 12. And as they did when these sides met in the 50-over game, Yorkshire might have ended up comfortable winners, but Leicestershire asked Yorkshire a lot of questions, and they're doing that again.
Yeah, I was just going to say the game's sort of finely balanced at the moment, you know, because there's still 8 overs left. So it's now a question of how tight can you keep it from a Leicestershire viewpoint. And from a Yorkshire viewpoint, how many more can we put on? We're scoring at 6.8, so run rate's reasonable, but they'll be wanting to push that on as Maddie Ward hits that through the cover for 1 run.
Yeah, Roth's starting her 3rd over, 10 for 2 off her first couple. It's that whole question, do they look to knock it around for a bit? Do they look to counter-attack more proactively? I would have expected that in terms of being a little more attacking, Ward would be the one slightly more inclined that way than Duckworth.
It's a no ball.
Yeah, Roth will be frustrated, particularly as a spinner. That's,
Yes.
There's a phrase the players use. They call it a coach killer.
That definitely
pretty
is.
self-explanatory phrase.
Yeah, it's like, oh, really? You've given them a free hit?
Through quicker and flatter, flipped away, wristily, for 1.
Yeah, she went away from her spin bowling there, didn't she? And just thought, surprise them with a little bit of pace there, and just hope that they don't get hold of it.
There's been a lot to like in this Leicestershire bowling and fielding performance so far. A lot more flight on that one, and worked away through the covers. Just for a single little rebuild period you sense here for Yorkshire.
Yeah, and, you know, you do look at the score. I often say to players, you know, if you get 1 a ball, that's 6 and over. You know, so that's decent. And you've already had a no ball, so that's an extra 1. So there's no need to panic. And that's another no ball. That one went way past. I think that went just past her head.
Would have needed the periscope for that one, and
So
it will be a free hit.
Do you think this one will be the short, darting in?
Spinners do tend to dart it in on a free hit. It's a very brave spinner that really, really tosses it up with a free hit. Now,
Yep.
where will Duckworth be looking? Because mid-wicket is out and square leg is out. There is a pocket between sort of very fine mid-wicket and long on, I think she'll look to. And instead it's straight back. It's very nicely taken on the court and bowled, and it's somewhat meaningless. Well, Roth does at least, I guess, protect her figures, because had the catch been dropped, they might have been able to run. So it's a dot ball. Short and just guided out to deep cover. by Duckworth. Wasp, which you might have noticed on your screen, is sort of saying in the mid 150s. Dan Pickering on the YouTube live chat joking that he likes to think that Wasp is calculated by the run rate plus overs left plus average cost of a drink and a meat pie. So that's a full toss, which is smashed away through square leg, but Roth's got away with that a bit to only concede one from a delivery like that. We've, of course, also seen a full toss take the wicket of Boyce. It's funny the way the game can do that sometimes. 13 overs gone, 7 off that one, and Yorkshire will be relieved to at least have started to rebuild without losing another wicket, because they lost 3 and 4 overs there from when Boyce got out. They lost 3 for 18 in a spell of 17 balls. And one nice thing as well for Leicestershire is using so many different bowlers means that Rebecca Brooker's got a lot of flexibility here. Thatcher's got 1 left. Phillips has got a couple left. Crofts has got a couple left. Sweet and Whitfield have only bowled 1 each. And then the spin of Roth and Harafke as well. Roth has 1 left. You'd think she's about to bowl out. Crofts is back for a 3rd. And Crofts has got it. Maddie Wood stepping all the way across, trying to work it into that gap. Nobody behind square on the leg side, but ends up losing her middle stump. So Yorkshire's captain is gone. Trying to get funky and work it into the gap. She's out for 11 off 9, 89 for 5.
And I can hear many people of my generation and slightly younger going, she was just playing it around nicely. Why did she go so funky to that ball? It's a good question, and when it comes off, it's fantastic, and when it doesn't, we always criticise. But I think what you've got to do is encourage young players to play their game, and if that's part of her game, then that's part of her game. But it's just disappointing because she was working it around nicely and doing a good job, just building the score. And I think that's something that her and the coaches will need to work out, is when is it the right time and when isn't it the right time to go funky. There's still 6.5 overs left, so you've still got 41 balls left. So there's still plenty of balls there to be able to build and just hit. We've seen some bad balls, so just hit those bad balls as Olivia Thomas comes out to the middle to join Duckworth now.
I guess the devil's advocate would be, of course, an innings like the Essex innings, where Ward does score a tremendous amount of her runs behind square either side with shots like that in manipulating the field.
Correct.
Crofts into Thomas. Leicestershire hunting more wickets. That's straight to point. So from being 62 for 1, Yorkshire have added 27 runs in 26 balls for the loss of 4 wickets. It is something of a middle order collapse, it has to be said. That will have to be rebowled. Beautiful take from Ellen Watson behind the stumps. Watson, who's a key player in this Leicestershire side. Scotland international, was playing with Rachel Slater recently at the World Cup qualifiers. She's someone who's very straight-talking, important senior individual in the dressing room. Short. And that's straight at point. It's nicely played by Thomas, but couldn't have picked out the fielder better if she's wanted to. But she's played important innings in difficult situations before this season, most notably 63 at Derbyshire in a Metrobank One-Day Cup game, where when she came in, not dissimilar to this, there'd been a clatter of middle-order wickets. Thomas will get off the mark here. Just flicked away. They want 2. 2 would have only brought a run out, so that's a wise decision to not come back.
Yeah, and this is a good over from Croft. She's done well in the last 2 overs that she's bowled. She's tightened it up and she's putting pressure on the batter.
Crofts again in very good areas. It's been collectively really neat stuff from Leicestershire looking to bounce back after losing their blast opener last Sunday. Leicestershire, who had a run through to the quarter-finals of the newly created Women's T20 County Cup, where they got a pretty tough draw. Good again from Crofts, finding Duckworth playing and missing outside the off stump. End of the 14th over, which concedes just 2 runs and brings a wicket. 91 for 5 of 4. Leicestershire, of course, it's inevitable when you're a Tier 2 team in a knockout competition that has some Tier 1 sides that at some point you're going to get through to a tough game. They beat Cheshire by 7 wickets. They beat Northants by 41 runs. Sweet hitting a key 50 in that one, and Whitfield picked up 4 wickets. Sweet also took 3 wickets, so she was very much player of the match. But suddenly you get into a quarter-final and you play Lancashire, and Kate Cross, Sophie Eccleston and Emma Lamb are on the team sheet. And for anyone who has even a passing interest in women's cricket, those are names that you'll, of course, know from right up the top end of things. And Leicestershire lost by 109 runs, but I know from speaking to a few people in their camp, it was a really valuable experience to play against top-quality cricketers like that. So that's straight to point. Hesitation, could be a run out. Direct hit would have been long gone, Olivia Thomas. And they're actually going to pick up a second. So they get 1 on the buzzers, 2 in total. A little bit of fortune. Duckworth had come a long, long way down. Thomas hadn't really moved, and it was an opportunity for Danica Roth at the coconut shy.
Yeah, I feel a bit for Thomas there. I'm not sure there was 1, and then all of a sudden you've got to run 2, but well called by, and there's a wicket falls there. Duckworth coming out of a crease Thomas coming out of a crease to play that shot and being stumped, and as you've just been saying, great stumping.
Well, that is magnificent glove work from Ellen Watson. She makes that look very easy, and it's not. Standing up to a medium pacer with the batter moving around in front of you as well, and the Scottish international with the fastest hands in the north on that occasion. Very, very good from Ellen Watson. You'd expect nothing less for anyone who's kept an eye on her career at both international and domestic level. They've got her Leicestershire because of her studying at Loughborough. They'll be very happy to have her for moments like that. So Ria Fackrell is now out there with Duckworth, and Yorkshire are in real danger of this innings falling away a bit because Maddie Ward has gone for 11 off 9. They've lost Campbell for 5 off 5. Thomas has just gone for 3 off 5. Started with Boyce getting out at 62 for 1. And now all of a sudden it is 93 for 6. Oh, and is there a nick on that? Watson's up for it. Nothing given. Well, Ellen Watson was jumping around thinking that there was little noise there. Not that that replay, we haven't got Snicko here. It's going to necessarily tell you too much. If there was something, it was very fine. But again, you have to admire the quality of the glove work.
Yeah, very good glove work. And those are the ones that third umpire spends a lot of time over just double checking and triple checking. But basically good bowling and good wicket keeping. And the batter did well to avoid it as we can still see, she's still out there.
Fackrell yet to get off the mark, and we'll get off the mark with the trusty outside edge here. Goes away for 4. It's a rare boundary in recent times for Yorkshire. He found it slow going. Ria Fackrell is off and running.
And that's the luck you take there. You see, she's just got the outside edge on it, and it rolls away very quickly down the hill.
And this is tough for Ria Fackrell. So this is only her second innings for Yorkshire this season. She made 3 in the game against Worcestershire here at Headingley on the 11th of April. And since then, she's played plenty, but she's not been needed to bat. And suddenly, she's needed in pretty important circumstances here. But she's crashing that through extra cover. It's a long, long boundary out here. It'll be a big old chase. had she hit that equivalent shot on the other side, if the bowling was coming from the pavilion end, would have undoubtedly gone for 4, but instead it's hauled in. Good chase out there by Lucy Weston, who'll be key with bat in hand later on. And the end of the 15th over, 5 overs left then, 99 for 6. So Sweet picks up a wicket thanks to Watson's excellent glove work. 5 overs left then. If Yorkshire can go at a run of ball here, it gets them up to 129.
Yeah, and 8 off that last over. So that, without the wicket, that was a good over from a Yorkshire viewpoint. But what they can't afford to do is keep losing those wickets.
It's been almost a game of 3 distinct phases here. 27 for 1 off 5. Slightly circumspect start from Yorkshire. 3 overs where Boyce in particular got into a real rhythm, where they added 30, and then a bit of a middle order collapse since. That's just guided to short mid-wicket. Crofts is on finishing off her spell here. So Crofts will bowl her 4th here. Thatcher's got 1 left. Roth's got 1 left, and then they've got to find 2 from somewhere else, Leicestershire. It'll be interesting to see who Rebecca Brooker turns back to. Huckworth on 3.
Yeah, because, I mean, Sweet picking up the wicket in that last over has done well, but she's actually been quite expensive. 19 runs off 2 overs.
And that's one that Crofts will have to re-bowl. Laura Crofts, who started at Brownston Paddock CC in Northamptonshire, has also played at Rugby Cricket Club and Berkswell as well. Played for the Diamonds in the KSL era too. And then also has played for Warwickshire for a long time, as well as a couple of seasons at Northants. As Watson thinks she's got another one. Wow.
The good old wicket keepers.
Yeah, I've got a real, that is just a magnificent take. Like, I've got a lot of time for Ellen Watson. Commentated on her and met her playing for Scotland in European World Cup qualifiers in Desert Springs in 2023. A real lively, intelligent character who's really good company off the field, as well as that's flicked away for 2. Someone that lives and breathes cricket. Part of what was a Scotland team with a lot of very impressive cricketers and characters in it. Right now, there's a real dynamic as well with what Watson's doing here. When you're a wicketkeeper and you're confidently up to the stumps, it helps to set an aura. It feeds your bowlers confidence, and it can get in disturbing a batter's rhythm as well.
You're absolutely right. You know, I'd have somebody like Watson in my team any day. You know, I like that liveliness behind the stumps. I like the fact that she's appealing for catches and then the umpire's giving a wide. I like that that whole persona about her. She's positive and she's doing a really good job behind the stumps.
Crofts in again. Flowing drive out to deep cover. Yorkshire's 100 has come up in this over as well. It's worth saying, albeit it's come up a little bit more slowly and after a loss of a few more wickets than they might have liked. It reminds me of something I saw Sarah Taylor talking about in an interview. She said it's about the batter knowing that if they step out, they're gone. If they make a mistake, they're gone. Just drops her hands on that Duckworth, but straight at point.
Well, the other thing is, as the wicketkeeper, you're the focal point of the whole team.
Yeah.
Everybody is looking at you as the bowler. They're not looking at the bowler, they're looking at you, the wicketkeeper, because they're focused on the batter. So if you can be positive, that really rubs off on the rest of the team as Crofts comes in for her last ball of the over.
It's the last ball of her spell as well, and it's just about dug out by Fackrell. So it ends what has been an excellent spell from Laura Crofts, who has more than played her part in what's been an excellent effort here from Leicestershire. 105 for 6 then off 16. It's something we've discussed in the commentary box so far this season. So Yorkshire going for an 8th win from 10 across all competitions, 2 from 2 in the Blast. There was a pretty comprehensive defeat by 10 wickets against Warwickshire, Tier 1 side, or Bears if you want to also give them their sort of whiteboard nickname. in the T20 County Cup quarter-final. There was a big loss here by 114 runs against Worcestershire, but then on the other side of things, a lot of the wins have been very comprehensive. So there hasn't actually been too many games. Thinking maybe the win by 11 runs here against Essex is a rare example that have been a real nip-and-tuck, arm-wrestle, tight contest. And it looks like that's what we're going to get here.
Yeah, you're right. And, that's where you see the development of the younger players coming through and hopefully the experienced players helping them through that as Sweet comes in again from the Howard stand end.
Sweet's found the outside edge and it's dropped. Drop diving forward, not an easy one at short third. And it's a precious life for Fackrell. You have to feel for Francesca Sweet because she hasn't had a lot of luck in this spell. She's had a couple of catches dropped off her bowling. She's had quite a few sliced off the outside edge into spaces. Oh, beautifully bowled by Sweet. Duckworth has just struggled to get into a rhythm here for Yorkshire where home fans might have been hoping she could kick things on at the back end. She's 6 off 15. Hasn't got too long to find some rhythm. That's way out into the covers for one.
There's two schools of thought on Watson standing up to the seamers. There's the group that say, great, it keeps pressure on the batters, and there's those that think any thick edge is going to go for 4 runs when it potentially could be a catch behind. So at the moment, she's doing very well standing up, but Fackrell steps across and just ramps that down for 4 runs.
Yeah, this is really intelligent batting from Ria Fackrell. She realises the situation demands Yorkshire do something a little different. No one behind square on the onside. And it's the kind of shot that becomes all too familiar to these players. It's only just inside the wide line for Sweet. But Fackrell heads into double figures. And Yorkshire will hope she can play a nice little finisher's knock at the end here. She's still got a bit of time. 22 balls left. And immediately it brings a field change.
Yeah, it's interesting that I get frustrated when I see fielders being moved almost following where the ball went because you're just creating space elsewhere now. So hopefully Ria Fackrell will be able to see that and direct the ball into the gap.
Fackrell this time out towards deep mid-wicket for 1. Yeah, there's 2 out now. There's or 2 close now on that scoop shot. There's a short fine leg and a short backward square leg, so there's plenty of vacant space elsewhere in the offside. Duckworth facing up on 7 off 16. Yorkshire need her to go through the gears. That's straight at point. That could well be a run out. It will be a run out. So Duckworth is gone. There's confusion. Fackrell set off very, very early, pretty much as soon as the ball was hit. Duckworth has basically nailed it on the bounce to point, who's thrown it in. Bale's taken off by Sweet, and it's 112 for 7.
Did she have the ball in her hand? That would be the only question I would have. Or
I think just from seeing it as well with the naked eye, that all was okay. Indeed, the umpire just a few yards away.
I'm not sure. I thought it hit her hand, but the ball...
Yeah. That's all good. The ball rolled away after it had made contact with the stumps, but very much all was fine in that regard. So Duckworth goes, and Yorkshire's struggles continue. Out comes Claudie Cooper, who's been better seen for Yorkshire with her excellence with the ball in her hand this season. This is a rare outing for her with the bat. She made 1 on debut against Worcestershire here back in April. And apart from that, the only other opportunity she's had to bat all season, she made 1 against Warwickshire in the County Cup quarter-final. This is her 10th game for Yorkshire, but it's only the 3rd time she's actually batted. 112 for 7 with 3 overs left. Cooper's on strike, of course, because of the nature of how the run-out happened, and her first ball is scooped over point. We'll get back for 2. So that's... immediately better than her first 2 innings in a Yorkshire shirt. Immediately having made 1 on both occasions. 3 overs left for Yorkshire to scramble what they can. Remember that Leicestershire have been quite nervous chasers so far this season. There's a consolation for Yorkshire fans. That's driven straight to extra cover.
Yeah, they were chasing 123, was it?
124 to win last week against Northants and fell 8 runs
And
short in
finished
that one.
115 for 5.
Yeah, and we're in a very good position in that chase as well. We'll come back to that. Off the outside edge. And Cooper might
run away.
It will on this very quick outfield. So Claudia Cooper's first boundary in her Yorkshire career. Rarely needed with the bat, of course, but right now she very much is.
Yeah, just going back to that Northants chase as we see the ball running down to the boundary there from Claudia Cooper's outside. Well, it's a little bit more than an outside edge. It's a thick outside edge.
Yeah. Cooper this time, much more convincing shot through extra cover. Fielded an expensive one. Cooper wanted 2 and is sent back by Fackrell.
Yeah, going back to the chase for Leicestershire, 115, but only 5 wickets down, and you lose by 8 runs. Something in me is saying, did you not go soon enough or hard enough earlier? Because having wickets in hand is criminal, really, when you're chasing and lose by a small number.
Yeah, they put on 63 for the first in 8.2 overs, led by 37 off 25 by Francesca Sweet. But after she got out, nobody else really managed to get going. Goes on the reverse this time and does manage to get it away, Fackrell. This will take some chasing on what we know is a fast outfield. Sweet with some good desperate diving, the boundary fielding and the general fielding today from Leicestershire. Apart from a couple of catches that have gone down, but the ground fielding in particular has been excellent. And this is another example of it. Sweet got everything right here. And just to come back to that chase, the only other player that remotely got going was Ellen Watson. Watson made 23 not out of 21. But having had that very good first wicket partnership, no, they were very disappointed to fall short as they did. Amelia Kemp and Lenny Sims both deserve a shout out. They both took 1 for 15 off 3 overs. And that was why Northants won. So that's down the ground, hit hard but could be out. Is out, caught at mid-off. Yorkshire lose another. Fackrell gone for 15. Just 2 overs left and the wickets keep falling here at Headingley. 121 for 8. Fackrell gone for 15 off 10. Caught by Brooker, the visiting captain, off Phillips.
Yeah, good catch there. I think she looked a little bit surprised underneath us, but she held onto it really solidly.
Yeah, managed to soften those hands. It was reasonably well hit by Fackrell, but didn't quite have the necessary timing to beat mid-on. One of those 6 or out kind of shots. So Jess Woolston, who hasn't had a bat in a competitive senior game for Yorkshire all season, she probably would have been hoping to get a DNB, given it's a T20 game, but instead it's her and Cooper out there. With still a couple of overs left. There is, of course, Holly Garton to follow. Thatcher's back on 1 for 15 off her 3 at the top of the innings. What feels like a long time ago as Cooper's given that a wallop through the covers. It's going to get 2. Cooper very much settling into life in Yorkshire. I'm reliably told at the fines meetings her sounding posh and southern is an immediate £2 before there's any actual infringements based on behaviour rather than merely one's accent. Cooper sliced that straight at extra cover. Yorkshire 1 wicket from being bowled out now. 123 for 9. Cooper gone for 9 And it's going to be up to Woolston and Garton to get what they can from what remains. Caught by Holly Whitfield. And a second wicket of the day for Emma Thatcher.
Yeah, it's a shame that Cooper, had some good shots there. She only faced 6 balls and she was on 9 runs. And it's almost like she got a bit giddy because she was hitting it quite well. And as a result, she didn't quite get hold of that one and hit it straight to the fielder. I don't think the fielder had to move at all, as we see Holly Garton now at the crease, ready to face her first ball.
Yeah, the 16-year-old who didn't bat last Sunday in her debut, the T20 Blast opener against Derbyshire, has now got to try and at least just keep it out from Thatcher. Gets one outside the off stump, she was just prodding at. Garton, who we'll see later on with her leg spin, had a very good start with the ball. Game last Sunday. She's a cheeky, exuberant character, plays her club cricket for Kirk Dighton. As this is going to be something by the flash of frustration from wicketkeeper Watson. Well, I was going to say, I wondered if it might be biased, but in fact it clearly is an outside edge because the umpire has not signalled. So Holly Garton has her first run in a Yorkshire shirt. You have a very strong bowling attack today. You look at the spin of Ria Fackrell and Claudie Cooper, Olivia Thomas, and the seam bowling of likes of Woolston back into things. And they're going to be needed. This is going to be a tight, tense chase. 125 for 9 with just 7 balls left on a pitch that you'd have to say does not look like it's got a lot of demons in it.
No, I think... just see this ball.
WW appeals. Innings could be over if she hits and misses. Sweet looking to run out Garton at the bowler's end. They get a leg by. 126 for 9 then, with 1 over left.
I think the girls would be the first to say that the wicket is a good wicket. They've just not hit the ball well. They've mainly been caught out, and that's been one of the issues that they've had, that they've hit it straight to the fielders, not evaded the fielders, because it's okay hitting aerially and it's okay going for your shots, but the aim is that you hit those shots through the gaps in the field.
From the last 64 balls faced, Yorkshire have lost 7 wickets and added 63 runs at just a tad under a run a ball. So after Boyce in particular and Amelia Oliver had set a platform, it's not really been capitalised on. Phillips will bowl out from the pavilion end. Watson thinks there's a nibble on it down the leg side. Oh, interesting, because it's not signalled wide by the umpire. So maybe there's just a bit of pad on it from Garton. Phillips looking to finish well for Leicestershire. Gets another dot in there. Ellie Phillips, product of Walmley CC, now plays for Dorridge. She's interesting because she's still on the Emerging Players programme at Warwickshire, who she came through as an under-11. And we're seeing a bit of this where Tier 1 sides are realising that a player like Phillips is better off getting meaningful, regular first-team experience in Tier 2. So Phillips gets another dot in.
Yeah, I think certainly in the women's game, we've obviously put the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 categories in quite quickly. And I think there's a few little things that need sorting out. One of those is when can you put people on loan and when can't you, and how long, and, a number of issues from my perspective as that's hit out into the mid-wicket area for a single.
Yeah, 127 for 9 then with 2 balls left. There's a funny story about how she ends up in a Leicestershire shirt, Ellie Phillips, because when the Foxes played the Bears at Uppingham last year, Rebecca Brooker was at the non-strikers end watching Ellie Phillips get 3 wickets in an over and 4 for 14 against her side. As Phillips comes in again. And that could be the end of the innings. It is. Neat stumping from Watson. And Yorkshire 127 all out. Very, very classy work behind the stumps again from the Scottish international. Ellie Phillips gets her second wicket, borrowed from Warwickshire, and doing the business for Leicestershire, who've had a great start to this double-header. They've bowled Yorkshire out for 127, 2 wickets each for Thatcher, Phillips, Crofts and Roth. Means that it's going to be a tough chase for... a tough second half to this game, I should say, for Yorkshire, who on a pitch that looks good for batting. I have, in truth, Dr. Jane Powell, Yorkshire President, alongside, ended up with a score that seems a tad under par.
Yeah, I think there'll be a few nervous people down there and a few disappointed batters, the way they gave their wickets away, but they'll also be semi-confident in the fact that they've already seen that Leicestershire struggled last week chasing 125, so that's one bonus. They also know that they've got a number of really good bowlers, but you know, you've got the dangerous Sweet and Brooker amongst 2 players from Leicestershire who really hit the ball well and can score quick runs. So they've got to be on their toes and they've got to make sure that they approach this second innings positively. Otherwise, they could be another disappointing performance at Headingley for the girls.
Yeah, spin is going to be key as well when you look at that Yorkshire side. Claudia Cooper, Ria Fackrell and Olivia Thomas and Holly Garton. 4 spinners. Jess Woolston doing it for the Seamers. Just have a glance through the scorecard. Georgie Boyce, no doubt the top performer for Yorkshire with 46 off 38. Amelia Oliver made 19 off 22, playing second fiddle in the partnership. But after that, nobody really got going. The only other 2 batters to get into double figures, Ria Fackrell with 15 and Maddie Ward with 11. As for the bowling, Thatcher with 2 for 19 off her 4. Phillips with 2 for 22. Crofts with 2 for 23, all excellent. Roth with her leg spin made a real difference with 2 for 17 off 3. So it'll be 128 to win. We'll take a little break up here in the commentary box, but we'll leave you mid-innings with potentially a little bit of fun pitch side from our sponsors Vertu, and we also might well have a look at the first innings highlights. But what's for certain is we'll see you back here in the run chase, which will start in around 10 minutes or so's time, where it will be 128 to win for Leicestershire. Right, so start with me here, and then I will walk all the way to find Orna and...
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out what the best angle to put your mic's on now. Okay. Yeah, I've just told him. If you count me in, I'll... Yeah, count me in.
Okay, well, between innings, it's time for our Vertu Bullseye Challenge. Each game now in the rest of the Vitality Blast, we're going to have this competition between innings. There's going to be a leaderboard with scores at the end of it, and the person who finishes top of that leaderboard is going to win a prize so great that we're keeping it a mystery for the time being. But this is the basic premise of the game. This is the bullseye. If you can throw a ball from 9 metres, land here, you get 10 points. In the turquoise ring, it's 5 points. The dark blue ring is 1 point. Outside of that, you don't get any points at all. 9 metres away is where you throw the balls, and we've got 2 contestants to kick it off between innings this afternoon. So, come with me. On the left, we've got Chris. On the right, Orna. Chris, are you confident?
Yeah, it's like walking apart. Should be great.
Very confident.
Like
bulls. You play a lot of bulls, do you?
No.
Hey, are you competitive?
Yeah.
Are you here to win?
Yeah.
Like that. Orna, you've heard what your opponent's got to say. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's bring it on. Okay, come on, guys. Let's come over here then. I'll allow you two to decide who's going to go first. They've got 5 balls, 5 attempts each. Orna very magnanimously says, Chris, you're the gentleman, you can go first. Here we go then, Chris. You can throw it, you can roll it, any which way you want. You've just got to get a cricket ball to land on that bullseye mark. Here we go, first attempt. Oh, there's a technique to this, he's bouncing it in. Oh, he's gone straight through. You've missed that by several metres. It's not even close. Okay, attempt number 2, Chris. Come on, you can do better now. Oh, there's some backspin this time. Still no good. It's a downhill lie, Chris. You're not going to stop it. 2 balls, nothing scored. He's rolling it in now, using his balls technique. No good. You're 0-3, Chris. This is pathetic. 2 to go. Is Orna going to even need to have a go? Some air this time. It's rolling, it's on, through the bullseye. 5 points in the turquoise zone. 5 points on the board, 1 ball to go. Has he got the technique now? This is not going to make it. It's no good. 4 balls haven't even landed here, Chris. I thought you said you're an expert in balls. Okay. Orna's go. You've got 5 points to beat Orna. And Orna plays cricket as well. She's played with some of the women that are involved in today's game, so she's got experience. It comes down to technique, Orna. 5 points. Don't throw it too hard. Here we go then. 5 points to beat. First, but she's rolling it. Oh, it hit the spike that's holding down the bullseye. There's a claim of foul play, but Keeley from Yorkshire says get on with it. Ball number 2. It's on for 1 point. You still need another 5 to win this encounter. No idea what happens if it's a tie. Bit more pace this time. Oh, it stayed in. 2 points, 2 balls to go. Chris is a bit confident. Ball number 3 coming in. Through the turquoise, through the blue. It's going to come down to the final ball. You have to get it within the inner 2 circles to win. She hasn't thrown it. It's not even going to get there. Chris, you're our winner. Come on in, guys. Who would have thought it? Didn't look like you could hit a barn door with a banjo for most of it, Chris. Congratulations. How do you feel?
Over the moon. Yeah, ecstatic.
We said right at the top, if you win it all, which I don't think you will with 5 points in the league, quite frankly, it's a prize money can't buy. We're not even telling people what it is. How excited are you?
I'm really looking forward to it.
See, you can feel the emotion. Orna, hard luck. You must have thought you were in with a chance there.
Thought so. I think accuracy was a bit better, but yeah. Oh well.
Perhaps try again next year?
Yeah, will do.
It's the story of the day. One's got to win, one's got to go home. Chris is our winner, ladies and gentlemen. He tops the table with 5 points.
Welcome back to Headingley for the run chase. Yorkshire under real pressure, having been bowled out on what everybody here at Headingley agrees, including the ground staff, is something of a belter of a pitch for just 127. A below par batting performance from Yorkshire, no doubt. And now the White Rose in what is the first ever double-header for the club, where both Yorkshire teams have been in action on the same day at the same venue. I've got to rescue things with the ball. Ring of 4 on the offside for Claudie Cooper. Amy Campbell is at slip, and then the 2 allowed out are at long on and deep mid-wicket. She's about to bowl the first ball of the innings to the dangerous Rebecca Brooker, who is the Leicestershire captain, took over from Katie Gunn last year. Francesca Sweet is at the non-strikers. I'm delighted to say again, alongside yours truly, Michael McCann, is Dr. Jane Powell in the commentary box. So that's away for 1. They might get 2 here to the right of Thomas. They won't. So Brooker is off the mark. It's going to be an intriguing run chase. This pitch will take a bit of turn, and particularly towards that longer boundary, the Western Terrace. It's no longer square, but it's rectangular, so there's much deeper pockets. It's quite forgiving for the spinners, and it's going to take quite a bit of power as well as precision for Leicestershire to target this very spin-orientated Yorkshire attack. Cooper fields that one well off her own bowling, something she's known for.
Yeah, and these 2 batters for Leicestershire are key, because I think if they can get going, then they'll give their team some confidence as well as runs.
So that's hit hard, but straight to mid-off. Nice shot for none from Francesca Sweet, who hit 51 or 52 balls against Yorkshire in their 50-over meeting at York earlier on this season. Yeah, Leicestershire at times haven't necessarily had the middle order firing as they'd like this campaign. So you really sense that these 2 are very important in terms of the consistent volume of runs that they offer. Both are off the mark now. Yorkshire with that quad spin attack. Ria Fackrell and Claudie Cooper, the offies. Holly Garton and Olivia Thomas, the leggies. Fascinating to see how Ward uses them. That's down the ground again for 1. Yorkshire head coach Richard Pyra, talking about the Blast campaign, said, I love this format. I did as a player. I really like the pace of it and being involved with the bat ball in the field. It suited my game and it's just good fun. That's what I want to see from the girls. Played some good cricket in the County Cup and I just want them to keep enjoying it. Well, this is one of those occasions where essentially Yorkshire might have to enjoy it also by gritting their teeth a bit, because they're in quite the battle here. Leicestershire 3 without loss after 1. Here's Jess Woolston from the Howard Stand end. Woolston, who we picked out pre-match as one of our 2 to watch. She took 1 for 14 on her return from a stress fracture in her foot against Derbyshire Falcons on Sunday. That was her first competitive appearance all season. She's just sharing a little joke there about something with umpire Amy Coyne. Your other umpire is Jane Pratt. Woolston first ball is being worked down through fine leg for 2. It's got a nice in-swinger that's one to keep an eye out for. Woolston, who's been with Yorkshire since 2019, having started initially at the Durham Academy. Yorkshire really need their best from the bowler known internally as Wonderful Wooly. Straight at point, Yorkshire putting some pressure on here with early dot balls.
Yeah, and the 2 fielders out for Woolley or Jess Woolston are just backward square and a mid-wicket. So they've gone squarer for Jess Woolston and they go straighter for Claudie Cooper. The ring fielders ready on their toes.
Woolston in a very good area there. kind of area last week which saw one cut in and then nip away a touch to bring a first wicket back since her injury struggles, which prompted a pre-rehearsed celebration. It's worth going back and watching on the Yorkshire YouTube highlights section from last time around. Let us know in the comments what you'd have named the celebration as. We coined it the chainsaw, the lawnmower as well, potentially. Woolston is again in a decent area, but Brooker is just guiding this away with the open face. It's a gorgeous touch shot, for which she will pick up 3. It was a moment's hesitation, but it was a comfortable 3, particularly given it was out to one of those deeper pockets. So this over that Woolston's bowling from the Howard stand end, your shortest parts of the ground, which are about a 50-metre hit, are deep backward square, and also a kind of wide long on, almost cow corner position. Nothing for that for Sweet, but right off the middle of the bat, which will give her some confidence. Francesca Sweet, who watch the way her wrist comes through the ball. She plays rackets and she's a champion in the sport.
And she tends to play her shots as well, if I remember rightly. You know, she's the sort of player that if she sees the ball, she's going to try and hit it. And she usually hits it quite sweetly, to coin a phrase. And that's not meant as a pun.
I did. I'm not sure how much of that was off the outside edge, but what I am sure of is it's a magnificent bit of fielding at short third. Because if that goes past, it's probably 4, but as it is, it's stopped well by Garton. So 8 for none after 2. Good early pressure being applied by Yorkshire here on this key pair of openers as we see that stop again.
Yeah, great stop. Youngster Holly Garton, I think, just diving to her left to just prevent that one from going past her, and as Michael said, that they usually run down to the boundary for 4. So great stop from a Yorkshire perspective as Claudie Cooper comes on from the Kirkstall Lane end, and that's a full toss which is hit out to mid-wicket. There's cover there. Ria Fackrell doing the business out there. So there's a single.
Yeah, Robin Petty in the YouTube comments talks about openers can afford to play themselves in to some extent. Yeah, I see what you mean. You want to be careful of making sure to use the opportunities the power play provides. Is that another good dot from Cooper? Wide run rate obviously is an extremely manageable 6.67 though. Cooper very comfortable opening the bowling. She's done it often for Yorkshire this season. That's a way that could be a boundary. It will be a boundary for Sweet, who's taken the time early doors here. Has had a lot more dot balls than you'd often associate with an innings from Francesca Sweet. But that's the kind of shots we see plenty of the time. Just watch how she picks up the length really quickly, rocks back, guides it away for 4. Great shot.
Yeah, excellent shot. Claudie Cooper just straying there onto leg stump, and therefore Sweet had the opportunity to be able to just move that one around because she knew that it was going further down leg side with it having the off spin.
Down the track this time, meeting it on the half volley, fancy footwork, and even with a desperate dive, Fackrell won't stop that. So Sweet's getting into her rhythm here. This is clever, hitting Cooper off her length. It's not by any means a half volley, but watch the footwork. Gets to the pitch of it, fast hands through the ball, back-to-back boundaries. Sweet all of a sudden is off and running.
Yeah, she's chancing her arm there. You know, it was only probably 4 or 5 metres from the fielder, so there's always that slight danger, but she hit it well. And now she's just pushing it around the corner, and there's no run there.
And that, of course, is the nature of defending a small total, of course. It's so unforgiving. Even just a couple of boundaries back-to-back like that completely changes how things look after Yorkshire had worked hard to build some early dots. Down the track and trying to thread it through extra cover. Diving stop by Woolston to her left. One more. Most productive over of the innings so far for Leicestershire, thanks to those 2 boundaries from Francesca Sweet. 18 without loss after 3 then.
Yeah, and it's quite simple, really. From a Leicestershire position, they don't want to lose wickets and they should easily get to the total. But Yorkshire will be wanting to take wickets because the easiest way to slow any run rate down is by taking wickets. So it's a real contest at the moment, and DLS says 14. Always gives you a guide as to where you think a side should be in their chase. And they're on 18 for no wicket as Jess Woolston comes into bowl.
First ball of Woolston's second over, just nibbled away. Will be interesting to see how the spinners are entangled and worked together by captain Maddie Ward. He's got the 2 leggies in Ria Thomas and Holly Garton. The youngster is playing just a second senior game for Yorkshire. Has the experienced off spin of Ria Fackrell. Woolston is hoiked away, slightly unconvincingly by Sweet, who'll get 1. Francesca Sweet, who we were talking about how sweet that she strikes it. She hit 293 not out recently in a club game for Eversley against Railway Triangle in Division 2 of the Hampshire Women's Cricket League, which I do have to instinctively wonder how Francesca Sweets ended up playing in Division 2 rather than Division 1, given her excellence. So that's gone away very fine. Big chase for deep backward square. Tumbling stop, a very good stop from Erin Thomas, who just about, I reckon, has kept that in play. There was some fine boundary fielding from Leicestershire, so Yorkshire have got to match that.
When you keep saying the clubs that the girls play for, it's interesting to see how far and wide they are travelling to play county cricket. If she's playing in the Hampshire League, that's quite a journey. Done in again. And that's just played back to her.
Finding the inside edge. Yeah, and it does also reflect the fact, of course, you've got certain situations. Sometimes it's to do with players like an Ellen Watson, where they might be studying at Loughborough, so it makes sense to play for Leicestershire. Certain players, they might prefer to go back and play for a club they've played for a long time that's geographically in a different area. Started out at West Chiltern and Fakenham before joining the Sussex pathway, Francesca Sweet. Was in the Sussex pathway throughout the age groups before joining Berkshire recently. Skied up, won't be a catching chance. It's over the head of short fine leg. Get back for 2. Brooker's chancing her arm, as you should in the power play. And is getting a bit of luck. Becca Brooker, who already has a 50 this season, made a 50 over 50 against Worcestershire. And has had a few very good partnerships with Francesca Sweet. These two know each other's games very well. Both been in good form, so they're key early wickets for Yorkshire to try and take. Sounded good off the bat. Could well be 4. Runs fast through that square of the wicket region, but it is cut off by Olivia Thomas. 2 more, nice hard running. And it's a productive over for Leicestershire, who take 7 off it and are unscathed after 4. 25 on the board.
Yeah, good over from a Leicestershire viewpoint. They're chancing their arm there a little bit. The previous one that went down to fine leg, Yorkshire had just moved Amy Campbell to a fine leg on the ring, and it just evaded her by going over her. But you know, that's how to play the power play. That's what you need to do to make sure that you get the ball into the areas that you want to score the runs. And now we'll see the young Holly Garton, I believe.
Well, this is bold. And you can understand why Maddie Ward has gone for it, given the game situation. Her side need a wicket. There is a degree of risk. It is 17-year-old Holly Garton, who is on in the power play. First ball is away for 1. Now, she did have an excellent debut last Sunday. None for 12 off 4. The only ball she got wrong, you would say, was the coach killer, the front foot no ball for a leg spinner that she got what would have been her first Yorkshire wicket with. So she's still chasing that first Yorkshire wicket. That's a little too short. Brooker gets it away for 1.
Yeah, I believe she had a good tour of Abu Dhabi as well, so that's where she's come through.
Yeah, she did. She, in the words of Richard Pyra, spent 2 days following Lauren Winfield Hill around. Short, straight at mid-wicket. She's got away with those last 2. She's dropped short twice, and she's only gone for a single between the pair of them.
And that's just a little bit of nervousness, a bit of tense muscles. She'll relax into it a little bit more, I would think. That's a much better length.
Was a shy at the stumps there at the non-strikers. Brooker had her back grounded. That time is flat batted through the covers. 27 without loss here on the Yorkshire Cricket TV Vertu live stream. Great to have your company. I know there's about 1,400 of you watching right now, right across the world. What is a nip and tuck game of T20 cricket? Straight at short, fine leg. And the gamble of bowling Garton has somewhat paid off, you would say. To go for just 3 in the power play is a pretty decent effort, even if it doesn't bring the wicket that Yorkshire crave. 28 without loss after 5.
Yeah, good first over there. A little bit of tenseness amongst the line and length because she just kept dragging it down a little bit shorter. But, you know, to only go for 3 in the power play is a good result. You know, you'd be happy if that was the same as you went through. And it looks like we're having Olivia Thomas brought on from the Howard stand then. So always a commentator's dream when people don't wear numbers and you've got to work out who they are from 100 metres away. But Olivia Thomas is coming on with her version of the leg spin from the Howard stand end.
Yeah, now one thing that's interesting that you'll quickly notice if you haven't watched these 2 bowl before, Olivia Thomas is a bit more traditional. Olivia Thomas will give the ball a lot more flight, a lot more air, and loop on it. As well, there you go. Case in practice. It's already given that one far more than anything Holly Garton did in the previous over. Really well bowled, and it feels harsh to say, but it is a mis-stumping from Maddie Ward. It's always tough down the leg side. But those are the little half chances Yorkshire need to take at the moment. Oh, and Thomas has got her next ball. So an immediate impact from Olivia Thomas, a mis-stumping from the first delivery, and a hug of relief with Maddie Ward after her second delivery gets rid of the oh-so-dangerous Francesca Sweet, who's gone for 13. Desperately needed breakthrough for Yorkshire. 28 for 1.
That's a very good ball from Olivia Thomas. You'll see it here. She gives us some flight and dip, and it just evades and just takes the leg stump. So it's almost like Sweet was trying the same shot she did on the first ball and got away with without being stumped, and then she misses that one, and it just turned enough to catch the leg stump. And for those of you wondering why she's gone off in the opposite direction to the batter coming on, the dugouts or the temporary dugouts are up at the Kirkstall Lane end, and the visitors' changing rooms are over on in the Howard stand. So it's not that she's stropping or anything like that. That's where the changing rooms are. So
there it is again. Lovely flight and loop from Thomas. Who's a little bit more of a throwback of a leg spinner. She will get the ball up there as we promised you. But she'll have to re-bowl that one.
Yeah, just drifting down the leg side a little bit at the moment. But you can't complain when she's only bowled 3 balls, of which one was a wicket.
Thomas really proving to be a point of difference. The early part of her spell. That's flicked straight to square leg. A big day for both the Yorkshire Women's and Men's teams. The women looking to make it 2 wins from 2 in the Blast.
Got away with that full toss there.
Certainly did. You need a bit of that kind of luck. As,
Straight to Amy Campbell, who was relieved as well, I think, because otherwise she'd be jogging to the boundary to fetch that one back.
Flora Davies out there. She likes to show all 3 stumps before shuffling across to leg one batting. Worth keeping an eye out for because she likes to work it into the onside, which she's done so again there. But again, she won't get off the mark. Ripples of applause from a very knowledgeable Yorkshire cricket crowd here who are all too aware of the importance of a series of dot balls in terms of what they can do to put pressure on. Remember that this is a Leicestershire batting lineup that have not quite fired in terms of the middle order as they would like this season. Have often been very dependable on the likes of Brooker, Sweet and Watson. But Yorkshire handing bonus runs away there. That's another wide. So Ria Thomas has just got to straighten her line up here a little bit.
Yeah, she just pushed Amy Campbell out onto the boundary as well. So she's got that cover there, but she just needs to keep it on the stumps. So she should be bowling at the stumps. And that one's wide outside off. And the fielder that was on the deep cover boundary has come in. So there's no cover there. So that's gone away for 4. Good shot there by Leicester.
Yeah, good shot from Brooker, who just threads it through the gap. And exactly as you alluded to, Dr. Jane Powler, is that field change that then meant that Ria Thomas didn't have that protection out on that longer boundary that would have turned a shot like that from 4 into 1. But overall, it's a good over for Yorkshire. They got the breakthrough that was required. Just slightly spoiled by that boundary off the last. Means it goes for 7. As Robin Petty says, sums it up perfectly. That length to get the wicket was lovely. So hard to get it right in this format when you don't get a spell as such to get your line and length right. Ria Thomas has opened an end up here for Yorkshire. As Ria Fackrell is on, and Ria Fackrell has a wicket with her first ball. Chipped straight to Claudie Cooper. Yorkshire can't believe their luck. 2 wickets in as many overs, and it is the end of Flora Davies for a duck.
I'm not sure Claudie Cooper realised that was coming to her, and she reacted quite late, but fortunately she reacted just in time to be able to take a very comfortable catch. But you can see her reaction there. Her reaction was, oh, sugar, didn't realise it was there. It's like, phew, thank goodness I've just got that.
There was a moment where her and Fackrell sort of took a look at each other and almost had a giggle about it, really. All's well that ends well for Yorkshire, who will now feel like they've worked their way into the contest a little bit more with those 2 wickets. But out comes the dangerous Ellen Watson, who has captained the side this season, sometimes in the absence of Brooker. Right now she joins her captain. She's a Scottish international. Now the big thing to watch with Watson, who was so impressive with the gloves earlier on with her 2 stumpings and very good keeping standing up, is she's very much a 360-degree player. She's got the paddles, the reverse sweeps, ramps and the scoops. So don't be surprised if you see plenty of that here right from the early part of her innings.
Yeah, and the pressure will be on Brooker and Watson's shoulders now, because I'm not sure there's that much to come after them. So they'll be aware that they need to build a partnership here and take that on to give Leicestershire the chance of taking a famous victory at Headingley Stadium.
And going back and guiding this out straight to point. He's been often a part of the Scotland squad for a number of years without necessarily playing the number of games she might like, but has been around that elite environment as well as playing at county level. Yeah. She can't put that on that from Fackrell. And you think of the likes of Catherine and Sarah Bryce, Rachel Slater, Elsa Lister, those types of players to be learning off in that environment. Goes on the reverse. I told you we were going to see that from Watson. She can't make contact. Fackrell's appealing for LBW. My instinct would be impact outside the line of off stump.
See on the replay. Yeah, absolutely right. Great call, Michael.
Broken clock is right twice a day. And Yorkshire making a change to the field. I'm not surprised a short third has gone in for that exact shot. This time Watson just jabbing into the ground.
Yeah, and certainly behind the stumps, Watson impressed me, but when you think she's got to displace Sarah Bryce, you can see why she hasn't had many games for Scotland at the moment.
Yeah, tough gig that, hey?
Yeah.
Nice ball the over. Watson comes down the track and a direct hit from Cooper, but Watson had made her ground. So he's off the mark. The first job you'd think would be to try and just keep Brooker company. It's a great over from Fackrell. Concedes just one. 6 overs gone becomes 7 overs gone then. 36 for 2. The over concedes just 1. Well,
Yeah.
This was the throw. Watson did slow down as she was making her ground, which always feels like something of a tempting fate thing to do. So watch Watson here. She does make it, but she leaves it a little bit tighter than you might want to be doing.
Can we have a square on view, please?
Yeah, I think she was okay.
Yeah.
But again, not one you necessarily want to be making a habit of. Watson has kept the strike then. This is going to be an intriguing duel because she will play a lot of unorthodox shots against Olivia Thomas. She'll try not to let Thomas settle. And there we go, immediately onto the reverse. And that's going to run away. And Watson wants 2 and shows good hustle to get 2. So this is going to be a fascinating duel. Thomas is a very attacking leg spinner. She's going to keep getting the ball above the eye line of Ellen Watson, who is a naturally aggressive player. So don't be going anywhere. An intriguing duel here. What does Watson do? This time he's just able to clip that out to square leg for 1.
Yeah, and that tool of the spin bowler, particularly leg spin bowler, the ability to get above the eye line means that alters the batsman's head position frequently as looking up and then looking down to see where it's pitching. And it's quite a difficult one, particularly if you've got the ability to dip the ball at the last minute.
That's away through the covers for 1 by Brooker. Nice shot from her. She's number 1 of the new era, because all players who make a first 11 appearance this year receive a running Foxes cap. And as captain and opener, Rebecca Brooker was quite natural to pick up number 1, which is her piece of history. She was actually part of the Diamonds Academy back in 2020. So I'm sure there'll be a little element of maybe wanting to prove a point against Yorkshire. Watson gets herself in a tangle. Olivia Thomas is up for it. It's always a clue when even the wicketkeeper's somewhat unbothered and has started shaping down the leg side.
Yeah.
Yep.
High and wide of leg stump. But good ball. No, it's a dot ball, so that's always a good ball in T20 cricket.
Short hit down the ground by Watson, who wants 1. Had that been picked up cleanly, that would have been very dicey indeed. Claudie Cooper charging in on it.
You can see Cooper's ready for that one, though, now. She's starting to attack the ball a little bit more, aware that they're hitting down the ground and taking the 1 with that shot.
And a miss. Nicely bowled by Olivia Thomas. Should be said the required run rate has ticked well above 7. It's up to 7.25 at the end of a decent over from Thomas, who has gone for 5 from it. 41 for 2 off 8.
That's one of the bonuses for Yorkshire getting Sweet out, who scores regularly above 100 in a strike rate. They know that the experience says that the strike rate is not as strong for the batters coming in after Sweet. Brooker's still there and can accelerate. Watson has the ability, so they'll know they just need to keep this tight.
Deep set on side field. Fackrell hangs that one outside the off stump. The only fielder up of the 4 on the onside is short fine leg. There's deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and long on, and a ring of 4 on the offside. Down the track, Watson hit convincingly out to deep cover for 1.
And I guess from a Yorkshire perspective now, with the run rate climbing up to 7.37 or whatever it is, that means that Leicestershire need a boundary, potentially an over. So they'll be quite happy with the 1s. So that's why they've got 4 fielders out on the boundary, 3 leg side and 1 on the off, as that's hit straight to backward point and there's no run there.
Yorkshire just starting to put the numbers in their favour here. A little more by some good building of dots. Gone. Another wicket. It's Brooker who's out. Fackrell has her second. And the Foxes captain is gone. That's a big scalp. Out for 20. 42 for 3.
And that's the second time today that leg stump down at the Howard stand end has been knocked over. And again, a similar type of ball, although they're different bowlers, one's off spin, one leg. You see there, that off spin ball from Ria Fackrell, just the flight and the dip and the ability to just pinpoint that leg stump was just too much for the space that the Leicestershire players were looking for.
Yeah, it'd be intriguing just to see that one more time for the purchase that Fackrell was able to get on it. It's a real spinner's dream, up above the eye line. And wasn't a tremendous amount of footwork from Brooker, who'd made room, but seemed in 2 minds. And again, seemed in 2 minds because of the flight. That is everything that is part of being a spinner, of the ability to confuse and bamboozle. So out comes Lucy Weston. Now, she played very well when Yorkshire faced Leicestershire in 50-over cricket earlier this season. She made a very nice composed 39 or 57 during a batting collapse. Yorkshire will hope that she can't do something here to stem the momentum, which right now is with the right rose. That's a nice touch shot. Big chase needed by Duckworth. Pretty comfortable too for Lucy Weston, who's very much Leicestershire through and through. Captain of the Leicestershire under-18s once upon a time. She's been travelling a lot recently. She was part of the once upon a time Loughborough Lightning pathway, but she's been at Edinburgh Uni in more recent seasons, so has been getting a miles in travelling up north and back. Straight at cover from Weston. You like a few in this Foxes camp. Plays indoor cricket for England as well, which is an intriguing subplot. 44 for 3 off 9 then. 3 off that over and a wicket. So it's another good over for Yorkshire, and the off-spin, leg-spin combination of Thomas and Fackrell is going nicely for them.
Yes, it is. And because they've both got that ability to bowl the ball that will just dip on them, as we see, I think, Holly Garton coming back on.
Yeah, so I'm intrigued to see here whether Maddie Ward sticks with the balance of leg spin and off spin alternating, which she has the ability to do, of course, with 2 offies and 2 leggies in her attack.
Yeah, they're certainly blessed with some quality spinners in the Yorkshire side, as well as a couple of good seamers. So it really is a question of who you are going to use and at what stages. I would expect Cooper to bowl 4 overs today, Thomas, Fackrell, and suddenly you're minimising the number of overs that others get as Garton comes on now from the Howard stand end, and that's a reverse paddle type shot which is running down to the boundary, chased, but the ball wins the race.
Well, this is what we promised you from Ellen Watson. And this is what she's delivering. She hits the ball in unusual areas. She scores a lot of her runs behind square on either side. And it gives a dilemma for Maddie Ward, who is going to plug that with a short, fine leg for now.
Yeah,
and Georgie Boyce is just using her experience here to go and have a word with Garton as well. That's another thing that Boyce offers to this team, as well as excellence with the bat. Watson won't get anything for that.
Well, it comes to something when at 26 or whatever, you're probably the veteran in the team.
Yeah, it's something that we were joking with Amy Campbell with in the commentary box last weekend. So that's short and pulled away. And it might have bisected the fielders perfectly. It has. So it's 4 more. Watson is getting into a flow here. Has 2 boundaries now in this innings, both of them in this over.
Yeah, interesting choice from Maddie Ward when the screw was just starting to be turned. But, you know, it's good to give the youngster another go. She bowled a very good first over, only went for 3 runs. But this over in particular, Leicestershire just starting to put the foot on the gas. But that's a good ball from a good return from her there, where Watson came down the wicket to try and hit her back overhead.
And there's also a pragmatic aspect here. There's no real obvious 6th bowler in this Yorkshire lineup, so Garton's got to bowl 4 overs at some point, and you probably don't want her bowling at the death. So that's short, and Watson wants a quick single. Surely it's going to be a run out. It will be a run out. Well, that is absolutely bonkers cricket. Ellen Watson, who'd hit 2 4s in the over and who'd looked $1 million and causing Yorkshire real problems, has essentially run herself out here. It is very smart work by Yorkshire in the field, but this has been hit near enough straight to extra cover, and Watson sets off. An extra cover who's just out of shot, zooms into shot and completes the run out. It's a fine bit of work in the field, and my goodness me, did Yorkshire need that breakthrough. 52 for 4. Watson gone for 14.
That's a great piece of fielding. I'm just trying to work out who it was. I think.
Yeah, it's very much one of those 2 things can be true, right? It's not a moment Ellen Watson will want to remember.
Looks like Amy Campbell, the way she's moving.
Yeah, I think it is Campbell.
But a fantastic piece of fielding.
It shows the difference fielding can make, because it's one thing to say that there shouldn't have been one there, but Campbell still has a lot to do and makes the difference. So Watson gone for 14 off 16, and now this Leicestershire middle and lower middle order is going to be really tested under the pressure of a run chase, and they're behind the rate. Required run rate is up towards 7.5 now. Beautifully bowled by Garton to Crofts first up. Crofts, who he's yet to get off the mark then. 52 for 4 off 10. And Yorkshire suddenly have taken 4 wickets in 5 overs. 8 runs off that over, but another wicket taken. All part of the fun. It's fair to say some spectators are a little more interested in carpool karaoke than others. As DJ Connor Brown provides a bit of the proclaimers, and Claudie Cooper, who went for 13 off her 2 up top, went wicketless, comes back into the attack, and that's nibbled away off the outside edge. I do think that she opened the face here, Weston, and meant to do that. Weston gets 1, and I think it is starting to lightly rain, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was thinking.
We were scheduled to have a shower at round 1. It suddenly got very ominously dark. The DLS says 65, so if they were to come off now and not come back, Yorkshire win by 12. So that's another dot. We were talking about earlier the age thing with Boyce being 26. Amy Campbell turned 34 this week. We were joking in the commentary box last week that we've got so many teenagers in and around this Yorkshire setup. She's sort of positively a pensioner compared to them. Nicely bowled again by Cooper. Good shot off the back foot by Crofts, who's off the mark.
Yeah, you can see the crowd just starting to... The members are going into the members' area. Umbrellas are being put up.
Yeah, that's the way. where you can... Yeah, it's not a stadium that offers tons of roof cover. That's just jabbed away through cover point. And the rain is just starting to get a touch heavy. It's that point where the umpires are starting to glance at each other thinking, oh, are we going to stay out here?
It's always one of those where you go, where are the ground staff? Because they're the ones who know what the ground needs and when it needs it. They can normally pinpoint exactly when the rain's coming.
Yeah. Or when the rain is coming in such quantity they've got to get off.
Who's on which cover.
That's out through point. Gain no run. So this is a good tight over from Cooper. Just ahead of things right now. Jasmine in the ground stuff are poised and ready if required. A little short. It's got away with that, Cooper. Wasn't the best delivery. That's the end of the 11th, which concedes just 2. Just heightens the pressure on Derbyshire. 54 for 4 off 11 as this light mizzle continues.
The ground staff don't look concerned, though. They look like they've got their feet up, and Jazz is keeping those legs moving. She must be one of the fittest ground staff in the country. She did the London Marathon, and then 2 weeks later did the Leeds Marathon.
Jeebus. My goodness. See, this has got me thinking, you know how you have the mascots race?
Yeah.
We just had the Vertu carpool karaoke. Why don't we have a ground staff race?
Yeah.
Get all the ground staff together at finals day. Either men's or women's finals day. Get them all together and have them do some kind of endurance course, as that's the way through long on. Because it certainly sounds like Jazz would give Yorkshire a good show in that.
She was an international race walker.
Oh, there you go.
So she's very,
Well, of course, you've got to have one
talented.
foot on the floor at all
Yeah.
times. Rather unique sport, that. Because you also see it discussed a lot at the Olympics.
Yes.
It's one of the more...
Technical sports.
Yes. I was going to go for unusual, but yeah, you're absolutely right. The officiating of it is quite important. As that's smashed out between the two sweepers for 4. Short ball, poor ball, well punished.
Yeah, Garton's just got that tendency. I think she's still a little bit nervous to just drag it down. It's quite a big thing coming to play at Headingley, especially without being rude. The crowd is starting to build up now, and so she's probably not played in front of crowds this big before. So all those things are distractions when you're a youngster. It responds with a very good next ball.
I think the other thing, you're absolutely right about all of that, but on a more immediate level, she's having to bowl every single ball with a ball that is wet and it's raining, and they don't seem to have a towel out there, which is not a lot of fun as a leg spinner. Scarton is in a decent spot there and gets a dot. Yorkshire still ahead of things as things stand. They're about 12 runs ahead on Duckworth Lewis Stern. So if they come off now, Yorkshire win. Assuming they don't get back, of course. Hit hard, almost straight to their batting partner by Weston, who gets 1 down to long on. Thankfully, looks like so far, despite continuing to rain, it's not enough for the umpires to bring us off. Down the ground, strong shot, great shot from Crofts. Her first boundary, a little too short again from Garton, who's just struggling with her length a bit here. 10 off the over, good over for the Leicestershire Foxes, just when they needed it.
As towels come out, Michael quite rightly pointed out that they didn't appear to have any towels out there, and now Love has just run out, half a dozen by the looks of it. She's spreading them out. Fackrell now has one behind her shirt, just so that she makes sure that she can grip the ball when she's bowling. Cooper and Thomas also have one, so the 3 senior spinners have all got a towel behind them now.
It's delicious from Fackrell, but it's gone through Ward as well. just about kept in as the rain continues to team down. They get back for 2. Umpire's determined to keep them out there. Just to get, I wonder whether there was something on that from Crofts. Maybe there was, just a little fine edge.
I think it's brightened again now. I don't think it's raining.
Good flight from Fackrell. Just turned away for 1. Ria Fackrell's had quite the journey. In her own words, 12 months ago I was applying for 9-to-5 jobs. Now I'm lucky enough to say my dream job has become a reality. I started playing cricket at 16. It's surreal to say I'm a professional on a 3-year contract now.
Oh no, it is raining.
Oh, it is, yeah. I didn't want to, what's the word? I didn't want to be the one to ruin your hopes, Dr. Jane.
No.
I thought I'd just let the pictures do the talking.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Always hopeful.
It's, it's just that sort of mid-level rain, and you can understand what the umpires are trying to do. They're trying to keep the players out there. The light is not really an issue. It's definitely making life tougher for the bowlers, though. Can't put bat on that one, Crofts.
It's the sort of rain that's not enough to come off, but if you come off, it's enough to keep you off.
Yeah,
so you
moments like that where cricket's really weird.
Stay out there as long as possible.
It's going to be runs as well. Might just slow up this outfield that is generally very quick. We'll slow up a little now with the moisture that's been steadily sozzling down on it in the last 10 minutes or so. The lock, a shot rarely seen in a T20. From Crofts brings to the end another over, 70 for 4. 6 off it then. So we're set for a tight finish here. Yorkshire 9 ahead on Duckworth Lewis Stern. Obviously we hope the game will be decided very much on the field, but that gives you a guide price as to where things are.
And Olivia Thomas is coming back on from the Howard stand end. The run rate is, the current run rate is 5.38 and the required run rate is 8.29. So there is a difference in what we've had and what we need, but the key thing is that 2 boundaries and over, and you're very much in the game here. So Yorkshire will be wanting to try and remove one of these 2, and Leicestershire will want to keep going as they have been in the last couple of overs.
That's just worked away, but straight to short fine leg. Yeah, Garton, who has been the most expensive of the Yorkshire bowlers, has got 1 over for Maddie Ward to work in at some point. And Olivia Thomas has got 1 left after this. Fackrell and Cooper have 1 left, and Woolston, the only seamer in the attack, has 2. Seems to have eased just a touch, but it's still there. That's a big heave from Weston. I'm sure we'll be increasingly aware of the required rate here.
And it's very tempting for the batters because that's the shorter boundary over towards the leg side. So they'll probably see the ball in the air and think, yes, let's go for the big Yahoo here. But that's a danger that they need to take.
Oh, it's another big swing from Weston. Ward had the bails off, but Weston managed to just about turn around and make her ground. She hits this into a pad, I think. Dribbles to Ward, who's sharp and alert. Just to get some clout on that one. Lucy Weston into double figures. Made 39 against Yorkshire when these sides met first time around. There's also Phillips to come. He made 39 not out in that fixture. Expect Phillips to likely come in next, Ellie Phillips. Swipe and a miss. Is it half an appeal from Ward?
just turned, I think.
Yeah.
Get excited when it turns.
Yeah, Ward was up, and it was only once Ward was up that Thomas was up to. Worked away for one.
Yeah, very good over from Thomas there.
Yeah, and suddenly we're getting to that point in the chase. 2 off that over where any tight over makes a big difference. So the required run rate is up to 9.3 all of a sudden.
Very good over. And this is probably, I mean, I wasn't at the game Leicestershire against Northants, but, you know, when I said that they finished with only 5 wickets down and 8 runs short, these are probably similar situations, I would suspect, because you'd be thinking, come on, just keep up with the run rate, keep up with the score. And that was a very good over from a Yorkshire perspective, as Ria Fackrell concludes from the Kirkstall Lane end.
2 for 10 off 3 so far. Start by conceding 1 there to Crofts, but Yorkshire have managed to turn the equation such that now singles are actually okay. That's a big momentum shift in the contest. It's going to force something from Western here, you think, surely. Well, it does force something from Western. It forces a smash down the ground for 6. That's a super shot. What a shot from Lucy Weston. The scoreboard demanded Leicestershire Foxes find another gear, and they do with the first 6 of the match from Lucy Weston. A magnificent straight strike.
Yeah, great strike, good swing of the bat. And you can see that it was well over the boundary. Jess Woolston wasn't that far away, but she would have stood no chance, even if she'd been standing on the boundary exactly where the ball was being hit.
I'll tell you what, for my money, that's shot of the day.
Yeah, and that changes it. The minute you start seeing somebody hitting 6s, then you start to be a little concerned. And she's pulled that into the pocket on the leg side, and it's been kicked over the boundary by Amy Campbell. She was just about to go down, and she unfortunately kicked it over the boundary.
She couldn't stop her momentum, so all of a sudden 11 has come off 3 balls in this over, and that is a really good hit to hit with that kind of pad. As Dr. Jane said, that's one of the longer parts of this ground because of that almost rectangular shaped boundary out towards the Western Terrace. So Ward going to have a chat with Fackrell, who is under pressure, no doubt. Weston's decided, as I thought she might, that this is the time to go. Weston goes again. This time she will only get 1 to long on. Crofts was interested in 2, but there was only a run out on the second there.
Interesting that, you know, it's almost like she's going every ball now, and good luck to her, you know, and she's taking that and she's hitting the ball well as Crofts now facing, and the field alters slightly.
Crofts straight back to Fackrell, who you'd imagine will be quite happy to have a chance to bowl at her rather than Weston. Plenty of flight again from Fackrell, and Fackrell and Weston briefly inadvertently getting each other's way. It's the end of the over, and it's an over that Ria Fackrell's pulled back really well there, because the first 3 balls went for 11, but the over itself only ends up conceding 12, but it's still Leicestershire's over, no doubt. It just drags that required run rate back down. You could see spectators with the brolly out because that light mizzle is continuing, and we are set for a relatively rare thing in Yorkshire's 10th game this season. It's something we've talked about in the commentary box a fair bit throughout their home matches. A game where we've gone right deep into the second innings, with it being a really tight, close contest here. After 15 overs, Yorkshire were 99 for 6. Leicestershire 15 ones worse off. They have lost 2 fewer wickets, but they might have lost 1 here. They haven't, because that's belted over long on for 6.
No,
so clearly... Oh, it's 4 in
it just
fact.
bounced in the field of play.
Well, thank you to Dr. Jane Powell for confirming that I need to get my eyes checked.
You'd be a bit frustrated if you were the bowler here, because why wasn't the fielder on the boundary?
Yeah, that's a fair point. And I mean, to be fair, I had partially presumed that having gone over the fielder's head, it was 6, but yeah, it wasn't actually quite out there. Now, Ward is going to have a conversation with Olivia Thomas. But that fielder remains 5 in, which does happen sometimes. So maybe was actually not meant to be right on the rope after all. Weston is on a roll here. She's hit 15 runs from her last 5 balls faced. She's decided this is her moment to go. And Weston goes again, might have picked out deep mid-wicket, is caught! Massive moment. Caught by Erin Thomas. Olivia Thomas gets Lucy Weston out. Weston had gone into 5th gear, was right on the charge, but has to perish for 25 off 16, having been belting the ball to all parts in the last few minutes. It's a big breakthrough for Yorkshire, 88 for 5.
Yeah, key moment that in the game, because Weston was just starting to middle the ball well. You know, we saw in the last over that awesome 6 and then followed by a 4, and you could just see that she just gained in confidence and was starting to play her shots, but then she holed out from one Thomas to the next Thomas, from Olivia Thomas bowling. Erin Thomas took the catch, and it was a good catch. It wasn't a straightforward one. She had to move, and she kept her eye on the ball, and it fell securely into her hands. And that was a strike rate of 147 by Lucy Weston, a really good innings for Leicestershire.
But you're spot on, but what's even more interesting with that strike rate is that was an innings of 2 halves. She was 10 off 10, and then she exploded into life. And another 3 overs of Lucy Weston there, and the game is quite likely Leicestershire's. But as it is, Yorkshire just pull the pendulum back towards them. So out comes Ellie Phillips, who made a really nice 39, not out against Yorkshire in 50-over cricket earlier on this season. Facing Olivia Thomas, and that's a horrid delivery. Thomas might even be grateful that it's a wide, and the reason I say that is, had Phillips got any bat on it, had it beaten short fine leg, it was almost certainly 4.
Yeah, it's never easy coming out to face the spinner, if I'm honest. You know, it's one of those that, crack, if they get in the right area, it's a real tough one to get. But when you don't get in the right area, and they've gone for
a run out.
This is a run out. That was a silly run out.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Well, it's gone behind square. It is... Just watch here. Phillips nudges it behind square. Crofts looks like she's setting off, and then Crofts puts the hand up to say stop to Phillips. Well, you have to feel for Phillips a little bit here, because it's Crofts' call. Crofts is moving towards her, though clearly there hasn't been a lot of vocal communication. And that movement towards her from Crofts has made Phillips think she's got to run. And then just as she started running, we can possibly see it again on the replay. We might be able to. Crofts then puts... Watch here. So it's behind square. It's definitely Crofts' call. And Phillips has looked up and started to see Crofts moving towards her. And then Crofts has put out the stop sign. I think it's fair to say nobody comes out of that blameless, but you have to feel a little for Phillips in the sense that behind square, it's primarily the non-striker's responsibility.
Yeah, one of the Australian terms for that is she's just been barbecued.
Yeah.
Completely barbecued. She had no chance then. And when you start to run, if you look up and you see your partner starting to run, you just put your head down and you go. And that was the issue there. But that was a good lucky break for Yorkshire and very disappointing for Leicestershire.
There's another phrase people use, and they'd have used it for that Watson run out as well, a coach killer. There's been two run outs in this innings for Leicestershire. That it's been tidy work from Yorkshire, but it's Olivia Thomas. It's not quite been the kind of work that's at such an incredible level that you think you couldn't have possibly anticipated that was, it's too self-sabotaging, self-induced moments, although the game always, I will repeat to say, it looks easy up here in the commentary box. So that's gone over Ward's head of something for 2. Eyes on the umpire. who signals it as runs. Tanika Roth is new batter and is off the mark with that shot. Required run rate is 8.88. Has been kept in check by that hitting from Weston before she got out. It's just blocking that one. Thomas is jumping up in excitement. An eventful over that brings 2 wickets and 7 runs. A great over for Yorkshire. We go to the last 4. And the Leicestershire Foxes lower order are going to have to go some to get these. It's 37 to win off 4. A good ovation in the Headingley mizzle for Olivia Thomas. 2 for 21 off her 4 overs. It's been a great hand from Olivia Thomas. Fackrell with 2 for 22 to back up her 4 for 12 last Sunday, which was the best figures by a Yorkshire Women's bowler this season. Cooper's back on. Not easy conditions for a spinner in the rain. And Cooper's being smeared away into the onside and taken by Fackrell calmly out at deep mid-wicket. Yet another wicket. 3 wickets in 7 balls for Yorkshire to turn this contest back their way. Hitting out towards that longer boundary. It sees the departure of Laura Crofts.
Yeah, and another good solid catch from an outfielder for Yorkshire there. Well bowled by Claudie Cooper as we see that the rain is still coming down. For those of you that are interested, there you see that safe catch by Ria Fackrell. DLS is 104, so Yorkshire, should they do come off the pitch, would have won the game by 13, according to DLS. But Leicestershire now are sending out their lower order batters as Whitfield comes out to join Roth.
Yeah, Holly Whitfield, ex-Shropshire and Warwickshire. She's known as being someone who's a bit of a lower order biffer. Reliable in form, she's one of Leicestershire Foxes' best golfers in their ranks. She can hit a decent straight ball. That's what visiting fans will be praying for a bit of here. Because suddenly, Yorkshire hold most of the cards now. Required run rate's almost 10. Oh, and is that gone as well? It is. Smart work behind the stumps from Ward. It's a first ball duck for Whitfield. Another wicket for Cooper, who is on a hat-trick. Whitfield just lost her balance, and like any good keeper, Yorkshire skipper Maddie Ward was there to profit. 91 for 8.
And we see there she just, as Michael said, lost her balance and then started to search for the crease with her foot, but wasn't balanced enough to actually put it back down. And Maddie Ward, with those sharp hands, just takes the bails off. And this is a very good over from a Yorkshire perspective. Claudie Cooper's now on a hat-trick ball. Be quite nerve-wracking for Herathke, my apologies to Herathke coming out, knowing that she's got to face that hat-trick ball. And no matter how confident you feel, you know that the bowlers and the fielders are on their toes and ready for this next ball. The run rate, required run rate has gone over 10 now. It's 10.09. DLS 110.
Yeah, it's going to take something quite stunning for Leicestershire to pull this back from this position. Can Yorkshire see it home in style? Claudie Cooper on a hat-trick against April Herathke. Quicker and flatter. They balled away. They might want 2 here. It's a good decision by Roth to turn it down because there was never 2 there.
Yeah, you don't want to have another silly run out or gift a run out at this stage. You still got to keep fighting right till the last ball. Roth getting ready to face Cooper. She pulls that one out to deep mid-wicket. to the safe hands of Ria Fackrell, who gets that ball in, and there's just a single. Yorkshire will be happy with singles at this stage of the competition, knowing that the opposition need a lot more than that at this stage. It's going up every single ball at this stage.
Swipe and a miss. Just 19 balls left. It's not far off to a ball required. Staying out there in the rain. It's been raining steadily for 6 overs or so. One of those, as we discussed, you almost wonder whether the men's game would start in it. The women's game is continuing on. I don't say that in a sense that, as that's the end of the 17th over, 93 for 8. Another over that's produced 2 wickets. Just 2 runs from it. And 2 for 17 for Claudia Cooper. You cannot argue with that. It's just coming back to what I was saying, I noticed some of the YouTube live chat talking about it. It's that strange sort of conditions, isn't it, Dr. Chain? You very rarely would see a game start in this, but having started, we've carried on, and you'd have to say that, broadly speaking, the umpires have been vindicated in that, because it's never quite got so heavy they've been forced off.
Yeah, it's one of those strange situations that if you went off, you probably wouldn't get back on at this stage. But because you're out there, it's not bad enough to warrant you coming off. So, and now with just 3 overs left, Jess Woolston coming back on from the Howard stand end.
Woolston, sole representative of the seam bowling brigade today.
Very nearly chipped that bomb straight back to her. And April Arathge had to scamper back. It looked like she was looking for a quick single, but it wasn't on.
Yeah, it's more than 2 a ball required now. Required run rate is up above 12 and over. It's going to be very, very tough from here. This pair. Make contact there. Muted appeals, but not from Ward, which is always the way of telling if the keeper themselves.
I'm not sure Roth moved her feet at all there, so there wasn't a danger of her being stumped. But a good ball from Jess Woolston, just coming back into match play, having been off injured with a foot injury for some time.
Yeah, it was out since February. She did that when bowling indoors. Short, little too short, but it's picked out deep backwards square. So that's 1. So again, Leicestershire not quite finding what they need, and Yorkshire in pole position to take the points.
Yeah, and with every single, the run rate goes up bizarrely because, as Michael alluded to, they needed more than, say, 2 a ball. So if they only get a single, then the run rate will creep up.
Required run rate 13.6. This is Woolston again. Short chip straight to cover and dropped. Drop diving forward. It's dropped by Campbell.
Do you know what's nice is there's obviously a crowd in because you could hear the roar of the crowd and disappointment of the crowd.
Yeah, just like you really heard the cheer when Thomas took that key catch to get rid of Lucy Weston out in front of the East Stand.
Yeah.
Short and off the outside edge, 4 runs. Bit of luck. You have to feel for Woolston. It's the kind of edge that maybe in a different time with a conventional first slip is potentially out.
Or even the wicketkeeper standing back, and that's the catch-22 that I talked about earlier, that there's 2 schools of thought. Do you stay up and keep pressure on the batter, or do you step back as the keeper and wait for those edges? Because I suspect those edges will come.
Yeah, most keepers, most of the time, tend to prefer to be up where they can be. Afki swishing and missing. Required run rate up to 15 now. It is 30 to win off the last 2. You would think it should be Yorkshire's game. Remember that there is the men's game coming after this. The Vertu player of the match has been selected as Georgie Boyce, which is an understandable pick in what has been a very low-scoring game. She made 46 off 38. Nobody else for either team has scored more than 25, which Lucy Weston made. So you can see why she's won that particular honour. And it's Georgie Boyce, I believe, who Richard Graves will be having a little chat with at the conclusion of this game pitch side. Swung away, over-pitched, and fielded out there at the expensive one. 29 to get off 11.
Young Garton now, stands a chance really of picking up a wicket at this stage, which would be great for her. She's just got to make sure that she doesn't drop it too short. Just give it a bit of air. There's always a chance that there could be a stumping. If she does give it a bit more air, it's likely to go aerial and almost, and then it's just a question of, is it close to a fielder?
Sliced. And somehow sliced so badly that it's gone in front of the fielder's cover. Cricket is a funny game sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was meaning. You've got to hope, because that should have taken a wicket, and yet it fell safely between three fielders. And there's another chance.
Well, this surely will be out. Cooper takes the catch. It's a first Yorkshire wicket for the young leg spinner Holly Garton. What a moment for the talented teenager. Cooper was never dropping that. Yorkshire are one away from victory now, and a moment that Holly Garton will never forget.
Yeah, and how great that she can take that wicket in front of a crowd as well, and hear the cheers of the Yorkshire members. I did think that might happen with the lower order bats from Leicestershire, and it went safely to Claudie Cooper, who made no mistake, got herself set, watched the ball straight into her hands and taken without any problems at all.
So Yorkshire almost there. I think it's fair to say made life difficult for themselves by struggling with the bat. You might be just tuning into this game thinking, 128, 127 all out, plays 100 for 9. This pitch must be a minefield. It is, it is not. And I wouldn't be surprised if...
it's an absolute belter, as they say.
Yeah, there's no demons in the pitch. Both of these sides have bowled a fair bit better than they've batted. So that's away for one by Emma Thatcher. Now at number 11. And there's just 7 balls left and 27 to find, which even if you had 2 set top order players is asking a lot. That's almost bowled by Garton. So, end of the over. Great over from Garton. 101 for 9. And gets her first wicket for Yorkshire. 1 for 24. Holly Garton. A cheeky, exuberant character from Wetherby. She'll be telling everybody who will listen at Wetherby High School next week all about her first wicket in Yorkshire colours, no doubt. 1 over left, and unlikely 27 to win.
Yeah, and Jess Wilston to bowl that last over, and it'll be interesting to see what Maddie Ward does, the captain here, whether she's just happy to win on the runs or whether she wants to take that last wicket. Has she got players in catching positions, or is she just happy to just bowl out these last 6 balls as Jess Wilston comes in?
That's a little bit of extra bounce for Woolston, taken by Ward standing up to the stumps. Just 5 balls left of this contest. Reminder that the women are next in action in 13 days' time, away at Derbyshire Falcons, who they've already beaten 3 times this season. And then 6 days later, home against the Worcester Rapids here at Headingley. So play and a miss. So if you want to see Yorkshire in action here at Headingley, your next chance is Friday the 27th of June for that one. And then in terms of the men's side, they're about to play against the Leicestershire Foxes. Both men's teams already in and warming up on the outfield. That game starts in about an hour and a quarter or so. So our Vertu live stream will be continuing across the doubleheader. Steps across, and that's another dot from Woolston, who's closing this out with maximal professionalism. And I guess as well, plenty of Yorkshire fans will be hoping that the winning stardust sprinkles over from the women to the men, because the women now have 8 wins from 10 after this victory across all competitions, assuming that we don't see something very unlikely from these last 3 balls.
We'd need a lot of wides and no balls for them not to win this game now.
It's been ruthless with the ball in the field from Yorkshire. And speaking of ruthless, Yorkshire have finished it off in style. So 101 all out, and Yorkshire, having under-delivered with the bat in truth, have performed superbly with the ball and in the field. It is finished off by Woolston and Ward, and Yorkshire win by 26 runs in a low-scoring thriller to start this doubleheader at Headingley. Yorkshire make it 2 wins from 2 in the Blast, so stay unbeaten with 6 more group games to go as they target a top 2 spot in the North Group and a space in finals day. So far on that journey, Maddie Ward's side are doing what is needed to be right in the shake-up.
Yeah, good. In the end, a good performance from Yorkshire. They certainly will be disappointed with the bat, but the way that they stuck at it, and the 2 key wickets that were caught deep mid-wicket on both occasions really changed this game, and that was Sweet and Weston. The 2 that really started to get going, and certainly the 6 that was hit was one of the sweetest shots of the game. So a really good performance, and Leicestershire will be a little bit more encouraged by their batting performance, the way that they're starting to hit the ball a bit more than they have done in the past. But all credit to the Yorkshire girls, well played to them for just finishing that off, winning easily in the end by 27 runs.
Yeah, so from a difficult position, Yorkshire pull it round. Georgie Boyce won player of the match for her 46 in a low-scoring game. It's great to see the women's teams getting a decent ovation as they head off. And all the bowlers deserve credit for Yorkshire, because you can't defend 127 all out that comfortably without a good collective effort. Cooper 2 for 17, Woolston 2 for 17, Garton 1 for 24, Thomas 2 for 21, and Fackrell 2 for 22. The only player to not bowl out of the 4 was Woolston, because of course she didn't need to bowl her final ball because they bowled them out. We can get some post-match reaction now with the player of the match, Georgie Boyce, who is down there with Richard Graves.
Okay, down at the boundary, I've got the player of the match from today's game, Georgie Boyce, alongside me. 2 games played in the Vitality Blast Division 2 this year, 2 wins. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's nice to be able to come up to Yorkshire and contribute and get 2 wins on the board.
And having lost the toss and been asked to bat first, you weighed in 46 from 38 balls, 5 boundaries in that. How important was it to get it off to a solid start?
Yeah, we weren't sure what the pitch was going to be like. We know there's a bit of weather around, been undercover, but normally we get good batting pitches here, you get good value for shots. It was just getting that platform and getting a score on the board, and we knew our bowlers would be able to do a job.
We can see your teammates around you, photo opportunities. There seems to be a great team spirit.
Yeah, it's been nice, a good group to come into. It's always a bit nervy coming into a new team, no matter what experience or what age you are, but I've been welcomed really well.
127 was the target to defend. As a collective, the bowling attack, the wickets shared around, fielding was strong. How pleased as a group are you with that display?
Yeah, I think we knew we left a few runs out there, but we'd got a score that we could defend, and we defended it really well. And our bowlers and our spin attack that we knew were going to be really strong, and a little bit of brilliance in the field from Amy Campbell. Direct hit, just finished it off.
Yeah, moments like that can change games, can't they?
Yeah, massively, and that's what we're striving for. That's what this group's trying to do, and to get another win on the board is what we set out to do today.
And a word for your skipper as well, Maddie Ward. We all know she's the youngest skipper of a Yorkshire side in over 100 years. What's she like to play with?
Yeah, we go way back. Me and Maddie, we used to be at Notts together. Yeah, it's credit to her, the development she's done and the experience she's got, and she's got a good group of girls around her to help her out, and we know they've all got our backing.
Well, listen, it was great to see you out there. Great to see another team win here today. Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Go well, lads.
Georgie Boyce, the player of the match with 46, top scoring for Yorkshire today. It's 2 wins from 2 in the League 2 of the Vitality Blast.
Thanks very much to Richard. A little post-match chat with Georgie Boyce. Yorkshire making tough work of it with the bat, but then coming through very strong with the ball and in the field. So 8 wins from 10 for the women's team now across all competitions this season. They've got a little break for almost a couple of weeks. They don't play again until Saturday the 21st of June when away against Derbyshire. 6 days later are back here at Headingley. A date for your diaries. Friday the 27th of June, an afternoon blast game against the Worcestershire Rapids. Before a couple of days later on Sunday the 29th, travelling to the Northamptonshire Steelbacks. Of course, in terms of more immediate Yorkshire cricket, the men will be looking for their first win of the Vitality Blast campaign at the 4th attempt when facing Leicestershire Foxes in just over an hour or so's time. Our preview to that one will begin at around 2:30 p.m. local time in about 40 minutes or so with news from the toss. But for now, we'll take a little break up here in the commentary box. Thank you very much to Dr. Jane Powell for joining me. And we will leave you with the highlights of that women's game, the first part of this historic double-header. First time ever when both teams have played on the same day at the same venue under the White Rose banner. Yorkshire winners against Leicestershire by 26 runs.
For this second Vitality Blast fixture of today's double-header. If you've been with us throughout the day, you'll have already seen Yorkshire's Women make it 2 wins from 2 in League 2 of their Vitality Blast competition. Next up, it's the men's turn, looking to get off the mark this season. We have had a sprinkling of rain between the games, but the covers behind me are being removed. The ground staff are preparing the ground ready for action as well. So hopefully the delay will be kept to a minimum, and we'll bring you news of that all-important toss live from the middle as soon as we get it.
Welcome back to Yorkshire Cricket TV from the Vertu commentary box. Great to have your company after the women won by 26 runs earlier today against Leicestershire. The men would have been hoping that that sprinkling of winning stardust would carry on into their game, which unfortunately has been delayed a little bit. There is bright sunshine out now at Headingley as I look out across the ground, but unfortunately that has only just been the case. The poor old ground staff have had to deal with quite a significant delay. The last 6 overs or so of the women's game were played in pretty heavy rain, and that rain has carried on quite heavily for around half an hour or so. So mercifully it's stopped, but we are on a bit of a delayed start here, unfortunately. So it's going to be a toss at 3 p.m. in about 20 minutes or so's time, and then game set to start at 3:30 p.m. So everything moved back half an hour or so. So we'll be back in around 20 minutes, hopefully with news from the toss and a full Vertu preview of this men's fixture as Yorkshire chase their first win this season in the Blast. We do sure hope that you'll join us.
Welcome out to the middle here at Headingley, where we're ready for the toss after a slight rain delay. We've got the Yorkshire skipper David Milan, Leicestershire Foxes skipper Louis Kimber alongside us. David, you've got the coin, away you go. Heads is the call from Louis Kimber. Heads it is. Welcome out to the middle here Louis at Headingley, where we're ready for the toss after a slight rain delay. Start the Yorkshire skipper David Milan.
Yeah, no, we've had a really good start. Obviously a lot of confidence in the group, so hopefully we can keep that going through to today's game as well.
And the team news for you today?
Unchanged today.
Go well. David, come on in. You haven't won the toss. Would you have bowled first, or are you happy batting?
Oh, we're happy batting. It's a used wicket. Day game, there might be a little bit of rain around, but it looks a used wicket, so hopefully we can get first use of it.
What do the conditions do to your thinking as skipper? Obviously, there's been a bit of rain in the air this afternoon.
Yeah, I think the toss makes a difference. When there's rain around and you think there's going to be a shortened game, you're always looking to bowl first. But look, I don't think that makes much of a difference to us. We've got 3 spinners, so I think it covers all bases.
And what's the team news from that game against the Bears on Friday?
Yeah, we're going same team.
Go well today. Thanks, David. So that's the news from the middle then, where the Foxes have won the toss. They will bowl first.
Thank you to Richard Graves for the news from the middle. Leicestershire Foxes have won the toss and will bowl first. So much like on Friday night at Edgbaston, Yorkshire will be batting first, but hoping for a different result. This time, of course, Yorkshire have had a win from their first 3 men's Vitality Blast games, hoping that a bit of winning stardust from the women earlier on will sprinkle onto them. The women victors against the Leicestershire Foxes by 26 runs, and of course it is an identical matchup on the men's side this afternoon. We are delayed with the start by half an hour from the original scheduled start time, which was pretty much exactly now. But we should, hopefully, with no further interruptions, and things looking optimistically cloudy, if not slightly sunny, way towards the Western Terrace, meaning that no further delays likely. Let's run you through the 2 teams quickly. Both sides unchanged. Leicester, Rishi Patel, Sol Badinja, Louis Kimber, the captain, Shan Masood, once of Yorkshire, and once Yorkshire skipper, of course, Lewis Hill, Ben Cox, Logan Van Beek, Liam Travaskis, Tom Scriven, Roman Walker, and Matt Salisbury. As for the home side, Adam Live, David Milan, Will Luxton, James Wharton, Harry Duke, Matt Revis, Don Best, Jaffa Chauhan, Matt Milnes, Will O'Rourke, and Dom Moriarty making up the Yorkshire 11 for this one. Yours truly, Michael McCann, set to be joined later on by the likes of Dr. Jane Powell and also Ben Cliff in the commentary box. But for now, we can take a little look back at Friday night, where Yorkshire were away at Bears, also known in the longer forms as Warwickshire, at Edgbaston. Yorkshire falling to their 3rd defeat in a row after a promising partnership at one point from David Milan and James Wharton. But ultimately, it was the Bears who claimed victory with an over to spare. Let's have a look back at the best of Friday night.
Here it comes again. That's a bit too straight, and it's worked into the leg side by Luxton well. And it's the first boundary of the innings. And it comes for Luxton. Again, I would say busting him, but he's a bit quicker than that. Oh, and he's been drilled for 4. Just over-pitched. Not the right length.
Get Adam Lyth and then send him back home, so be a lot of pressure on that batting lineup.
Oh, cut away. Really nice that from David Milan.
That produced at the highest level, and he's been that way. We know he's got a hit there over the top there. Luxton, great shot, standing strong at the crease.
In the 4th over. Mosley again, that's gone up.
That's in there.
It
is. Going to take some catching, and it's gone all the way.
All the way. There was no chasing that one down, despite Garton going after it and Latham as well.
If there ever was an icon in the bowling departments, it's this man right here.
Certainly is. Oh, he's got him! Talking about that. There he goes. It's Luxton that he's picked up.
Just got suckered in, if you see it here on the replay. There, bang. And he's bowled.
So often that leg stump ends up adjusted by Danny Briggs for sure.
See, nice. This angle is even better.
Milan, different to what he had for Adam Lyth.
Is it a catch? Catch it!
And after it. Oh, with one hand was Garton, but I think he may have got his fingertips to it, but there was no stopping that. And it's 6 more for Milan, should I say. He moves on to 12. And Yorkshire...
You don't have to. It's fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Okay. Mosley is in again. Oh, that's a lovely shot, actually. That's done really well by Milan. He tried to tuck him up, and it felt almost unorthodox, that shot from Milan, but he'll be squirreling away in the corner trying to find that for us right now, I'm sure. Reversed, beautifully reversed. We've seen that shot from Milan so many times, time and time again. It's
different keeper every 5 overs.
Oh, that's in the air. Now that's a chance, and that's going to be taken, and it is taken brilliantly. And Lythe has gone for 7, and the Bears have their second winning.
It's a big wicket for the Bears. He's a player who can really be very effective. Well held as well by Jake Lintott, as you say.
I'll explain a little as to what Artif's referring to on that one in a moment. But that's after he's swept that to the boundary and beyond for 6 runs for Wharton. Effortless with that big bat of his.
Moment the Bears have just pulled themselves back in this game.
Oh, there is that Wharton again. He's got plenty of it. That boundary rope is in quite a bit, and that's another big 6 for Wharton. It's in again. Oh, he's dissected the gap there, Wharton. That's brilliant. Just the despairing dive. Wharton on 20, and it's Milan who's on.
Still warming up for this afternoon's match behind me, but there's a familiar face back on the boundary alongside me, the red ball skipper for Yorkshire, Johnny Bairstow, after a short spell at the IPL. Great to see you back.
Yeah, great to be back. Weather's slightly different, not 45 degrees, and hopefully the rain stays away. But no, it's good to be back with the lads, and hopefully they can put on a show for the fans that have turned up today.
How was that experience over in India?
Yeah, I memean, it's the biggest stage you can play in T20 cricket, and for the biggest franchise in the world, it was an amazing experience. It was great to open the batting with Rohit and do all that stuff. Disappointing not to get obviously to the final, but that's part and parcel of the game. And look, I was excited to be back now with the lads, and we'll see how we go.
Not involved today, slight niggle. What can you tell us?
Not much, if I'm honest with you. I've got an appraisal tomorrow with the Fizz. I don't see it being too long, to be quite honest with you. But yeah, it's not ideal. Picking up a little niggle running the other day in training.
I know how competitive you are as a character as well, Johnny. I imagine there's a lot of frustration not being able to be out there with your teammates today.
Yeah, absolutely. Every time you want to pull on the white rose and play for this amazing club, it's what I've done, been fortunate to do since I was 11 years old, and that's all you want to do. Frustrating, but at the same time, great to be down here, and hopefully everyone gets behind the lads, and the boys can really put on a show. Yeah,
and it's been a frustrating start, hasn't it, for Yorkshire in the T20 Blast? Still to get off the mark. There'll be no better spot to do it than right here at Headingley this afternoon.
No, and that's T20 cricket. Like, there's such fine margins along the way. We could have potentially chased down 230 in that first game, 1 or 2 that go your way rather than finding the fielder. And look, that is part of the game, but at the same time, there's no lack of effort from the lads in there. It's been a privilege actually to the last 5 games last year, and then obviously coming back in this year, the amount of talent that we've got in there, it's just combining the talent with the learnings that we can take from it, and I think that's the key bit of everything. Is yes, it may take a little bit of time. The first 3 games are a prime example of that, but there's no reason why we can't bounce back. There's no reason why we can't go out and put on a real good show for what seems to be a great crowd on a Sunday afternoon.
How important, just finally, is that positive mentality? You know what it takes to be successful in this format of the game, to have that positive mindset from ball one.
Yeah, it's huge, but at the same time you've got to assess conditions and everything that come with it, because with the team that we've got and how the makeup is, we've got a lot of injuries. I mean, there's 6 of us that are unfortunately out at the moment, and you put the bits of experience alongside the class that we've got as well, and it might take a few more balls to spend a bit more time at the wicket, or just take an extra few seconds at the back of your mark to then execute your skill.
Well, look, it's great disappointment not to see you out there in the middle today. Delighted, though, that you spared the time with us here to talk ahead of the game as well, and hopefully we'll see you back out in action soon. Go well, and hopefully all the best with that injury recovery as well. Cheers.
So lovely to hear from Johnny Bairstow there. Unfortunately today with a calf niggle, taking things pitch side, and also saw him giving a little speech in the huddle, just passing on his expertise. Let's get back to those highlights from the Friday night game when Yorkshire travelled to the Bears.
Strike, and he's got all of that, no doubt about it. And 6 more. You'd have thought so. 1 and 2 for 2. Oh, and down the leg side again, and it's just playing into Milan's area, really. And that brings up a 50 for David Milan, does it? Yes, it does, off 32 balls. Oh, that's lovely. It's a lovely shot from Wharton. He's just used his feet. He's come down, really, at Hassan Ali and just scooped him over his shoulder. 8 from the over so far. That's full, and it's driven beautifully through the covers for 4 by David Milan.
180 would be wonderful from here.
Wharton's on strike. He's lifted that one into the leg side again, trying to pierce the gap, and he does. It's 4 more. There's a chance to sweep it here, but I'm guessing it's going to be tucked well outside the off stump, which it is, and it's cracked back down the ground. 3 or 4 bounces for 4. Really good shot from Wharton. They are being funky with their fielding positions at this moment in time. He's on the move straight away. Well, he might get picked out here. It could be perfect. It is perfect. It's a master stroke in the field. Hassan Ali with a catch.
A conventional mid-on position, but Jake Lintott knew exactly what he was doing. He was pushing the ball across the right-hander, knowing that he's going to want to go down the ground. So if that top edge comes, which it did, it will float. And if it floats, you want your fielder inside the circle to be as straight as possible, where Hassan Ali was, takes a perfect catch. And just like that, the Bears have broken this partnership at Chan.
Revis on strike. It's down the leg side. Oh, he's got him. He's got him. He's got him. It does take an edge.
Just pulled things back after that boundary down the ground. Got himself a wicket. Put the new batter under a bit of pressure with the previous stop ball. And this one's going down the leg side. It's not a great delivery, but a little bit of glove on its way through to Alex Davies, who did the rest. Lintott gets some reason, fair reward.
He did. Artif, thank you. He'll be back with us soon. Ricordo's on the way, but that's 15 overs gone. 139 for 4.
Obviously, star quality performer. Catch.
And got a wicket. Very well held.
In the piece, Warwickshire built a lot of pressure. The Bears built a lot of pressure and didn't get the rewards, and now they're getting the rewards. So that's exactly what you want. That is plumbers.
LBW for Danny Briggs.
Creating pressure. Yorkshire having to rebuild. Duke trying to turn that one into the leg side. Plum LBW, you don't get much more out than that.
Am I thinking, Aaron, that's 3 wickets for 10 runs maybe?
Yeah, it's been a spectacular collapse, but
Ricardo Gordon, our companion here on Bears TV right now. Oh dear!
There we go.
That's out.
Leg side and ended up hitting it straight back at the stumps.
They've gone from 139 for 2 onto 146 for 7. I mean, that's an extraordinary collapse, isn't it?
I mean, Milan and Wharton was broke.
Yeah, Milan is still there, but he's not on strike. That's going to be a wide ball.
That's quite a lot of stuff.
That's a lovely pull away from Alex Davis again. He's picked the spot. Despairing dive. All to no avail. 4 more for the total.
Probably going down leg.
And then he gets 4 afterwards. Always the way, isn't it? You survive something close like that, and then you get 4 more for your total. And Alex,
joke between Aaron and myself.
Oh, that's a good shot. Oh! And it's all the way for 4. And Davis gets his 50. 52 of 30 balls. And the skipper delivering for the Bears this evening. People are watching on. And in the meantime, there's a terrific reverse sweep from Latham for 4. Really nice from Tom Latham to take him up to 40.
Against Derbyshire in 2015.
Sensational batting. That's a lovely shot from Latham, is it? No, he's picked the man out. No, he's picked the man out. And he's gone for 44.
44 35 in the circumstances is exactly what was required by the Birmingham Bears. And he sort of...
Decent strike rate as well. Swept by Mosley with power and precision for 4. England Lions, but again, just terrific to see him playing with such fluidity and freedom, and that's lovely. He's reversed that away, and lovely E in the sky. Milnes is now coming on to bowl, and he's got a wicket. And he's got the wicket of Dan Mosley for 13 off what will be 8 deliveries, and 123 for 2.
That remains to be seen.
124 for 2. Cut away by Alex Davis and cut away for 4. He moves on to 65. Oh, there's a surprise. Bit of room for Alex Davis. He's lifted that one up into the air. He's going to be caught this time, and he is. And Rivers takes the catch. 28 for 3 it goes to now. Davis on his way for 65.
Yeah, that's disappointing, really, because he didn't really need to do that at that point at Alex Davies. Maybe a little rush of blood, looking for back-to-back boundaries, looking to take down the bowler, but he's walking off to a very, very nice reception from the crowd here at Edgbaston. He's back.
Last ball of the over. Haynes got an outside edge on that, and it's going to go all the way for 4, is it? Yes.
Handy.
That will do.
Take him.
A couple of boundary riders, I think, on either side here. Well, we've got a long on and a long off, and he goes again, carving it into the same area. This time it's out under the lights, and the catch is taken by the captain. It's the end of the over. Milne strikes once more. Similar shot to what he played before, but it was just not timing it quite right this evening.
Yeah, and that fielder wasn't there. So he puts the fielder out. We've done the same thing again, and Moen's fallen into the trap.
They've gone appallingly wrong for them in the previous few overs. And here, right.
Oh,
that's
Sam Hain doing what Sam Hain does best.
6 wickets in hand, though. Barnard flails it away through the covers for 4. It's a brilliant shot from Barnard. He's off the mark, first ball, and it's a terrific shot. He's on 14 right now.
Oh,
yes! What a shot from Sam Hain.
What does he do? Oh, steady, cuts it behind point, and it goes for 4, and the Bears have won. Sam Hain has brought it home after being struck on the head the over before, shows his character, shows his desire, and wins the game for the Bears.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
So that was the women earlier who won by 26 runs against the Leicestershire Foxes, and the men will hope that that stardust can sprinkle onto them this afternoon as they chase their first win in the men's blast. Let's take a check on both of the teams. Your Yorkshire team is unchanged from that side that lost on Friday night against the Bears. Edgbaston, Adam Live, David Milan, Will Luxton, James Wharton, Harry Duke, Matt Revis, Don Best, Jaffa Chauhan, Matt Milnes, Will O'Rourke and Dan Moriarty. And Leicestershire, who have 3 wins from 4 so far in this competition this season and are also top of Division 2 of the Rothesay County Championship, are also unchanged. Rishi Patel, Sol Badinja, Louis Kimber, Shan Masood, Yorkshire captain last season of course, Lewis Hill, Ben Cox, Logan Van Beek, Liam Travaskis, Tom Scriven, Roman Walker and Matt Salisbury. So Leicestershire chasing a 4th win from 5. They'll be a tough opponent for Yorkshire today. I'm delighted to say we've got alongside yours truly, Michael McCann, as we go through our 2 to watch feature, someone who is always a tough competitor on the field, and off it we have the benefit of his insight today. A very good afternoon up here to Ben Cliff.
Afternoon, Michael.
And firstly, before we get to talking about David Milan's excellence, big congratulations on your new 2-year contract through to 2027. There's a delighted smile on your face as I mention it.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's nice to get that signed, and looking forward to the next 2 years, really.
So tell us about David Milan. What's he like to bowl at the nets when you've got someone with that kind of pedigree? He's 2 runs shy of 10,000 T20 domestic career runs today, and of course everyone knows all about what he's done in an England shirt too.
Yeah, obviously got lots of experience at the very top of the game, and we've not been doing so well recently, so he'd be the first one to be wanting to put that right. 50, 60 odd on Friday night, and hopefully adding to those runs this afternoon.
Having a chat with Sean Masood there, of course, who you had plenty of experience of working with in very recent times. He's playing his 5th consecutive Blast season for 4 different counties, and that captain versus captain matchup is going to be big today, isn't it? Hoping that Sean maybe doesn't remind Yorkshire supporters of what a class act he is.
Yeah, definitely. Sean was fantastic for us the past 2 years. Obviously, again, lots of experience, and he's a good signing for Leicester. Let's just hope that, as you say, he doesn't show us what we're missing.
Yeah, it's that classic one where you hear people sort of say that about a former player that's left with fondness. So kind of good luck, but not today, maybe. But on the other side of things, we'll see him later on more with the ball. Matt Milnes, T20 Blast winner with Kent back in 2021. He's had to wait a long time to make that Yorkshire T20 debut, which he did last Friday against Northants. But he really started to show Yorkshire supporters those T20 qualities that he's had for a long time. That 3 for 23 on Friday, that from that big first wicket partnership that Bears had, just dragged things back and almost got us that first T20 win.
Yeah, Milnes is a high-class operator, and again, had to wait a long time to see it, especially with a white ball, but lots of experience, like you say. He's played in the 100 and hopefully can continue that good form.
3 for 23 on that Friday night, and it wasn't just 3 for 23 as well. You look at the quality of the batters he got out. He got Alex Davies, Dan Mousley and Moeen Ali. Not only 3 of the top 5 for Bears, but 3 in terms of white ball hitters, of some of the better white ball hitters that you'll see around on the domestic English T20 circuit. And speaking of hitters, here comes Adam Live and David Milan. Now, one thing I noticed is Milan dropped to 3 on Friday night. I wondered how much of this was wanting to avoid having 2 left-handers opening up, but it's a switch back to Live and Milan today rather than Luxton opening up.
Yeah, I think it was Live that was number 3 on Friday. Luxton open with Milan again, just to change up a bit. They've gone back to the usual 2 left-handers. Hopefully to get off to a good start.
Yeah, I was curious about, and I know this is something a lot of analysts think about, whether it was a concern of people being able to bowl off spin at the top to 2 lefties. I know it's something that comes into consideration.
Yeah, definitely is. People like to do that against us, obviously with a lot of left-handers at the top of the order, and having Luxton there just cancels that out really.
For now though, it's going to be Matt Salisbury though, who's had an unlikely journey in T20 cricket because he's much better known for his excellent consistency in the red ball game, but after not playing a lot of T20 until this season, he's become a regular part of this Leicestershire attack. Durham needed 13 to win off the final over in Leicestershire's last game, and he only conceded 6, so he's a very capable operator both in the power play and at the death. And just to confirm, they're out there opening up for Yorkshire is Adam Live and David Milan. Milan made 69 not out of 48 against the Bears on Friday. 32 ball 50. He's at the non-strikers though, because Live is facing up with scores of 1, 38 and 7 so far in this season's Blast. Salisbury has the ball in his hand from the Howard stand end. The rain has relented, and at a slightly late half an hour than scheduled start will get underway. Milan is on to strike now. Live off the mark, having nudged that one through fine leg. So we've got a square leg and deep third out. Intriguing to get the thoughts of Yorkshire's Ben Cliff on the power play plans here?
Yeah, be looking to be aggressive, keeping the stumps in play here for both these players and hopefully get an early breakthrough. Or he'll be looking to.
Yeah, it's a slip in play as well. Salisbury with a 5-4 offside field. In fact, it's a 6-3, so it gives him relatively little margin for error. You'd think he's going to be putting this across Milan with a field like that. Oh, and that's an excellent ball first up from Salisbury to Milan. Almost perfect for that field. Looked to have just shaped away a bit as well.
Yeah, it does. It's not getting much better than that without finding the outside edge.
Yeah, and these new balls, they don't swing for very long, do they? You've got to enjoy it while it lasts.
You definitely do. Be attacking while you can. Because before you know it, it'll be going around the park.
Particularly at Headingley. That's a dot ball, nicely bowled from Salisbury again. Good start this from Salisbury. He's been right on the mark in these first 3 balls. He's conceded just 1 from them. Someone that really built his name from 4 years at Durham, also ex-Essex and Hampshire. Done a very good job of assembling what some have called almost a money ball side, Leicestershire, this season. They're having quite the season. Straight back down the ground from Milan. He's off the mark. It was well stopped by Salisbury in his follow-through.
He's getting some nice shape away from the left-hander there, Salisbury. Looked like a catching chance as well.
Yeah, might just be able to see that on the Vertu replay. Wasn't quite certain whether it was a good stop or maybe even a caught and bowled chance. I know there's quite a few different ways you bowlers work on this. I've seen people with tennis rackets at the side of a net, essentially as you've completed your follow-through, hitting a tennis ball at you is one way of doing it, some professional setups. So that's down the ground and it's again a dot ball. So this is good from Salisbury, and Live and Milan have got to find something to counter it or throw him off his length.
Yeah, very good start. Just getting that shape away. Similar ball to the previous. I've never actually heard of the tennis racket.
I've seen a few people do it.
I've seen to get that going.
I've seen Dale Steyn do it. It's basically a way of safely, because obviously a hard cricket ball, you're going to be having to quite the injury list pretty quickly. That's into the pads. Not even outside faint hope of LBW. So end of the first over. Very tidy over from Salisbury. 2 without loss after 1. Yeah, so basically it's a drill actually worth doing if you're at home and you really want to improve your caught and bowled work. So what you do is you might be bowling at a series of targets, as you as professionals do it all the time, obviously aiming to hit the Yorkers or the bounces or whatever it is, and you have somebody and you've got to trust that this person's got to trust that you can bowl straight, stood just to the side of the net, maybe around kind of almost like a short leg type position, and just after you've bowled the ball, grab a tennis racket and hit a tennis ball at you, and it gets you used to the ball coming hard back at you in your follow through. But it's one once upon a time there was some net footage of Dale Steyn doing it a fair bit. And speaking of caught and bowled, Claudie Cooper, Yorkshire's off spinner, has taken a couple of outstanding ones this season as well.
She must have been practicing with a tennis racket.
Yeah, well, reportedly they did a little bit at her old club once upon a time. Like, one way of getting used to the weirdness, I guess, of that instant situation. Logan van Beek, Leicestershire's excellent overseas, but his first ball is smashed through the covers. Well, that's more like what Yorkshire fans will want to see. It's classic Live, first boundary of the day for Yorkshire.
Yeah, top shot from Lively there. Just to cross him, too much width, through the covers for 4.
Now, where does Van Beek go from here? Dutch international, thoroughly experienced. He's been a great signing for Leicestershire this season. Goes short, it's clothed, and it's just over mid-on, and that's going to be 4 more to one of the shorter pockets. So back-to-back boundaries for Live.
Yeah, just a bit back of a length again across him. Not got all of it, but there's enough for it to trickle for 4.
Yeah, it's when hitting towards square leg and a kind of wide mid-on here, those very short pockets, you're looking down towards about 50-metre boundaries. Shorter again, and that sounds fantastic off the bat. It whistles away for 4. There's a deep backward square leg out there, but all they'll do is fetch it. Live's in the groove here, 3 in a row.
Yeah, another nice shot there, just off his hip. Classic Adam, really.
Suddenly, it just breeds a bit of confidence both into Live and into the dugout after that quiet first over that went for just 1. It went for just 2. 1 off the bat, 2 in total. And that's a nice response from Van Beek, who's a real competitor. You don't end up with 600 wickets and 5,000 runs across all formats if you haven't got a bit about you. He's best known for that incredible game against the West Indies in the qualifiers, where he smashed 28 off 14 to tie the scores. And then he hit 3 6s and 3 4s in the Super Over against the West Indies, and then took 2 wickets to win the Super Over. Which, if that isn't God mode in a cricket match, I don't really quite know what is, to be frank.
Yeah, handy player, by all accounts.
At 34, he still looks as fit as a fiddle. He's got to find something to Milan here. I'll jog through for a leg bye.
Be looking to get out of his over now, unscathed, obviously going for 3 boundaries at the start. A dot on a leg bye, hoping for something similar now.
Yeah, he's trying to protect this slightly shorter side. He's got a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket. Although, interestingly, I'm reliably told the length of the boundary square of the wicket isn't too different, but it's the pockets that make it particularly noticeable in terms of that side towards the eastern terrace is definitely shorter. It's almost rectangular out towards the western terrace. And the boundary has gone out a little bit in that western direction from the women's game. Didn't quite time that Milan off the bat. Straight at cover, so end of the over. It's a better over for Yorkshire. It goes for 14, 16 without loss.
The 2 overs, Yorkshire are 16 without loss.
Just to remind you, if you're tuning in a little late, Yorkshire chasing their first win of the Blast season. Leicestershire, something of the surprise package of the country, really. 8 wins from 11 games across all competitions, 5 wins and 2 draws in Division 2, where they sit top, 21 points clear of Derbyshire in second. And in this format, they beat Derbyshire by 5 wickets, they lost to Northants by 5 wickets, beat Lancashire by 5 wickets, and beat Durham by 6 runs. So chasing a 5th win from 5. So a dangerous opponent in town for Yorkshire today. Salisbury settles into his second over. That again is right on the money from Matt Salisbury.
Just getting some nice away movement from the left-hander there. Nice angles, making it difficult.
What are you thinking here if you're live in Milan? What can you do differently when a bowler's settled into a nice rhythm like this?
You can play around with coming down the pitch or sitting a bit deeper or just move around a bit, really, put him off his line and length.
Live respecting what is a good ball from Salisbury. The voice next to me of Ben Cliff, who has recently signed through to 2027 at Yorkshire and is pretty well placed to comment on Salisbury. He's talked in his contract extension about working with Mikey Lewis has been brilliant, and the confidence he's given me in my ability to improve my game. It's just nibbled away for 1 by Live. I know you had a very good winter out in Melbourne, so it's a warmer place to spend it than Yorkshire, and you were playing for Greenvale, but also doing some very serious and really good work in a cricketing sense as well as enjoying the sun.
Yeah, definitely. It was great experience playing for Greenvale, like you say, and me and Will Luxton actually for the same club, which was pretty good. And yeah, training, especially after Christmas with Mick Lewis, which was a bonus really.
All inside out. We said they had to do something different against Salisbury. That certainly is different. Bang. Into the advertising hoardings over cover. So that's how Milan responds and gives Salisbury something to think about. First 6 of the contest.
Lovely shot there from Milan, giving himself a bit of room and gone with the movement away from him over cover. It's as good a shot as you'll see.
Yeah, he does often look at his best when going through the covers, David Milan. I think if you asked a lot of people who've watched plenty of him over the years, they'd say it's one of his trademark scoring areas. That was certainly a demonstration of it there. Let's just turn round the corner and scamper through for 1. 24 without loss.
Done well there, Hill. That was an awkward one. Just a single for Milan.
Yeah, it was Lewis Hill down there who he got some jeers from the home fans, such as the nature of being a visiting player in the field. It was just a little awkward bobble on the outfield. Beautifully bowled again by Salisbury, back on that length that we've seen a lot from those first couple of overs. So Salisbury's only gone for 10 from 2, and remember that 6 of those came in that one shot from Milan. 24 for none off 3. Let's see the women's team staying in to hope that the men can replicate their success. And on the far right of that shot, Rebecca Duckworth having a well-earned bit of pizza, which, if you can't have a good pizza when you've just gone and won, and you're sat in the cloud, not quite the sun, but the cloud at Headingley, having a well-earned rest, and when can you? Women's team winners by 20 with competence this season. And next in action on the 21st of June when away at Derbyshire. They're next in action at Headingley on the 27th when playing Worcestershire. Just away for 1 to start the new over. And it is Ramon Walker who is on, the Welshman, who has been a regular part of this Leicestershire side since 2022.
This is another player. He was out in Melbourne as well. There's a few.
Okay.
Played in our league.
Seems like a few counties are cottoning on to the idea that Australia's a better pre-season than the indoor school. That's one he's going to have to re-bowl. There's a knowing nod in the background from Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell. .26 without loss. Yorkshire made a very solid start with the bat against Bears on Friday, but didn't push on as they'd like. Milan and Wharton at one point were going very well. Yorkshire now hoping to post a big score. Down the track, that's a great shot. Very, very safe in the power play in particular, with not a lot of protection out. And 4 more to score and 4 more to live.
Shot from live there. Come down the pitch, back over the bowler's head. A few bounces for 4.
Yeah, he just gets those feet out the way, doesn't he? He backs it, his hands will get there. Beautifully bowled, and there is a little feather on it, so live has to go for 18. Logan van Beek gets his wicket, 30 for 1.
And live, caught by Cox off the bottom of Walker for 18.
Just a feather through to Cox there. Across him. Bit of nip back.
The new batter for Yorkshire, number 68, Will Buxton.
That's exactly what we were saying. This new ball doesn't swing for very long, but as it showed there, you can get some shape with it in the right area.
Yeah, make the most of it while you can.
So out comes Will Luxton, who opened the batting the other night. He made 24 off 15. He looked pretty good in the power play against Bears. Yorkshire will hope that he can produce a little more of that here with Darvin Milan, who is still settling into his room. As well, we're seeing a bit of sunshine, which we haven't seen too much of today. We haven't been overdosed on vitamin D.
There's room for a bit more.
Absolutely. Luxton, who made his maiden ton in the one-day cup last season against Warwickshire. And he made 59 off 38 in a twos T20 a couple of weeks ago. I'm sure we'll hope he can fire here. It's nicely taken by Cox, scampering down the leg side. Of course, he was out there with you in the winter, so I take it much like you, he would have got a lot out of that experience in Melbourne.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously spent a lot of time training and a bit of a different experience and being sort of senior players for a young side, which is always good learning.
Oh, beautifully bowled by Logan van Beek once more. Very good areas here from him. Just one ball left. Oh, beg your pardon, Roman Walker. Just one ball left of the over. Walker picking up that important wicket of live.
Looks to just be getting a bit of movement off the pitch here.
I wonder whether this might be me reading into the tea leaves, whether it's being undercover for a little bit during that rain, maybe. Trapped moisture. Whipped away, nice looking shot. It's a deep pocket out there. It's a longer boundary, so that means that it won't go for 4. On the other side of the ground, it definitely would have done. But instead, it's a couple. So that brings to end the 4th over, a successful over for Roman Walker. 32 for 1 after 4.
32 for 1. Change of bowling, returning to the attack from the Howard stand then, Logan van Beek.
So Logan van Beek is going to change ends here, coming in from the Howard stand end. Those of you maybe unfamiliar with the team news for this one, no Will Sutherland due to a suspected broken toe, no Johnny Bairstow due to a calf strain, and no George Hill due to being on lines duty, where he, on day 1 of that game against India A, got out Kale Rahul and Dhruv Jarrell. Not a bad pair of wickets to be taken by any stretch of the imagination. Still in the power play, of course. Deep square leg and deep mid-wicket out. Bumper, and it's just nibbled away through 3rd for 4. So Milan into double figures and starting to settle into his innings.
Just got his line wrong there. I think he's wanting to go into the pitch and get him to hit out to the longer side. Just managed to help it on its way for 4 through 3rd man.
Yeah, just using the pace of Van Beek against him. Worked away for 1. We know that the average first innings score for a Blast game at Headingley across the last 4 seasons is 184. The average winning first innings total is 200, but both of those numbers are before that bonkers game last Friday night where 237 for 9 plays 226 for 9. I mean, how do you start picking that apart as a team?
Yeah, it's fine margins, isn't it, really? But you know, to go at 11s, 12s throughout the game and lose, it doesn't happen often.
Worked away, and this could well be 4. It's very fast square of the wicket. Instead, it will be 2. Yeah, a game where you got 461 runs. Just bonkers, wasn't it?
Yeah, bonkers. Ball going everywhere. Just unfortunately on the wrong side of it.
Would have been one of the great all-time T20 run chases had it been pulled off, and it wasn't far off at various points. I mean, I say it wasn't far off. It was always going to be tough. Oh, that's gone. That's gone. Oh. That has thudded into the middle of the east stand. That is a huge strike of the highest quality.
That's Will Luxton for you. He doesn't miss out on those. Just over-pitched a tiny bit and he'll pounce on you.
I believe that's what the modern players call sending it. He's put that in first-class delivery and whipped that away into the next county. Oh, through the covers this time from Luxton. Well, the previous shot was all about power. This was more timing, just pure timing of the cricket ball along the carpet. Delightful. 6 and 4.
Touch outside off there. Wanted to go straight. 4 all the way.
It's a slight overcompensation from Van Beek, if you want to be harsh, but great credit to the batter. Just jabbed down. Didn't mean to get it there, of course. It trickles out to point. End of the over. Good over for Yorkshire, who are up at 10 and over at the end of the 5th. 50 for 1 after 5. 18 coming from that one. What would you say from here, from a Yorkshire viewpoint, you'd be looking at as a standing post? 200?
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, 200 batting first seems to be a winning score, so it'll definitely be what we'll be aiming for. Hard to knock off.
Yeah, and also, obviously, of course, as you know from that game 9 days ago, the psychological pressure of batting second with such a big score on the board adds to it as well.
Definitely. If there's a 2 at the start, it's a big chase.
Walker's on for his second over, having picked up a wicket in his first. That's turned away. They want 2 here, and they'll get 2. That's clever running. That's good cricket. Direct hit. And even with the direct hit, was home.
That's why you slide your bat in.
Absolutely.
Yep, very good run in that. Get in.
He just started to slow down a little, Milan, and then it was almost like he looked up and saw the fielder and thought, no, we've got to go back up from gear 3 towards 4 again.
Shan's keeping on his toes there. Run your runs. He'll be having a chuckle.
He'll definitely be key with the bat later on, Masood, no doubt. Short sounded very good off the bat. It's been nailed on the bounce to deep mid-wicket for 1.
Yep, into the pitch. Use those 2 out on the leg side. The bigger side, only just really. Well executed. Looked like it might have been a cutter of some sort. Take the pace off.
Now, it's 5 up on the offside for Milan, and as Leicestershire follow for pretty much the whole power play, the blueprint has been a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket as the 2 out. Oh, that is absolutely massive from Milan. Top tier of the East Stand gets a dent in it from David Milan. Yorkshire's captain leading from the front.
Super shot, could be in a hotel room, that.
Watch out if you're in the Headingley Lodge.
Yeah. Lovely shot of a deep square.
You would have just caught it at the end of that replay, pinging into the advertising hoardings right at the top of that stand. And this time worked away for 1 by Milan, who's on to 21 off 11, which by his standards is quite a quick start. Like, he's known for being the kind of player who almost plays T20 a little bit old school. He takes his time and then he catches up.
Yeah, he does. He does catch up, but as we know here, it can be quite fast scoring, and he's taking advantage of that this afternoon.
Both of these players have already hit maximums, and they're quickly building a good partnership. Steps away, dribbles off something. I think it was pad. And that would be 1. Indeed is signalled as leg byes.
looking to give himself room there, Luxton. Just followed him. Walker just followed him there, off his pad for 1.
Luxton, who made a golden duck against Northants, made 1 against Worcestershire, but then made that promising 24 on Friday night. Milan through the covers and particularly square of the wicket at Headingley. It might be a long boundary, it will still go. Timed well enough. 4 more for Yorkshire.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Milan.
It's another good over. So previous over went for 18. That one has gone for 15. So it might prompt a change in bowling, a change of thinking here. You often see spins straight out of the power play. Wonder whether we could get a bit of Liam Travaskis or potentially even the skipper himself, Louis Kimber, with his crafty off spin.
Looks like it's Travaskis straight into spin, as you say. Left armour.
Yeah, he's had a great blast. He has 3 wickets at 23, but even more importantly than that, his economy rate in the blast this season is just under 5.5.
Pretty impressive.
He's got nice variations of pace with his left armers. His first ball is just whipped away for 1. .66 for 1 then. And this partnership is going along at high rate. Projected score from here, if Yorkshire keep going at this rate, would be 235. I think it's fair to say they take that. Straight to short backward point.
Interesting staying round the wicket to start to Milan.
He's got that long leg side boundary in his favour against Milan here, who is whipping that to long on for 1. Travaskis, he has a best this season in the blast of 2 for 17 off 4 overs against Lancashire, where quite possibly the player of the match. Scored 22 not out off 11 in that win as well. He's a very handy all-rounder. Turned away for 1 more. Albeit if you were to use the description handy all-rounder for a Leicestershire player, you'd be sport for choice. It's a team full of them. Gives them real versatility and flexibility. And again, with this deep set onside field. Just nibbles that away. 1. Game often quickly settles into a different rhythm when you head out of the power play and spin comes on.
Yeah, running your runs mainly.
One there. Travaskis off his own bowling was eyeing something. They escape through. And that is the end of the over. Good over from Liam Travaskis, 70 for 1 off 7. Thank you very much to Ben Cliff for his time and insight across the last half an hour or so. We'll look forward to hearing a bit more from him a little later in the contest. And the excellent quality of my summariser is unchanged in swapping Ben Cliff for Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell.
Good afternoon. Good start for the boys. 70 for 1 off 7 overs. Even the worst mathematician in the world can work out that's 10 and over. So a good start. But as you say, spinners are on now and slowing it down a little bit.
Louis Kimber from the pavilion end. Surprise choice in the eyes of some as Leicestershire T20 captain this season, but he's made a good start to life in the role. He's been nibbled away here for 1. Kimber, who's had... it's a great story what Louis Kimber's done. So he was at Loughborough University. In March 2021, he captained for Loughborough University against Leicestershire in a first-class, essentially a warm-up game at Upton Steel county ground, also known as Grace Road. He caught the eye of Leicestershire on that day and around that time. This time he's hit the way through long on for 1. And he had been playing a bit for Leicestershire Twos as well. He signed professionally for Leicestershire in May 2021. 4 and a bit years later, he's their T20 captain. That's a proper, in terms of the journey that the game can take you on. This again is worked, this time by Luxton. So just the partnership's still building, but Leicestershire will be a little more pleased with what they've seen outside the power play in terms of stemming the flow of boundaries.
Yeah, and what you see in Kimber is somebody who's shown resilience, and that's what you look for in cricketers. That ability to face adversity and bounce back as that's stroked out into the covers.
Another single. He did his masters in marketing at Loughborough. Described becoming captain as an extremely proud moment. Something I've wanted to do from a young age. Hoping he can repay the faith put in him. Swept hard, but again straight at the backward square.
Yeah, we're sort of batting to the field at the moment, aren't we? You know what? These two guys have shown the power and the finesse that they've got as well. Some of those sixes into the top of the lodge are just phenomenal, but that one's...
As that's short, and speaking of power, that is powered away for 4. So just a little run without a boundary for Yorkshire comes to an end, and a good over for Kimber is spoilt by a boundary from the last. 79 for 1 off 8.
Yeah, lovely shot there by Milan. He's just picked the space between the two fielders, and that shows the quality of your batter sometimes, is this ability to be able to pinpoint where the gap is and to be able to pierce the field. And that's what you're looking for as you go through your innings, to make sure that you can build the total in a safe manner.
Should say as well that in this innings he's passed 10,000 domestic T20 career runs.
Wow.
And I know he's an absolute stats badger, so he's definitely aware of it. So that's flicked away up to deep mid-wicket. And that is, for those wondering, that is in addition to the 1,892 he got playing for England in IT20s. So there's not a whole lot of players who can say that they've achieved that in their career.
That's phenomenal.
And that is absolutely kaplunked through wide long on for 6 by Milan. He's climbed into that, cleared the front leg. That is out to the long boundary. That's a big, big hit.
That's the longest shot that you'd need to play on this wicket, on this pitch, to clear the boundary, and he's just made that look fairly straightforward.
This time just worked by Milan.
Yeah, good cricket, as they say. You know, hit a 6
old
and
school,
then just
yeah,
very old school. And then just rotate the strike, and that's one of the advantages at the moment with a right and left-hander in there. That hopefully the line of the bowler is not able to get into a solid position.
It's whipped away by Luxton out to deep backwards. The other thing I noticed going through those Milan stats, so his average and his strike rate is actually better for England in IT20s than his domestic career T20 record. Very much reflects a player that was always unafraid of bringing out his best on the biggest of stages. Of course, a T20 World Cup winner with England, and for a good period of time, not far off exactly a calendar year, was the #1 ranked T20 batter in the world.
Yeah, I was just going to say he was #1 batter in the world at T20, and that would show why.
Short, and that is whacked. 6 more. Lovely shot from Luxton. He picked up the length really quick. Just a touch too short from Travaskis, but didn't young Will Luxton pounce on it nicely? And Yorkshire have got a really big over there. That 6 off the last means that it ends up going for 16, 95 for 1 off 9.
This is a great throw by one of the members who got hold of it, threw it back, but as he threw it back, it hit the top of the barrier at the bottom as well. So not only did it hit the ground in the members' stand, but it also then hit the barrier in the members' stand, thanks to a member who was trying to scuff it up, I think.
Hope the umps are going to do a quick check on that. That's the kind of thing we're here for at T20. Crowd catches, abilities of members to throw the ball back. We're here for the serious and for the silly. Kimber's continuing. We'll have to re-bowl that one, Louis Kimber.
And this is when you've got the right-left-handed combination in there. For the right-hander, that would have been absolutely perfect. But for the left-hander, then it's outside leg stump and therefore a wide. And that's why it's so useful sometimes to have a right and left-hander in together, as that's crashed out through backward point almost. And they've come back for 2 runs.
Yeah, pretty comfortable 2 there. So this partnership continues to fly. It is now worth 68, and it's coming good time as well. This pair came together when life was caught Cox bowled Walker with just 3.5 overs gone.
Yeah, the outfield's actually a bit slower than it normally is. I think with the rain that we've had, it's slowed it down a little bit because it's usually like lightning out there, isn't it?
Rocks back, but can't quite pierce the gap between backward point and short third. Milan looks in excellent touch here, as does Luxton. For Luxton, it's a T20 best for this season. Going past the 24 he made off 15 against Bears a couple of days ago. Straight to short fine leg for 1 more. Nice backing up from Milan to make it possible. And the 100 is up for Yorkshire with 2 balls left of the 10th over. And I think it's fair to say when Leicestershire won the toss and stuck Yorkshire in, Darth Milan would have definitely taken that. Swipe and a miss.
Yeah, what we need now is these 2 guys to take it on for another 5 overs, going at the rate they're going. And then that gives real capacity for the ones coming in to have a nice free swing almost.
Yeah, license to thrill, to paraphrase a little bit of James Bond. So it's the end of the 10th over, 6 off it. So it's a good tight over, concedes just 6. And Kimber has gone for 15 off his 2. Time for the Vertu carpool karaoke. Great to see plenty young and old joining in the fun. Some a little more enthusiastic and aware than others, as one of Leeds' great indie bands, the Kaiser Chiefs, rings out across Headingley. Depending on your choice of football team, probably has something of an influence as to how much of a fan you are of them, because I know they're playing Ellen Road, aren't they? And they're bringing along a certain recently acquired trophy to that particular gig that I sense might make that particular audience very happy indeed. DJ Connor Brown on the decks. So, back to the cricket. Partnership at 71. Milan looking to extend it, and Scriven is on. Right arm around, and is cutting straight to backward point. Tom Scriven, who took 2 for 25 off 4 against Durham. He was excellent, and it won't surprise you to know, much like the vast majority of Leicestershire's squad, he's a multi-format all-rounder. So, very versatile team that deserve a lot of credit for what they've done this season across both formats of the game. That's whipped away by Milan for 1 more. Now 5 short of a 50, Darva Milan. Had a slightly slow start to the Blast this season. 4 against Northants, 2-ball duck against Worcestershire, but very much coming to the party now. 69 not out 2 days ago, and 45 not out so far here.
Yeah, I was at Edgbaston on Friday night to see that 69.
So that's a play for 1. And I guess this is the period coming up, the one that Yorkshire will want to manage a little better in the game, because they got themselves into a great position. Milan and Wharton added 74 and 43, and then Yorkshire lost 5 for 7 in 17 balls and only ended up with 164 for 7 when it probably should have been 180.
I must admit, after the first sort of 9 overs, I was like, oh, this is going to be a good night.
Yeah.
And it didn't turn out that way. But, you know, that's cricket. That's why we love it.
Whipped away for 1. And of course, what Yorkshire, I guess, will want to show from that is the ruthlessness this time of turning a commanding platform into a really big score.
Yeah, we've got some very talented players, and we just need them to all fire at the same time. In my day, it used to be, you know, like in a car that was misfiring.
Luxton gets it out to deep mid-wicket.
You just need to take a spark plug out and clean it and stick it back in, and then the car would motor along. And I think that's probably where we are at the moment. Some very talented players and just not quite firing on all cylinders. So I'm sure that will come. And we have a good second half of this county championship season as well. You know, it's one of those moments.
Inside out
That's
goes
a lovely
Milan.
shot.
Clever shot. He knows where the gap is. Deep set onside field. He had to make room. He had to try something different. And it works beautifully. It accesses that area in the covers that Milan likes to go to in that fashion. And it brings up a well-earned half-century. Back-to-back half-centuries wearing the right rose for the Yorkshire T20 captain, David Milan. A 32-ball 50 on Friday night. He's gone a couple better here. It's a 30-ball half-century.
And that ability to just come inside out almost, to play it through the cover region is just a very skillful shot, and it shows you the mark of a player when they're able to hit it offside rather than just hitting it over mid-wicket all the time for the bigger shots.
So 109 for one then. And Yorkshire just a tickle under 10 and over. The platform has been, the foundations have been laid, the planning permission has been sought, the ground layer has been built, and now Yorkshire on to sort of furnishings, accessories, greenhouses, first floor, second floor. There's a big old house here for Yorkshire to build, and that's going to help. 4 more to start the 12th over as that escapes through. The platform where the foundations are built, and this pair are keen to kick on.
Yeah, lovely shot there, just stood up tall, just punched it through the cover area, and that's the sort of shot, especially when it's the recipient of a misfield, that lifts the batting team, and the fielding team just take a little sigh because it just feels like it's just beginning to shift in the opposition's favour there.
This time turned away. It's funny you said what you said about players. So Gavin Hamilton, Yorkshire General Manager, said T20 is such a momentum game, it really is. It only takes 3 or 4 players to click into fourth gear and you're away. At the moment, we've probably only had 2, and you can't win games with 2 people performing in each innings. We're playing some good cricket, but just not for long enough. We competed in a lot of games, but chased it, trying to save games rather than being in a really good position and nail it.
Yeah.
Essentially echoing your thoughts.
Well, I didn't know Gavin had said that, but I totally agree with him. You know, it really does just that slight misfiring, but you've got to believe that it's going to all start firing with the talent that is there. And that's a glorious shot through the covers.
Speaking of firing, that was like a tracer bullet. Absolutely delightful shot along the carpet. And again, it's something I've mentioned a few times today. When you look at his wagon wheels, particularly from an analytical, statistical point of view, he's so good at accessing that area through the covers, Milan, and we see it again there.
Yeah, and there are times when it's quite difficult. It makes the game look complex, but there are times when it looks very simple, and that was an example of execution that's quite straightforward. He's mishit that one, and he's got away with it.
Well, that is a little bit of luck that sometimes you need in life. You know, an extra cover has to run around, and Matt Salisbury cannot quite get there.
This is again where the men's and women's cricket is different. Because the women are only allowed 4 players out, there's always somebody on the ring on either side.
Steps away. Sounds good off the bat, but that's straight at deep square from Luxton. Luxton, who has T20 best of 33 in what is a new and developing career before tonight. So he is on T20 best, and this just his 9th T20 game, the 22-year-old. 81 runs at an average of 10 in his 8 T20 games coming into tonight. So he's giving that a boost already. Slow ball. And just content to take 1 to long on. And that is the end of the 12th over. 12 come off it. 121 for 1. So 8 overs left. So from here, what would you say that Yorkshire would be happy with?
I think you and Ben have already, alluded to it, that anything over 200 really does give the bowlers something to bowl at. And with this platform now and 8 overs left, you've got to, I think you'll be disappointed if you don't get to 200 now. So anything around that 200 mark is what you're looking for. Anything beyond that is a real bonus.
Great to see Super Mario Brothers enjoying the cricket tonight. You get all sorts of characters at Headingley on Blast doubleheader. It's Milan. Well, I'd love to see a replay of that because
it looked like he'd gone fishing, didn't it?
Yeah.
Water
Milan,
divining.
Just watch Milan here. He ends up, he's trying to kind of, he almost leaves his stumps exposed as well. It's all sorts going on with the game of batter and bowler with moving around. Milan this time making room. He knows where his gap is, and well, he hasn't quite got all of that, and yet he still gets a boundary. It's really intelligent batting. He makes room. It's just about not quite a 6, but he knew that he only had to get a decent clout of it, and he'd get 4, and he got 4.
When you see him play shots like that, you wonder why he needs to worry about the fancy and the funky shots, but maybe that's why he's trying to broaden his repertoire.
That's whipped away. The call straight off the bat was push, 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 but there'll only be 1 there. Yeah, even by his standards, he really has over-indexed through that cover region tonight. It feels like or this afternoon, it feels like a lot of runs have come through there, but that's also because of the nature of the fields that have been set to him.
And it's also very tempting with bowling from the Howard stand because I know it's only 1 yard, 1 metre difference, but it feels a lot shorter than that.
Well, see, this is the thing. It's a little bit longer out towards the Western Terrace tonight than the Northants game. But it's not just the fact that it's about 5 metres longer squarer, but it's the pockets make a big difference.
Yes.
So those pockets that Milan was hitting towards there, that's in and around maybe the 50 metre, 52 metre mark, as opposed to 60, even 65 at points. Oh, that is huge.
It's massive.
No need to worry about the boundary distance for that one. That is well into the stands. Take cover. Will Luxton is absolutely on one here. It's a first T20 half century for Yorkshire in his 9th game for the club in this format. A high score of just 33 before tonight, but he's already going a long, long way beyond that. In fact,
that's the sort of textbook shot you want youngsters to have a look at.
Yeah, I beg your pardon, I've gone early. 100 partnership. Luxton's on 47. If he gets out now, it's my fault. Down the ground.
I don't think
Luxton
there's a danger. There
will
you
get
go.
there in style. So back-to-back boundaries does bring Will Luxton his first T20 50 for Yorkshire. A fine knock from the 22-year-old who has 51 not out of 28 with 3 4s and 3 6s. And is powering Yorkshire into a very good position here.
Super shot.
This has gone between the 2 fielders at backward point and cover point, but they will only collect 1.
It's a good job. This 12th man was halfway on the field before the ball had even been fielded.
Yeah, such is the modern game, desperate to get on a drink or a message or something. 138 for 1, then 17 coming off that 13th over. And that is the shot that Will Luxton will not be forgetting anytime soon, because it took him to a maiden T20 50 for Yorkshire. As mentioned, a high score of just 33 before tonight in 8 T20 games. He does have a 3 Yorkshire List A 50s, a first class 50 and a List A ton.
And a very bright future ahead, I would suspect.
Yeah, the latest of a batting conveyor belt coming through Yorkshire. Kimber is nibbled away into the onside. It's that little game to the long boundary of wanting 2, but there's no prospect of 2 there.
I love the 2 they took earlier where they just put it beyond the mats almost and just ran hard.
Short, and he's got that in between the 2 sweepers, and it's the power of Milan that gets it for 4. He doesn't really time this, which sounds like an odd thing to say, but you can hear it in the clink off the bat, but it's muscle that gets it away for 4.
I'm so used to seeing young athletic fielders diving for that one. It's quite unusual to see fielders just jog past it almost and not put in the dive, you know.
They just knew they had no chance, particularly square of the wicket. Bisected the sweepers perfectly.
Pushed to the other side of him.
That's going to take some chasing. That will be 1. So Milan's on to 66. David Milan, last season Yorkshire's top scorer in the Blast with 420 runs at 42. And he's on back-to-back half-centuries here. Luxton works it away. Again, we'll only get 1 there.
Yeah, there's a skill of taking a 2 there, isn't there, of not hitting it too hard, taking the pace off it, but he hit that one too sweetly, really.
Yeah, easier said than done.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very fine margins, of course.
Well, you can be an expert up here, can't you?
Yeah.
Especially with the view you can see.
Got a little bit more round arm there, Kimber trying to push it through. It's away for a single. Yeah, it's something Ben Cliff's finding out very quickly and joining yours truly, Michael McCann and Dr. Jane Powell today. It's easy up here in the commentary box. Nobody plays a bad shot. Nobody bowls a bad ball. Nobody drops a catch. Short and not really timed by Luxton. Thank you very much to Dr. Jane Powell for her time and dulcet tones. We'll hear plenty more from her as the afternoon progresses. I'm delighted to say settling in once more to the seat alongside me, and with a big smile on his face a few moments ago as his good mate Will Luxton went to his half-century as Ben Cliff. Ben, you must be pretty pleased for your mate.
Yeah, definitely I am. Obviously he's not started this comp as he'd have liked, but yeah, I mean, we see every week and he's scoring runs in the 2s as well, and he's definitely got it in his locker. He's just been wanting to show everyone, and he's done that today, so I'm really pleased for him. Hopefully he's not done yet.
And that 6 and a 4 like really went there in style, didn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Textbook.
So 147 off 14. The foundations are built for Yorkshire to build a very big house here. Travaskis is back and is starting with a wide. I think he was trying a wide Yorker. Trying to dart it in.
Yeah, just the wrong side of the blue line there. Nice thinking.
Short, and that is huge. Again, targeting that short boundary. Luxton gets 6 more. Travaskis just drops the tiniest bit short, but the young batter picks the length up so quickly. 6 of the best from Luxton.
Yeah, he picks that length up so well. That's what he's looking for, especially off the spinners, and executing it perfectly.
Oh, Leicestershire have got to find something here. His partnership is rapidly moving on. It's worth 124. These two came together when Live was in the middle of the 4th over, so they've added 124 off 58. And you can always tell when a partnership's going well when it becomes a 3 or 4 or 5-person conference. And there we got to 4. It was bowler, keeper, senior player and captain, all in there having a quick thought about what Travaskis should do. Flashed out through the covers for 1.
Yeah, under pressure straight away there. Back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, and I guess nice as well for you to see someone who alongside you has worked that hard get their rewards out there batting at Headingley in the sunshine.
Yeah, definitely. It's always good seeing lads do well, especially your close mates.
Makes room, Milan. He's again looking for that gap through the covers. Instead, he's found the trusty outside edge. He's found the short pocket, albeit it's not the short pocket he was actually looking for. And it's 4 more. Bit of luck for Milan.
Perfectly placed, if you ask me.
It's shots like that make you realise why Headingley's such an unforgiving ground for players like you who are more of a bowling all-rounder than a batting all-rounder. Oh, he's just dinked this over the keeper, and short fine leg has got a chase, and they're going to come back for 2. So Milan continues along his merry way.
Yeah, it's very unforgiving, is this place. There's a lot of us bowlers call it an upside-down ball. Everything just seems to run away to the rope.
An upside-down bowl. Milan again trying to go inside out through that extra cover area. He's going to get 1 to point. Talk us through an upside-down bowl then.
Oh, you've got a ball.
Just the idea that the outfield's that fast, it feels like it's...
all slopes away.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't, but
it feels like it does.
Yeah.
Rapid outfield. Sliced up. Catch it is the cry for long on coming in, who is taking it. It's the end of Will Luxton. It's a magnificent innings. It's a first T20 50 for Yorkshire, and it is quite comfortably a career best, which ends at 62, caught by former Yorkshire captain Shan Masood off the bowling of Liam Travaskis. A great hand from the 22-year-old. 62 off 34 with 3 fours and 4 sixes.
Lovely knock there from Luxie. He'll take great confidence from that. Taking the positive option as he normally does. Just not quite got hold of it as he has with his others, but safe hands from Shan, ex-teammate, not doing him any favours there.
That is the kind of knock that for Luxton you think can set up a season.
Yeah, it's all about confidence, and maybe lacked a bit the first few games, and opening the batting on Friday, maybe getting off to that start. Got it in him.
Now here's a man who definitely should be confident. James Wharton, picked by quite a few as a real player to keep an eye on in this Yorkshire middle order this season. Now these two had a big partnership on Friday at Edgbaston. He made 39 of 23 against Bears. He's at the non-strikers because the wicket fell from the final ball of the over. Milan on 74 will be looking to go into overdrive in these last 5 overs. And swinging away merrily over the head of mid-wicket for 6. So Luxton going quite rightly. Is it going to stop Yorkshire's captain powering on?
Yeah, just eyeing up that short pocket again is Milan. Round down from Kimber. Into the blue seats for 6.
Yeah, and that's one thing you've noticed tonight with Milan. He's been very shrewd in where he's hit, targeting the short boundaries. As this time he slog sweeps for 6. 6 more to Milan, who looks in great touch here.
Super shot. Again, we've seen that a few times this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a good option for Milan against spin, that slog sweep. He does have, speaking to a few analytics people the other day about this, he's got a super, and famous last words, watching it out now, he's got a superb record against spin once he's set, and particularly targets square on the leg side or that extra cover region. Very, very strong for him. And this time through the covers. Brings Wharton onto strike. James Wharton, who does like a reverse sweep. Don't be surprised if we see a bit of that. He's got a very good record against off spin as well.
He also likes to put them into the stands as well.
That's the teammates' notes rather than the analyst notes, but it's certainly very true. There's a reason why a lot of people see him as a future England player, never mind Yorkshire level. I know that Graham Hardcastle said Yorkshire's management rate him incredibly highly and believe he's not miles away from England honours.
Yeah, I'd agree with Graham there.
It's Milan again, aiming for the gap. It's cut off by long on coming around for one. So end of the over, 177 for 2 off 16. So Yorkshire from here would be targeting towards maybe 220.
Definitely, yeah, 220. I'm sure they'll be talking about out in the middle. Still with 8 wickets left. This is where we can really make a good score, a great score.
Yeah, and just confirmation as well, looking back, that partnership for the second wicket was worth 132 coming from 72 balls, which, well, you can't really argue with that. It's some high land. They put Yorkshire in a very good position indeed.
And Walker back onto ball now.
Yeah, Walker swapping ends. 1 for 34 from his street. Milan again going inside out through extra cover, but he's hit it straight to extra cover. Well, it's a shot that's worked for large portions of this innings for David Milan, but he perishes playing it. It's a great knock that has to come to an end. 88 for Yorkshire's captain off 48 balls, 8 fours and 5 sixes. He's led from the front, and it's back-to-back 50s for the skipper, who is out to Walker, caught by Kimber.
Fabulous knock there from Malak. As you say, back-to-back 50s. Tries to go over. Extra cover again. Not quite got enough of it. Simple catch for the captain, Kimber.
Yeah, so Milan, after 69 not out against Warwickshire a couple of days ago.
Some homework out there.
Gets 8, goes for 88. Yeah, someone's been busy scribbling. Knowing the modern game, you would wonder what might have been passed out from the analyst. Oh, there's plenty of analysts that will talk to you plenty about what a good length is to bowl and all sorts. But also sometimes it can be a little more rudimentary.
Yeah. What sandwich do you want at lunch, mate? I'll put you down for ham.
Matt Revis is out there with Wharton. You both only just got to the crease. And sat away through extra cover. Yorkshire have just got to be careful, having lost Milan and Luxton in quick succession here, to not lose the momentum that they had brought. There's plenty of wickets left to throw at this.
3 out on the offside. Could be looking to go wide of the off stump using that blue line, that blue wide line. Extra cover, deep point. Cover.
I wonder whether Wharton also looks at that wide long on area with that shortish boundary that Milan accessed a lot.
He's putting fine leg back now. I was just going to say, I bet he'll be looking to scoop him.
So now mid-offs come up. And it's just guided away to short third for 1 by James Wharton.
Good execution there of the wide Yorker. He'll take a single at this point.
Wharton so far this season, 58 off 29 in that bonkers high-scoring game against Northampton. Then made 2 against Worcester and 39 a couple of days ago against Bears. Hit hard by Revis, who's unlucky to get nothing for that. Is that a sort of an oof that was a solidarity of the bowlers' union as Salisbury fielded that?
Yeah.
As Walker fielded that even.
I mean, it's a dot ball, so I don't think he'll be complaining much, but yeah, Revis setting up outside the off stump here, definitely eyeing up that leg side boundary.
Look at how far across this is. So he leaves that alone, and it's not given as a wide. I would presume that's on the basis that when Revis moves, the wide line moves with him. That's the part of the law that I would have thought is being applied.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they seem to change every year, so you're not really too sure. But I'm a bowler. It's never been a wide, that, Rev.
That has been wided. Am I just sensing a Bencliffe in the nets at that point, sort of turning to Matt Revis and saying, "Just hit it"?
Yeah, probably something along those lines. Yeah.
Well, that was almost on the white, so that is wided. Game of cat and mouse going on here.
Again, though, it's a nice option. It's not far off, and it's a clear plan.
Deep in his crease again. That's a full toss. He's absolutely belted that at mid-wicket, deep cover, beg your pardon. And that is the end of the over. So 17 gone. It's a good over from Walker. It only concedes 4, 181 for 3. One of the nice things for the Foxes about using 6 bowlers is they've got a lot of flexibility of where they can turn to now. Walker's bowled out, 2 for 38. Kimber's gone for 39 off his 4, but you would strongly expect it's going to be Salisbury and Van Beek to close things out. Van Beek has gone for 30 off his 2, but generally he's a trusted death option. So I'll go back to him. Salisbury's only gone for 10 off his 2, but might not even bowl out here, which would be something of a surprise. Steps across, flicks it up, but it's straight at short, fine leg, and that'll be out. So Matt Revis has to go, and should lose another. Van Beek immediately gets himself a first wicket of the game. Matt Revis gone for 2.
Gone for the scoop option, just not got enough of it, and unfortunately it's an easy catch for Rishi Patel at 45.
Harry Duke.
Looks like an off-cutter as well, maybe.
Yeah, the slight change of pace doing the trick.
Yeah, take that pace off, make him hit it. In comes Dukey.
This is someone who, again, can provide late impetus in the innings for Yorkshire. Harry Dukey made 37 off 18 in the game here against Northants 9 days ago. Yorkshire will be hoping for a little bit more of that from the man unimaginatively nicknamed the Duke of Yorkshire. Way but straight to deep square. So Yorkshire again just need to be careful of not doing a version of Friday night at Edgbaston when just losing wickets and losing momentum. There is still 16 deliveries left here. A strong finish can get Yorkshire well in excess of 200.
Yep. Van Beek will be looking to get hit to this longer side, into the pitch.
It's a good change of pace, and Wharton, who jumped away to leg, has to almost leap across to get some bat on it.
Yeah, well executed, slower delivery of that.
Yeah, he's showing in this over why he's got such a good reputation as a death bowler, Logan Van Beek. This season in the Blast, 2 for 21, including a maiden against Northants, and also 3 for 37 against Derbyshire. Duke will get 1 here, but at this stage, the fielding side are happier with that outcome, of course.
He's not giving them much pace to play with here. 2 players that like to play with pace on the ball.
Great to hear the youngsters making themselves known. Oh, that's help drown the corner. It's almost a catching chance. Instead, it's another single. You sense something's got to give here. Wharton and Duke look to accelerate. Yorkshire trying to go supersonic at the back end.
We've got flying in here, Michael. Right now.
Yep, I think you're right. I'll be in touch with the sponsorship money.
Oh yeah, whoops.
Sure, and cut straight to point. Straight to point from Duke. And Yorkshire have lost another at the back end here. Not quite finding the acceleration they might run in this over because Van Beek has picked up 2 now in the same over. Caught by Badinja and gone for 2 off 3.
Into the pitch, he's taking the pace off. Like I say, 2 players that like to play with a bit of pace on the ball and frustrating them really.
And you've got to have a lot of admiration for the experience and the class of the execution of that work with the ball.
Yeah, definitely. I think we saw earlier Wart's hitting a scoop out to fine leg, and fine leg's back, and he's still back in that option. That just shows how much he backs himself in that shot, and they're the sorts of shots he's wanting to play.
Salisbury's back on. Leicestershire's hero at the death against Durham. Yorkshire's hero, Leicestershire's hero at the death against Durham. None for 10 off his 2. Bowling early on with a new ball. Different scenario now, of course. Tom Best, new batter at the non-strikers. Wharton's facing up. Hasn't really got all of that, Wharton, but going to push for 2. And they'll come back. So 11 balls left, 2 a ball from here. We'll get Yorkshire up to 210. That is Wharton target. That shorter pocket around a wide mid-on, maybe over the head of mid-off. Does go over the head of mid-off. It's a poor ball, full toss, and it gets the treatment you'd expect it to. 6 for Wharton. He gets his first maximum of the afternoon.
Yeah, just over pitch, going for that block hole. Off for 6, super shot.
Let's see the youngsters in and enjoying Yorkshire piling on the runs.
The song thing?
Yeah, I'm wondering whether there's just a bit of the front of the flag that's missing, but happy to take your word for it. So that's away out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's just about been taken. It's an excellent catch out there. Looked for a moment like Logan Van Beek had got himself in some trouble, and it is indeed out. So Salisbury has his first wicket, and Wharton has gone for 12 off 7, 6 and out.
It's a smart catch from Van Beek. He's done well to stay inside the rope there.
He actually overran it coming in, and the replay doesn't necessarily show all of it, and then he had to backpedal. So he maybe, if you were being really harsh, made it slightly more difficult than it needed to be, but he adjusted fantastically.
To the pitch. Looks like pace off again.
Just about finds a way to stay in. The kind of catches that 20 years ago people would have been replaying over and over and over again, being like, how have they done that? And these days it's almost considered regulation. So 9 balls left, 193 for 6. 2 batters out there who are both yet to face. Short and hit by Bess, almost straight at his partner. In fact, it was Milnes, so Milnes gets off the mark, and Don Bess is on the strike. Probably had as good a blast as any Yorkshire player so far, Don Bess. He's been particularly impressive with the ball, but he did get some runs at Worcestershire with the bat too. 41 not out.
Hopefully he's got a few bombs in him to finish this innings brightly.
Point comes up, and it's going to be a largely deep set onside field.
Square legs up, that shorter side.
Let's get this out towards deep mid-wicket. You just slightly misfields, and that allows them to scamper back for 2. Good scamperage from this pair.
Good running. Again, pace off. They've been smart here, Leicester. And our boys hit the ball. Silly as it sounds, but that lack of pace really proved things difficult. Salisbury again into Bess.
Steps across Bess, and exactly as Ben Cliff predicted, accesses that square leg area with a slog sweep. Well executed, controlled aggression from Don Bess to get his first boundary. 200 up for Yorkshire.
Yeah, something Don Bess practices a lot, that is sweeps, especially not just against the spinners, against the seamers as well. And as you've seen there, he's not bad at it.
So over ultimately goes for 15, so 200 for 6 of 19. And that big over's just injected a bit of momentum back into things at the back end for Yorkshire, where there was a danger at one point, things just slightly falling away. To finish things off. Last over of the innings. Milnes on strike. Milnes has hit that hard, but probably not hard enough. Oh, it's taken on the juggle by Shan Masood. Well, he needed a good 2 or 3 goes at that, but eventually holds on, and he gets almost an embarrassed high five of his teammate Roman Walker. There was, here, count it. Here we go, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'll make it. It was the 4th attempt, which he caught it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it was the first time he went one-handed that he caught it. He couldn't have made it up. There we go. So Milnes is out for 1. So the first ball of the final over. Way to go, of course. Chasing late runs. Jaffa Chauhan out there with Bess.
Shot.
He'll get 1 through the covers, but 1 is all he'll get.
Can't believe that juggle, to be honest.
Yeah.
Gobsmacked.
Had plenty of goes at it, didn't he? Most of the time, you tend to see it doesn't tend to get to 4. By that point, either you've caught it or the ball's on the floor.
Yeah.
It's the nature of the piece. 4 balls left. Steps across. Oh, that's very clever from Bess. They get 4 to the short boundary. Knew that with the field and then particularly the leg side being the bigger hit from this end, that he had to do something different. And my goodness me, that was different. My goodness me, it was effective.
Yeah, he's gone early there as well. Van Beek will have had a lot of time to think about what Bessie's trying here, but excellent execution. Ends up on the floor as well, Van Beek.
I think if he'd have gone any earlier, he'd have been sending out a town cry on a horse to tell Logan Van Beek a couple of days in advance of the game that he was doing it, and it still worked. Fantastic from Bess.
Could have stopped and gone back to his mark.
Yeah, exactly. So, by the way, just
again.
might want to know. Let's see how the experienced Dr. International responds. Such a good death bowler. Goes for the bumper. Bess has completely mistimed this. There's nobody in the ring to catch it, so surely going to come back for 2. It could be a run out, but they'll get back. 207 for 7. 2 balls left. Yorkshire finish with...
It's a nice sand wedge there. It's not quite enough to get to the boundary, but come back for 2.
Yeah, if you weren't going to hit a boundary, it's the next best thing. Short, slow ball bouncer. They're going to want 2 again. Big chase, a deep backward square coming round. We'll get 2 pretty comfortably. So 1 legitimate ball left of the innings. 209 for 7.
Getting in the gap nicely, that to come back for 2. Give Bessie the last ball. Hopefully can be a boundary.
14 or 5 for Bess here, facing up to this last delivery. This has got decent clout on it, and it has gone for 4. So Yorkshire get the momentum of a boundary from the last ball, and having been sent in by the Leicestershire Foxes, will be very content with that at the midway stage of things. 213 for 7 here, posted by Darwin Milan's side, led from the front by their skipper with 88 of 48. First Yorkshire T20 50 for Will Luxton with 62 of 34, and a lovely late cameo from Don Bess, who finishes with 18 not out from 6. So midway point of things, 214 to win for the visitors. Yorkshire bowling around the bend cliff alongside, which you can take it. If I'd have offered you that just before the first ball, you'd have been snapping the arms, the legs and various limbs off.
Yeah, definitely. Like we said, the big number's 200, especially at this ground, and it's more of a mental thing than anything. Leicester going back into the dressing room now, over 200 to get, so yeah, hopefully we can defend it well and be smart.
Just how good did Will Luxton back there? Yeah. What a joy.
Yeah, fantastic. Nice to see him in the runs. Like I said, didn't start as well as he liked, and yeah, he's just been wanting to show everyone what he can do.
And that big stand, 124, like he and Milan really did go on with it, and that's what's got Yorkshire well beyond 200.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about partnerships in any format of cricket, and those big ones add up, as you know. Yeah, fantastic. Milan, obviously, superb knock. Fine wine, as you say.
Fine wine. Aging. 37 and as good as ever, Darwin Milan. So 214 is the victory target here at Headingley. We'll see you back up here in the Vertu commentary box in around 10 minutes or so for the Ranjits.
Okay, if you were with us earlier today for the women's game, you'll see us roll out the Vertu Bullseye Challenge for the first time. This will run out for the entirety of the Vitality Blast. We'll have a division ladder, and the person who wins it at the end of the campaign wins a prize that's so great we're keeping it under wraps at the moment. The format is simple. We've got a relatively small bullseye target. If you can land a cricket ball by rolling it in the middle, you get 10 points. In the turquoise zone, the middle zone, it's 5. In the dark blue, it's 1. Anywhere outside that, you get nothing at all. We've got 2 contestants marked out 9 metres away. We've got Nathan and Adrian. Nathan, have you played cricket before?
A little bit, yeah, so hoping it'll come into play.
How confident are you?
We'll see.
Adrian, what's your cricketing experience like?
It happened a very long time ago, so it's all gone now.
How confident are you ahead of this challenge? Can you take Nathan down?
I think we set expectations low. I think we won't end up disappointed.
Have you decided who's going first?
We've got a toss.
We don't have a toss. Who wants to go first? Nathan says I'll go first. He's got 5 balls on the ground. Let me get out of the way. I'll come here to adjudicate. We've got Yorkshire officials as well. Nathan, away you go with ball number 1. You can throw it, you can roll it, whichever way you want. You've got to stop it on the bullseye. He's gone for the bowling option. That's way too hard. That's gone way through. You're going to have to pace yourself, Nathan. Have a sec. Oh, hang on. Wait. The target's come apart. Let's hold it down. Ball number... Now, this is better. This has got a better pace to it. Can it get there? Oh, it's gone up the hill. No, it's touching it, but it's no good. 0 for 2. Here comes ball number 3. That's going to go right through. You've got 2 chances left. 5 is winning at the moment from this morning with Chris. That's gone through as well. Headingley, give him some support. One go, one chance. This is it. It's going to get there. 5 points with the last ball. Okay. Adrian, it's on you. 5 points ties the lead in the division ladder right now. Chris took that first match up this morning. 5 points will get you the win here, but it'll only get you a tie for the lead. Keeley from Yorkshire's holding down the target. Adrian, oh, that's a very considered technique. It's not going to come back though, it's outside the bullseye. Ball number 2. Down the hill, onto the target. Will it stay? It has 10! He's got 3 more to go. Already the leader on the ladder. Can you extend it further? That needs a bit more power. 2 balls remaining, Adrian. What have you got? That could be too firm, you know. It's gone right through the oh, it's held on. Another point. 11 for total. Last ball. He's gone for it all. It's way too hard. Oh! Now, hang on, Keeley. What's the ruling here? Because he's knocked his own ball out the bullseye.
We'll stick with a 1, and he can still have his bullseye on that one.
Oh, you keep the bullseye. 12 points for Adrian, ladies and gentlemen. You are our winner. You lead the league ladder by 7 points. How does that feel?
Incredible.
See, a man of few words. Ladies and gentlemen, Adrian and Nathan, a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Rishi Patel, and number 11.
Welcome back to Headingley for the run chase. Yorkshire have put a great score on the board and will hope to be halfway to a first men's blast win of the season. The women made it 2 from 2 earlier on today with a 26-run win against the Leicestershire Foxes. Now the White Rose looking to make it a double. First ball of the reply is right on the button from Matt Milnes to Rishi Patel. So Badinja is at the non-striker's end. I'm delighted to say back alongside yours truly, Michael McCann, once more, is Ben Cliff, who is smiling with admiration at that first ball from his fellow fast bowler.
Yeah, right on the money, as you say, Michael, and you won't be looking too much else than that, to be honest, as he comes in again.
Short and somewhat unconvincing by Patel, away for a well-run 2. He's got a slip in play as well early doors, looking to attack, and he'll be feeling confident. And as you know, there's no better feeling as a quick bowler than having a new ball in your hand and feeling in the groove.
Yeah, definitely. He's feeling good at the minute, is Milnesy. As you say, off the back of a few wickets from Friday night. It's great to see him back playing, obviously. He's been out for a while and he's been working incredibly hard behind the scenes and in the dungeon, as we like to call it, the gym. Yeah, deserves it.
Nice looking shot, but for none from Patel. Yeah, 3 for 23 for those who missed it on Friday night. And it wasn't just a 3, it was a very quality 3. You got Alex Davies, Dan Mousley and Moeen Ali, 3 of the Bears' top 5 to put a little bit of fright into a run chase that the Bears did ultimately win. Yorkshire losing by 6 wickets with 6 balls to spare in that particular contest. Down the ground, sounded so good off the bat. What a shot that is from Patel. First 6 of the reply, and gives Milnes something to ponder.
Yep, it's a nice looking shot there from Patel. Again, touch fuller, but fantastic shot. Looking to attack the stumps, but it comes at a risk sometimes.
Milnes respond. That's going to be 1-2 mid-on. Even if he'd picked it up cleanly, there was always a single there. So Patel has all 9 of those scored so far. Sol Badinja is on to strike. Now, you've got to keep an eye on him. He's got a 15-ball 50 this season. Yep, you heard me correctly. That was against Derbyshire. Made 51 off 17 balls.
We can give it a whack.
He's quickly making a name for himself. They initially started at Notts. Straight at point, won't get off the mark there. He's building a reputation for his attacking nature in 50 over and T20 cricket. End of the first over, 9 without loss. It is a Leicestershire batting lineup that will come hard and will bat deep. They've got a lot of all-rounders. They've made it a theme of actually their red ball cricket, never mind their white ball cricket this season. Yorkshire going to turn to spin early. Tom Bess has the best economy rate so far of any Yorkshire bowler in the blast, and he's taken the most wickets. So he's, if you'll pardon the pun, the basic pun, quite an obvious man for Dav Milan to turn to. 5 for 80 off 11 overs this season. So Bess is having a brilliant blast. His first ball was swept out to deep square leg for 1. He's immediately directing effectively a reverse mapping of that field for the left-hander. So again, a ring of 5 on the offside, deep square and deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, he'll be wanting to bowl the left-hander here.
Traditionally a good matchup. But India still not off. off the mark yet. That's what Yorkshire will hope. They can just keep it tight early on, pick up a couple of the wickets. That required run rate could spiral. Oh, Bellinger gets himself in all sorts of mischief there. I think that's what they call Yorking yourself. He's down the track and he's just desperately trying to get anything he can on it.
We're thinking from Dukey nearly runs him out.
Into the pads, and that's another dot. So Bess is getting through his over like any good spinner at any point in a T20 game at quite a rate of knots here. Just nibbled away for 1. So this over's only conceded 2 off 5. And that's, again, the little margins that often in modern-day T20 cricket you guys talk about, getting a few balls in a power play from an off-spinner to a left-hander. That's going to be 1. Great over for Yorkshire, great over for Don Bess. It goes for just 3 to appreciative, knowledgeable applause from the Headingley crowd. 12 for none off 2.
Yeah, you mentioned there about getting through his over quickly and his balls quickly. That'll be something that the guys have spoken about, and obviously you're under the clock in T20, and it can be costly towards the back end. So they'll be talking about getting through quickly and rushing the batter as much as they can. Really done pretty well there.
Yeah, Bess has gone for just 3, and it's also one of these things as well in modern T20. Sometimes even who's on strike at the start of an over can influence that choice as to who Milan throws the ball to.
Yeah, definitely. As a bowler, you've got to be ready at all times because you never know when you're going to be called on.
Will O'Rourke, Yorkshire's overseas, experience in all 3 formats for New Zealand, is on. His first ball is just guided into the covers, still settling into life at Yorkshire. He had a tough debut against Northants, had 2 catches dropped off his bowling, went for 67. 1 for 40 against Worcestershire, 1 for 41 against the Bears a couple of nights ago. What he does offer is raw pace, and when he gets it right, that can be lethal. Tell didn't really time this at all. Shy at the stumps. It might have been close, as it is 1 more.
Great fielding, well tidied up as well by, I think it's Rev down there, Revis.
He had from that replay just about made it home, had it been a direct hit from Bess.
Adds that extra pace, as you say, O'Rourke. Just quick on him there. Didn't get a lot of it.
Interesting to see O'Rourke being used in the 3rd over as opposed to in previous games where he has often, though not always, immediately had that new ball in his hand. Beautifully bowled by Will O'Rourke. That, in any format of cricket, is delivery a batter can't do too much with.
It's a pretty good length, that. Around the wicket. Away movement. Off the seam, just nick it next time.
Spoken like a true bowler from Ben Cliff alongside. Deep square leg, deep 3rd, the 2 out for O'Rourke. Just nibbled away, that'll be 1 more for Sol Bellinger, who does have a 25-ball 50 against Yorkshire last season. He's never shy of taking on the new ball. Right now, Yorkshire will be quietly content with this start.
Yeah, good start. Obviously, run rate just over 5s. A bit more than that to win the game.
And immediately, that required run rate has just started climbing. It's at 11.5. Straight at short mid-wicket. The pressure is told. Will O'Rourke has a wicket. Yorkshire have a breakthrough that their early pressure has been bringing. We mentioned that required run rate just starting to sky. And Rishi Patel is gone for 12, 14 for 1.
batter making his way to the middle for Leicestershire Foxes, number 17.
Yep, not quite got a lot of that.
Adam Ly's not dropping that.
No, he's not. Straight to Adam Lye at mid-wicket.
Couldn't have picked him out much better had he tried. And out comes Kimber.
He'll be happy with that O'Rourke. First wicket at Headingley this campaign.
Yeah, good point.
Settle him. Hopefully a few more. Out comes the skipper.
Yeah, and also something that I think people forget sometimes, just a mere few days before his debut in the Blast here on the Friday night against Northants, he's playing in the IPL. And even if you are a high-class international cricketer, it's two extremely different sets of conditions and a home ground you don't really know at all that is, as David Milan himself told me, the 4th highest scoring T20 ground in the world. It's quite an unforgiving ground to come into, settling into as a bowler. As he's beating the bat of Kimber. That's a nice start to the new batter from O'Rourke, who completes an excellent first over for him in the game. And after 3 overs, Yorkshire will be very happy. Leicestershire 14 for 1.
Yep, great over. It's just the start Yorkshire will be wanting. As I say, the run rate at 4.6 at the moment. To get out of this power play, keep the required rate rising.
It's already at not far off 2 a ball, so that's that psychological pressure that's also definitely now on the visitors. Bess appealing, not given, and had it been picked up cleanly, it might well have been a run out of the non-strikers. Never mind the LBW appeal. But there's just a slight fumble. Well, that's going down leg. That's my first instinct.
Yeah, sliding, I think.
But there was definitely also a chance of a run out. Far under very much that classic, it's all happening here. Shorter from Bess, straight to short third, who hasn't been able to gather it, and that means it might well go for 4. It is kept in play thanks to some good chasing work out there to make up for the initial error.
Yeah, I think he might be claiming a bit of spin there. Mozza, Dan Moriarty, short third. It can be a tricky place to field.
Seem to have almost maybe dived past it. Hard down the ground, but well fielded at mid-on. Be just one more. Struggled to find the boundary early doors here, Leicestershire. The only 6 we've seen, only 6 or 4 we've seen was that straight 6 from Rishi Patel, which is a fine shot off Milnes. Best manages to get another dot in there. During Kimber have got to rebuild, but they don't have long to do it either. And Bess is once again making a good habit of getting through this over as quickly as he possibly can. This is going to be one more for Louis Kimber. He's got form in this competition, Kimber. He's dangerous to Yorkshire. 40 off 22 against Lancs and 51 off 27 against Durham. So he'll be feeling in some nip, the Leicestershire captain. And we've already spoken about how dangerous the aggressive Solbadinja can be. Straight back to Bess, who can't quite hold on the juggle. He had 2 hands on it. It was hit hard and low. Those kind of caught and bowled chances are never easy. As it is, Bess can't quite cling on. He was wriggling around it. This will give us another look.
Oh, catch it.
So close. And much like Shan Massoudi, had 3 or 4 grabs at it, but unlike Massoudi, couldn't quite hold on. So 20 for 1 off 4. Don Bess has gone for just 9 off his 2 overs. And Yorkshire, of course, also picked up that wicket from O'Rourke, and you'd have to say Bess's 2 overs have contributed a lot to what's happened at the other end.
Definitely. It's hard to get the spinner away. You'd be targeting the seamers, and it's not been easy.
Milnes is going to come back on. So variety very much the name of the game here for Milan. Skied up, catching chance, running in, and taken. A good low catch, charging in from mid-off by Dom Bess, who might not have been able to take the one off his own bowling in the previous over, but despite seemingly picking up a finger injury in the process, he holds on there. It's the end of the visiting captain, Louis Kimber, for just 4, and Matt Milnes, who took 3 against the Bears at Edgbaston, has another one here.
Yeah, straight up. Bessie makes no mistake on that one. He's had to cover some distance, really. It's nearly landed on the stumps.
Yeah, it's a tough catch, that. We had a very good view of it from up here in the Vertu commentary box, and just hope he hasn't picked up an injury, because he was holding and sort of pointing to the end of his fingers as if he might have been in a little bit of mischief. I'm sure there would have been the odd wry comment in the huddle given the one before. Neither of them easy catches in their own right, of course.
He's going off. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Just from the reaction of him as he took it. Yorkshire will hope this is nothing too serious, because Bess has only bowled 2 of the 4 that he can bowl, and the 2 overs that he's bowled were very good indeed.
Hopefully just get some more tape on it and get back out there.
Lovely straight drive. It's taken one of the stumps clean out. That's as good a bit of fielding as Yorkshire could have wanted from the stumps there. It's turned a guaranteed 4 into a single. Absolutely nailed that one down the ground, Masood, and we'll get just 1.
Things like that add a bit of pressure as well. Not getting the boundaries you want, and all of a sudden you've smashed one straight into the stumps.
Glide rate is 12.3, so it's already above 2 a ball here. And we are quite a way to even being out of the power play. As Don Bess is having a chat with the physios. Hurdled away through square leg for 1, but we're already at that stage where every ball that's just a single is a big, big win for Yorkshire statistically.
But like a pace-off delivery, something that Leicester did quite well, especially towards the latter end of the innings. Be things that we're thinking about and speaking about at half-time.
Sood whips that away and gets his first boundary. Nice shot from the former Yorkshire captain, who is on to 5.
Just top of the stumps there from Milnes. Not a lot wrong with it, but using the long square.
Yeah, the Kia Oval is the other ground that's got that similarly on both sides of the wicket. It absolutely flies. You see this time hasn't quite got all of it. Away for 1. Shan Masudi, of course, was not only with Yorkshire last season, but Yorkshire's captain in this competition. Finishing with 6 wins, 6 losses and 2 no results. Ending up just shy of qualification. Highlight a 7-run win against Lancashire, but lacked consistency. Oh, made a lot of room there, but injured. And Milnes goes between the batter and the stumps.
Headingley, please direct your attention to our
5 overs gone, 27 for 2. Good over from Milnes, a successful one. And Leicestershire are 23 runs behind where Yorkshire were at this stage. And they have lost 1 more wicket. Yorkshire 50 for 1 at this stage. The Foxes 27 for 2. Remember, you can vote for your Vertu player of the match. scan the QR code and let us know who you want to pick. There's plenty of candidates. Might be a little early to necessarily definitively pick, but I'd certainly say David Milan and Will Luxton have done themselves no harm.
Definitely. That 130 odd run partnership.
So O'Rourke is going to change ends, come in from our end, the pavilion end. Took a wicket in his only over from the Howard stand end. Milan shuffling his pack here. Beautifully bowled by O'Rourke, just shaping across Shan Masood in what is a duel of two players with impressive international records in their respective strengths. But it's not New Zealand versus Pakistan you're watching. It is both in action. It's overseas, of course. Yorkshire versus Leicestershire. O'Rourke's conceded just 2 runs from the 8 balls he's bowled it, and he's picked up a wicket. It's out to deep third for 1. I mentioned before that adjustment time for O'Rourke. So, the context for those unfamiliar, he played here for Yorkshire against Northampton that opening night of the Blast on the Friday. He was playing for the Lucknow Super Giants on the Tuesday in Lucknow in the IPL. And no matter how much you pay or how much you expect of a professional athlete, even as an overseas, there is always going to be some amount of adjustment.
Yeah, definitely. It's always hard to come off the plane and straight into an intense professional environment, no matter who you are.
Oh, that's off the inside edge. Well, a bit luckless there for O'Rourke. That's the nature of high pace. That's the way it can go sometimes. It's a streaky 4. A little bit of fortune for the visitors.
Yep, there's not a lot wrong there. Not far from the stumps either. Inside edge.
Yeah, but Inja's struggled to get going so far here, which is a phrase that you don't find yourself often saying as a cricket commentator about Solbert Inja. He's on 8 of 13. Swipe and a miss, make it 8 of 14. You just sense something is coming here. The required rate is up at 12.7. Solbert Inja is naturally a very aggressive player who Yorkshire have done very well to shackle as much as they have here. The other good bit of news for Yorkshire is Dom Bess is back on the field at mid-off, which would suggest that whatever finger issue he has, that's been relatively well sorted out. Short and just guided away. 1-2.
Second.
Could be tight. And, well, he's absolutely demolished the stumps, Harry Duke, but he hasn't got the run out. He's cleaned out 2 of the 3 of them. I want Harry Duke in my 10-pin bowling team. Here's another look. Ooh, wow. Well, that's, of course, not side on. Even in real time, it looked very tight.
He's done well. He's done very well.
Ooh.
Count yourself unlucky, I think.
Remember, the line is out, of course. Giving the stumps a good demolishing. It took them a while to rebuild them. Oh. Swing and a miss. And Will O'Rourke is so far having undoubtedly his best spell in a Yorkshire shirt. 1 for 9 off 2. And at the end of the power play, the story couldn't be more different for both teams at this stage. Leicestershire 34 for 2. Yorkshire after the power play was 65 for 1.
Looks like Adam Live now. Talk about your 2 left-handers.
Yeah. Well, this is absolutely one that has got the analyst written all over it, hasn't it? Because we haven't seen. I don't make it. Yeah, we haven't seen Adam Live bowl in the Blast this season until now. Captain Milan just rearranging traffic. Does have 25 T20 wickets, a decent enough average actually of 27, and he might have a 26th here because this has been chipped high, and he's gone. A wicket first ball for Adam Live. It gets better and better for Yorkshire. 34 for 3. The trick of Live to the two left-handers works immediately, and it is the end of Shan Masood, the one-time Yorkshire captain, for just 6.
Stroke of genius there. Throw wide of the ball. Another catch from Don Bess. His finger looks all right, I think.
Tell you what, if you wanted a catch to really thoroughly test the state of your finger, it would be that hung in the air a long time.
Get under that. Well, that's the pressure we talk about. Obviously, the power play has not quite gone the way they wanted, and now instead of how we played after the power play and knocking it around ones and twos, you've got to catch up a bit, and it just shows.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was having this conversation with a friend who's an analyst the other day. He was talking about people underestimate how key the 6 to 11 period is in terms of how you've either got to catch up, as you say, or if that platform's been set, you can accelerate on. It takes pressure off that back end. There's no doubt Leicestershire playing catch up here. That's worked away by Hill for a couple. Required run rate is already above 13 as Lewis Hill gets to the crease. He's been part of this Leicestershire side for more than a decade. Born and raised in the county, very much one of their own. It's been part of a long journey to seeing Leicestershire be so successful in all formats this season. There's a nice little feature on the Wisdom Cricket podcast that's worth a listen to, with Leicestershire assistant coach James Taylor being interviewed, as well as Hill, about what's changed there over the years. Head coach Alfonso Thomas has also done a very good job, some very shrewd acquisitions. There's every chance that Yorkshire will be playing them in Division 1 of the County Championship next season. So that's through the covers for no run. Can't really argue with a record of 5 wins, 2 draws. And they're almost 40 points clear of third. And they've got Shan Masood to add to that team because Masood didn't play that first half of the season. So that's turned away. He did set off for a run briefly. Has to frantically make his ground Hill, but Inja's got a bit stuck here. He's on 10 of 18. You sense something's got to happen. It's either going to be a barrage of 6s or he's going to go. Straight back to Live, who has quietly completed a very impressive over, just 3 off it. And after 7 overs, there's no doubt now, thanks to Adam Live, Yorkshire truly do hold all the cards. 37 for 3, just 3 runs off the over. And Live has a wicket as well.
Yep, fantastic over. Bessie on at the top end.
Yeah, Bess so far has been very, very impressive. None for 8 off 2. The other thing is to remember, of course, that with this being a league format and Yorkshire somewhat playing catch-up after those 3 defeats, it's not only important to win, but if they can, win by as big a margin as possible to help improve that net run rate. So first ball from Bess is away for 1. Still plenty of time, of course, for Leicestershire to come back and win the game. Don't misunderstand me when I say that, but worth remembering, this is not a knockout. This is a 14-game group marathon where you're trying to get into the top 4 to reach the quarterfinals, and net run rate can be massive in that. Smashed away, and it's over the head of long on for 6. It's only cleared the fielder Milnes by just a few yards. And Leicestershire need a few more where that came from, but good targeting of the short side.
Yeah, into that smaller pocket. He's not got all of it, but talk about muscling it over, I think he's just done that.
There's a power game coming through for the Ninja there. We mentioned that it's at the point where something's got to happen. Well, there's your answer for that moment. That's away for one more. But right now, the actual run rate is bang on a run a ball. It's been an excellent display from Yorkshire so far in the field. Goes to paddle, was down on one knee very early, and Bess adjusted nicely. Just took the pace right off. Hard out to long off. Milnes does the fielding. Will scamper back for two. Slightly better over this for Leicestershire, but demonstrates just how tough the equation is. That scored 11 off it, and they still need at least a couple off this last ball to be up with what's required. Skied up, should be out. Is out. A third catch for Don Bess, this time off his own bowling. And it is a wicket to finish another good over for Yorkshire. 48 for 4 then, after 8 overs. And Don Bess is right in the game once more. He's having an excellent blast. And this afternoon, he's proving key for Yorkshire. 48 for 4 then. Solbert gone for an unusually quiet given his aggressive nature. 19 of 24. 23 even. 1-4 and 1-6. Change alongside me. And Cliff has swapped with Dr. Jane Powell, who I'm sure is pretty delighted with what she's seeing here.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying seeing the boys field and, well, bowl so well and field well as well. I mean, Don Bess, I mean, that was a caught and bowled, but it wasn't your traditional caught and bowled. It was very much a, let's hit it up as high as we can and see if Don's finger's okay. And he took a very good catch. He took an earlier catch that was very good as well, running forward. And yeah, he's contributing, as they all are, in many ways out there at the moment. Whatever you can save in the field puts pressure on the bat, and then the batter really struggles because the pressure's on, because they keep looking over at the scoreboard, and the required run right now is 13.83. You know, and DLS would have them at 94. That's always a good indication of are you up with the play or not. And it's not going to come into play today. It's a glorious sunny afternoon here at Headingley.
Yeah, after all the weather we've had, suddenly it looks very nice indeed. Jaffa Chauhan on from the Howard stand. And short and pulled straight to mid-on. He's not had the blast he would have liked so far, Jaffa Chauhan. Still searching for his first wicket from 12 overs bowled. He'll hope. You would like to think that this is the kind of scenario that can help ease any nerves he might have coming on to bowl with the scoreboard and the situation as it is.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the fielders to back you. You just have to trust your game plan now, and I'm sure his game plan is to try and encourage the batter to come and hit him.
It's nicely bowled by Chauhan, who was one of the stars of Yorkshire's T20 season last time around. 5 of 14 against Durham. It earned him Southern Brave contract in 100 and a call-up for the England White Ball Tour against the West Indies last November. 17 wickets at 15 in the blast last season for Jaffa Chauhan.
And there we see the backup from the field. Super work from skipper Dawid Milan there. And that really keeps the pressure on.
Yeah, and Ben Cliff alluded to Milan ageing like a fine wine. You certainly saw a bit more of that there. 37, but sprightly as ever in the field. Chauhan this time is slog swept. Out 1. Yorkshire chasing a first win in the North Group this season. And after this, fixtures continue to come thick and fast. There's a block of 8 Blast games which we're in the middle of until mid-June for the men, and then 2 championship games in late June, and then back to 6 more Blast games. Now the dot from Chauhan, required run rate surging towards 14.5. After this it goes Nottinghamshire away, Bears at home next week, then Durham at home. Bears at home next Friday, Durham at home next Sunday. First one at Headingley, the second at York. Smart work out in the covers to keep that to 1, to more appreciative applause from the home fans. And Jaffa Chauhan with a nerve-settling, excellent first over. He's conceded just 3 from it. 51 for 4 off 9.
And again, you can see the fielding, because there was half a chance of a run out there. It looked like Hill set off, or Travasky set off 2 runs, and no, it was Hill. Thinking there was an easy 2, and suddenly realised the ball was on its way back into the non-striker's end, to the bowler's end. Chauhan did demolish the stumps a bit Duke-esque like, but it doesn't matter. As long as you take a bail off, then that's all that matters, and that keeps the pressure on.
And the other one that people don't often know is you can have the ball in your hand and you can have your arm in contact with the stumps, and that's still out. It's a law that a lot of people are not aware of. It's something Johnny Bairstow's done quite a lot, actually, as keeper, when taking a throw from a particular angle. It's a law that many are unaware of. So that's short, and just pull round the corner. Matthew Revis is into the attack. He hasn't bowled a lot in the Blast this season. This is only his 3rd over. 2 overs for 22 so far for Revis. He bowled 1 against Bears on Friday that went for 15. And he bowled 1 against Worcestershire that went for 7. That's it, until the one that you're watching. This is bowled there by Revis. He's defending the long leg side boundary here. He's got a deep set leg side field here. And what he's trying to do is just bowl nice and straight and not give any room for Hill to go inside out through the offside. Oh, Revis appealing. Nothing given.
I wonder if that was just going over the top of the stumps.
It's, yeah, height is the thing that comes to mind. He's tall, he does get extra bounce anyway, Revis.
Yeah, very tall, and so therefore his release point must be 7 foot plus, if not 8 foot. And with that height, then that's always going to bounce a bit more on the wicket, as there's a few manoeuvres going on in the field, adjusting the field, obviously bowling to his plan.
This is back down the ground for 1. Nice little bit of punnery in the YouTube live chat. Tasty bowling attack we have going on here. Aunt Bessie's Yorkshire pudding followed by a Jaffa cake. Referring to Yorkshire's 2 spinners working in unison. Working in unison very well right now. Now Revis looking to continue that momentum on. The required rate is up at 15.3, even for the modern T20 era. That would have been quite something.
Yeah, especially with 4 wickets down. You know, it's not just the run rate, it's the fact that you've lost 4 of your frontline batters at this stage. So you're relying on your middle order and your lower order batters to try and get you up close to the target.
I'm having a few questions in the YouTube live chat about replays for that run out. There is, just to confirm, no decision review system in operation. It's just pushing it a little too far away and trying to get inside that wide line. It's the kind of wide, though, as a bowling coach, you don't necessarily mind. You can understand what he was trying to do.
Yeah, and Lythe is going up. He's sort of looking like he's appealing every time it goes past past the batter. If you watch that run out and see Adam Lythe's reaction, he just turns and appeals very loudly.
Smashed away in the gap, 4 runs.
No.
Oh, no. Beg your pardon. My goodness me. I saw the ball disappear into what I thought was a gap, and then from behind my monitor appeared some brilliant Yorkshire fielding.
Yeah,
I take it all back.
I
take it all back.
Yorkshire defending 213
So,
and limited Leicestershire Foxes to 59
59 for 4, then 8 off the over. And so a good first over from Revis that only goes for 8. And it's time for one of the great bits that all the fun of the fair, the Vertu Carpool Karaoke. It has to be Sweet Caroline, doesn't it?
How those youngsters are enjoying themselves.
Short and pulled away for 1.
As were the Super Mario brothers.
Yeah, you get all sorts in. A T20 doubleheader. And remember, this isn't the only one. On the 13th of July, the women play the Northamptonshire Steelbacks here, and later in the day, the men play the Derbyshire Falcons. Down the track, and then Travaskis had to adjust to some good flight from
well bowled.
Chauhan.
Just pulled it back. He saw him coming down the wicket and just pushed it into the wicket. The pitch, sorry. Dickie Bird always tells me off when I call it a wicket. Tells me the wicket's the 3 pieces of wood. Thank you, Dickie.
Skied up, should be caught, and is caught. Jaffa Chauhan has his first blast wicket of the season. There's a double clenched fist pump in celebration from the bowler. It's an easy catch. Hill is gone for 11, 61 for 6.
Yeah, an easy catch that Dan Moriarty makes it look more dramatic as he catches it and dives onto the floor. I'm sure that will come out in a fines meeting later.
Yeah, that might be an expensive bit of exuberance from Moriarty. And it is
a catch, and that's the important thing. It's a catch, and now Leicestershire are 61 for 5, and it's becoming a mountain that they've got to climb.
Yeah, we're into Everest-style proportions now as Ben Cox walks out. He played a nice finisher's knock of 38 not out off 38 in the win against Lancashire. And he was once upon a time player of the match in the Blast semi-final and final at Edgbaston when Worcester won it back in 2018. But this really would be quite something. The required run rate is up past 16 as Ben Cox comes to the crease. Just past the midway point. And Jaffa Chauhan, who's had a tough blast so far, looks like he's having a day to get into his work, and he is, because he's got 2 in 2. Well, like buses, you wait for 1 to come at once. No wickets in his first 3 games in the Blast for Jaffa Chauhan, and now all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he's on a hat-trick, and Ben Cox is gone for a golden duck. Fine work behind the stumps from Duke.
Yeah, 2 in 2, and it's a good bowling spell, as you say, from Jaffa Chauhan, and the pressure on these players now. I mean, it's bad enough if you're coming out with 3 overs to go, needing 16 and over, but you've still got 9 overs, 9.2 overs to continually score at 16 runs and over is a massive pressure, and that in itself puts pressure on people coming into bat.
So out comes Logan van Beek. They do bat deep. He's already got a best of 42 off 42 in a low-scoring game against Northampton in the Blast this season, where Leicestershire recovered from 39 for 7 to 122 all out. Even for Logan van Beek and Leicestershire Foxes batting deep, this would be some chase if they could even get close from here.
There's a hat-trick ball.
Certainly is. And the hat-trick ball is respectfully blocked by Logan van Beek, who doesn't want his part in that piece of history. Back-to-back dots to finish a fantastic over from Jaffa Chauhan. Concedes just 2 wickets and picks up his first 2 blast wickets of the season in consecutive balls. Leicestershire Foxes in all sorts of trouble now. 61 for 6.
Yeah, and it looks like Don Bess is going to come back on from the Kirkstall Lane end, and they're rattling through these overs. When you get the spinners on, it just seems to go much quicker, you know, and that's another thing that Leicestershire, suddenly you look up at the scoreboard, there's only 9 overs left, and you think, where on earth did they go?
Yeah, Yorkshire aren't going to be in trouble for their over rate today, no doubt about that. Bess going up and getting the decision. Travaskis is gone. Bess has got a second wicket to go with 2 catches as well. He's having a fine afternoon of things and a fine blast so far. And Yorkshire are utterly dominant here. Travaskis LBW for 5 off 7.
Yeah, and that one looked fairly adjacent. We'll see that on the replay there. I don't think that was a difficult decision for the umpire.
Yeah, it was that classic off spinner to a left-hander in terms of the setup.
And for those of you that weren't watching the women's game, the opposition today are changing over in the rugby stand. So it looks a bit odd when the batter is out and they walk off in one direction and the new batter comes on from the other direction.
Yeah.
But it's not because they've thrown their toys out the pram, it's that the changing facilities for the away team are down in the rugby stand.
Yeah, they've got the dugouts out in front of it. Yeah, because it does give the impression of the
bit of a sulk.
The club cricket storming off while throwing off bits of equipment, often having been maybe barbecued or run out by
Normally
a
going
teammate.
to the bar, aren't they? Straight to the bar.
Something like that, or straight in the car to drive home. All sorts of versions of the post getting out tantrum. His best to Scriven. He's playing out to deep cover for 1. Tom Scriven off the mark. Well, it is something I mentioned earlier, but it feels pertinent to bring it up again. But if Yorkshire are going to get to the quarter-finals, then it's important they win a game like this by as big a margin as possible, because when you've lost your first 3, it's not just wins you've got to make up, but it's also that net run rate. And assuming that we get pretty lucky with the weather across the 14 games, you probably want 7 wins, but ideally 8 pretty much guarantees you being there, which would mean at the start of today, Yorkshire would need 7, if not 8 wins from 11. So that's just about over short fine leg for 2. But if they can get a win by a big margin here, you just don't know down the line how important that could be for that as a potential tiebreaker.
Yeah, and they're just searching for those 3 wickets now at this stage.
Inside out to deep cover for 1 from Scriven. Yorkshire, of course, will also hope, assuming they do go on to win this, the confidence a win like this can bring. So that's, again, going to be a single, because the required rate is up at 18 now. End of the 12th over. 6 off it, and a wicket as well. So 67 for 7 off 12, and a deserved ovation for Don Bess, who has been right in the action tonight. He's taken a couple of catches off the bowling of others. He's taken a caught and bowled off his own bowling, and he's finished with highly respectable figures. 4 overs, no bailings, 25 for 2. Continues his brilliant blast. So he is now bowled 15 overs in the blast. He's gone for bang on 7 and over, and he has picked up 7 wickets at an average of 15. Chauhan back for more. Shabbed away for 1. This round 4 of 14 in the blast this season. Up next for Yorkshire's Men in the blast, Nottinghamshire away. Up next for the women, Derbyshire away. Attempted swiping to the onside. Duke is eyeing a stumping. Again, from a Yorkshire point of view, what a Yorkshire fan watching this would hope is not just a win like this, but it spells like this for the likes of Chauhan and O'Rourke, who've struggled a little with the ball, can give them a lot of confidence going forward. Smashed away, and that will be 6. It's an innings where boundaries have been a rare thing in truth, but that is a lovely clean strike. Slog sweeping, slightly over pitch from Chauhan. Well, I say that, looking at the replay, it's actually come down the track very nicely, Scriven has.
Yeah, and if you hit a clean strike, then that boundary is very accessible, isn't it? Over towards the members.
Sliced up. It might well land safe. It does land safe. Well, Chauhan was charging from being almost the bowler to a conventional extra cover to try and get there. And he nearly did. It was Revis coming in. But neither really actually had a chance.
We've had quite a lot of miss-hit skied balls today, haven't we? Both in the women's game and the men's game. And so whether it's just holding up a little bit, difficult to tell from the distance that we are away from it.
Full toss. Gets the treatment it deserves. Absolutely thumped into the stands. Wasn't going to miss out on gift wrap delivery like that. Plenty of power on that from Logan van Beek. A bit of a mission to find the ball for Don Bess. No reason for Chauhan to panic though. 2 for 19 off his 17 balls bowled so far. Just got to re-find his normal line and length.
I think it's been found at the far end of the... it's now been rolled onto Revis.
Poor old Don Bess was...
Don Bess was climbing up into the stand and looking for it.
He was going on a good old Easter egg hunt for it. Better ball from Chauhan to finish a rare good over in the chase for the Leicestershire Foxes. Goes for 15. Into the 13th over, 82 for 7. The required run rate is still up at just over 18 and over.
Yeah, and even with that over, you know, Jaffa Chauhan's figures are still very good, you know, 2 for 20 off 3 overs. Was it not for those 2 sixes, they'd be excellent. So he'll be disappointed with that. But, you know, all credit to the Leicestershire batsmen who moved their feet well. And one of them was just a rank full toss, which they deposited nicely into the stand.
So Chauhan has 1 left. And taking our time to get to seeing the other part of Yorkshire's spin attack. It will be Dan Moriarty. His left armers, none for 27 off 4 against Bears, none for 36 against Worcestershire, having not played in the first game, so this is his first appearance in Blast at Headingley this season. He's not been used much in the Red Bull stuff, but he got a chance in the game at Essex where Yorkshire came so close, just 1 wicket short of sealing victory there against head coach Anthony McGrath's former county. Making room, Scriven, but straight back to Moriarty. He's born in Reigate to an English dad and a South African mother. He briefly played in the South African under-19s as well as coming through the MCC Young Cricketers scheme. Down the track, that's come off the inside edge. Maybe just 1, which Yorkshire will be pretty content with. It can be a handy tool in a T20 team, the kind of bowler you can use outside of the power play that enables you to save others for the death. Safe to say it's a T20 side Yorkshire is still finding the balance of this season, particularly when it comes to that spin. between Best, Chauhan and Moriarty.
And not forgetting Lythe.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Absolutely. 1 over this season and a strike rate of 6 with that wicket tonight. Jabbed into his own pad by Scriven.
Yeah, he's very useful, isn't he, Adam Lythe? You always think something's going to happen when Golden Arm gets the ball.
Yep. 26th T20 domestic wicket for him tonight. As Moriarty is hit down the ground straight to long off. Who isn't dropping that? So Moriarty has a wicket, and Will Luxton, who was so excellent with a bat earlier on, takes the simplest of simple catches. And with just 6 overs left, Yorkshire are well placed to bowl Worcestershire out. 85 for 8. Logan van Beek needs a new partner because Tom Scriven is gone for 12. Caught by Luxton off the bowling of Dan Moriarty. And alongside me, enjoying seeing his side, surely now we can say, romp towards victory. Back in the box with me, to my delight, is Ben Cliff.
Yep, I think it's dead and buried. I'd like to say.
Yeah, you really are into beyond Lazarus at this point. It's a required rate of 22 and over. And it's not just because it's one thing needing to do that for an over or two, where if someone gets in and gets going, but to do that for 6 overs really would be something quite extraordinary, even for a player of Logan van Beek's capable hitting.
It would, yeah. I think, as you spoke about earlier, trying to get a big win on the board, I think it's definitely what the Yorkshire boys will be thinking now.
O'Rourke is back. 1 for 9 off his 2. Fast bowler to fast bowler. Just straying onto the wide line a little too much there, O'Rourke, who spoke to Kane Williamson before he signed on the dotted line for Yorkshire, said that Kane was effusive in his praise for the club and its supporters. Williamson had a stint here when Jason Gillespie was head coach around a decade ago, or so ago now. Beautifully bowled by O'Rourke, and that kind of delivery shows what extra pace can give you, the threat that it brings.
Yeah, with the deep point and the deep cover, I think he's looking for that outside off, but also got options with his leg side field as well. Long on, deep in wicket, deep square leg.
Flat batted through the covers. Be just 1 though. Yeah, it's the type of win, not just by getting the win, but the nature, a complete performance that can totally change how a season feels.
Yeah, I think it's massive in the sense that we've been talking about things not clicking at the same time, and obviously people like Jaff have had a bit of a slow start. It's his first wicket this afternoon. Luxie getting that first 15 T20s, it's just all confidence building, and it's really something you can take forward, especially when games come thick and fast in the T20 schedule.
Yep, the fixture list is unabating. Swipe and a miss from Roman Walker, who's just got out there to join Van Beek. After this, Yorkshire next up will face Notts Outlaws away in 3 days' time at Trent Bridge. And a couple of days later, it's Birmingham Bears at Headingley. And then 2 days after that, on Sunday the 15th of June, it's Durham at York. So 3 games next week. And then it's actually Durham effectively back-to-back because it's Durham away on Friday the 21st of June. And then after that, Durham double-header works its way back into championship action. Then it's Worcestershire at home, Derbyshire away, and then the Roses double-header comes firmly into fix. Lancashire away on the 11th of July, Derbyshire at home, Lancashire at home on the 17th of July, and then the campaign finishes with Leicestershire away. Or the group stage, Yorkshire Hope. Yorkshire Hope a quarter-final will follow. So that's driven straight to extra cover.
It's well bowled. Got his Yorker in there. Straight to the captain, Milan, at extra cover.
You mentioned the wickets for Jaffa Trahan, but also the kind of spell that can give a sense of confidence to Will O'Rourke.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I was going to go on to that as well, you know. Only one wicket in his first 3 matches, and hopefully he can add a couple more here now.
It's missed outside the off stump. So good signs for Will O'Rourke, good signs for Yorkshire, not just for tonight, but going forward. 88 for 8 off 15, just 3 off that over. So O'Rourke's got 1 over left. Bess is bowled out, 2 for 25. Milnes has got 2 overs left. Trahan has got 1 left. Revis, Moriarty and Live have bowled 1. It is one of those scenarios. You can imagine that David Milan has got quite a few players in his ear saying I quite fancy a bowl.
Yeah, definitely. That's the thing. I think everyone on that field that'll definitely take the opportunity when asked to bowl and front up. Obviously, not as much pressure on at the moment.
Moriarty with a wicket in his first over. This time his reverse hit. Wasn't even swept, really. Quite where you start with describing a shot like that. Fielded on the bounce by Revis out at deep cover.
He's done well there. There's an awkward one for Rev.
Slows that one right down, Moriarty. He's just turned away for 1. Down the track and well over long on for 6. That's a fantastic shot from Logan van Beek. He's known for being a dangerous death hitter, and it's shots like that that are why. Good footwork. He took the bait from Moriarty and has hoisted him away for 6.
Top shot, great use of the feet, as you say.
Does Moriarty go quicker and flatter? He does. And that's away through extra cover. Long off coming around because it wasn't hit cleanly. 1 more. Wide rate is up around 26 though, of course. So really bar something utterly incredible. We should be talking about dotting the I's and crossing the T's on just how much Yorkshire will win this one by. Goes on the reverse. Revis keeps it to 1. There's a lot that Yorkshire will hope to take into future contests from this one. Moriarty will have to re-bowl that one. And in a few weeks' time, they'll have a certain Ben Cliff fit and pushing for selection, hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah, all being well.
Swipe a miss, and Duke flicks the bells off, but the back foot of Van Beek is grounded, says the umpire. So, no 9th wicket yet for Yorkshire. Just about must have got back in time, the Dutchman. 100 for 8 off 16 then. All that's signing a few autographs, soaking it all up. And why not? For those unfamiliar, just where are you at? Because I know you were saying you had an initial injury and then with the side and then a slight setback.
Yeah, so coming back from the side, coming back bowling, had a little bit of back trouble, so I've had to sort of strip it down and start again. So I say start again, build up again. So just taking a little bit longer than would have all liked, really. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back out there and I'm bored of watching cricket now, really.
Yeah.
I'm going to get out there and play, but no, it's yeah, exciting.
I know you were saying earlier, just a little bit frustrating when you felt like you were pretty close before to then have that second period of having to pull your bowling loads back and work your way back, but pretty confident you're not far off now.
Yeah, hopefully. Like I say, I mean, the initial side would have probably been just about back by now, but nothing's linear these days, and got to keep working hard, I guess.
Chauhan on for his last over, and he's flayed away through extra cover. I mean, he could have caught it in theory, Milan, if he was about 20 foot tall then. Chauhan has got 4 balls left of what's comfortably been his best spell of the blast. It's been more like the Jaffa Chauhan that we saw last season. Smash down the ground. You could feel the power in that, and that is 4.
It's a strong shot from Van Beek. It's just too little too late, I think, and it'd have been handy if they'd have got off to a better start, but unfortunately not.
Van Beek himself is playing a very good hand here. He's on 26 off 18, but he's come into what is a pretty thankless task.
It's a top shot.
So he's been a really smart overseas acquisition for the Leicestershire Foxes. He adds depth in both the batting and the bowling. He's a real competitor as well. Wellington born, 64 appearances for his adopted nation, the Netherlands. Now, here we go. Yorkshire put a fielder almost exactly in the position where that ball has gone. You don't see this very often. That camera angle just about shows it, but hiding behind the umpire is a fielder. The straightest of, you can't even call it mid-off or mid-on. And there we go, out. Well, whatever kidology was going on there with the adjustment in the field, it did the trick for Yorkshire. Chauhan sends it quicker and wider and draws in a wild swish from Logan Van Beek, who's gone for 26. Smart work from Duke. Yorkshire 1 wicket away from completing victory.
Yeah, seeing him gone wide, no question about that stumping this time. I think Lythy were there just to put him off, really, and it seemed to work. But yeah, top work by Dukey. He'll be happy with that.
Like a version of in football when a player is taking a penalty in front of a set of opposing unfriendly fans, shall we say, and they're doing what they can to let them know that they would prefer them to miss than score.
Yeah.
If we put it in the most gentle terms possible. 107 for 9, and great to see Jaffa Chauhan in the wickets. He has 3 for 27, one of England's bright young spinning talents. Didn't have a blast wicket in his first 3 games, but here he is.
Oh,
getting a 4-foot, and that is how to finish the match in style. Jaffa Chauhan with 4 for 27, and Yorkshire have wrapped things up. It is a big win, a first win in Yorkshire's 4 blast games this season, and I think it's fair to say that Matt Salisbury didn't pick the one that came back. And he's absolutely superb. And he had his head on his hands for a second, Chan, because I think he thought he'd actually missed the stumps, but he just grazed that bell that was over leg and middle. A fantastic win then for Yorkshire, who not only take the 4 points, but they claim a win that is the type of which could send real confidence through the camp for the rest of the season. They win by 106 runs. The Leicestershire Foxes only got just a tickle over halfway to the target. Massive boost to the net run rate, a massive boost to the confidence in that Yorkshire dressing room ahead of travelling to Nottinghamshire to play at Trent Bridge in 3 days' time. Oh, how after one game it can look and feel so different, Ben Cliff.
Definitely, yeah. It's what we spoke about. You know, these boys are wanting to get a bit of confidence going forward, and it's been a slow start to our standards, but there's been some bright moments, and they've all just come together this afternoon at Headingley. As we say, build on it now, and a few more wins under our belt.
Yeah, a lot to enjoy about a performance like that. Just looking a little further back, a first Yorkshire T20, indeed a first T20 senior 50 for anyone for Will Luxton with 62. David Milan made 88. their partnership of 124 actually added more runs than the Leicestershire Foxes added all together. And in terms of the run chase, Trahan, the star, 4 for 27 off 3.5, but every bowler except for Revis took a wicket live with a wicket from his only over. O'Rourke with 1 for 12 off 3. Bess, excellent again, 2 for 25, and 1 for 15 for both Milnes and Moriarty from their 2 overs. So plenty of excellent performances all round. Anything in particular you would pick out that you really enjoyed watching, Ben?
I think the standouts, obviously, we talk about that massive partnership in the first innings between Milan and Luxton. Obviously, great confidence for them both going forward. And Jaffa now, 4fer, again, confidence going forward. But I think collectively as a bowling unit, we're very smart, did the basics well, and came out on top performance.
Give Yorkshire confidence going forward for the rest of the campaign. So Yorkshire now have 1 win from 4. Leicestershire Foxes 3 wins from 5. As we look back at the bits of this one, where the tone was very much set up top by particularly Milan and also Luxton. As delighted to say pitch side. Speaking of David Milan, he is with Richard Graves to talk about Yorkshire's win by 106 runs.
Beside me, the player of the match, the skipper, David Milan. That must feel good, David.
Yeah, good to get a win on the board. It's been a tough couple of games, so to get that is a great feeling.
It's always good to get runs. You got runs on Friday night. Even better, I imagine, as skipper when the team win.
Yeah, I think runs are irrelevant if they don't contribute to a win. So yeah, to contribute here and score some runs and for us to win the first one, good feeling.
And a word for Will Luxton. That century stand really laid the foundation for the Yorkshire innings.
Yeah, he did. He's had a tough start, but he's played the right way. Every time he's gone to the game, he's approached it in the right manner, and thankfully it's come off for him today. And it shows what a talent he is. When he can start putting things together, he's going to be a hell of a player for Yorkshire over the years.
And the other side of the coin is you go into the field, it helps the bowlers when they've got a score to defend, but Jaffa Johan and co, Don Best did a real job today.
Yeah, I think when you have scoreboard pressure, it helps. I definitely think we're a better defensive field team when we're setting up. Unfortunately, the rain and the weather hasn't allowed us to do that as often, and we didn't bat as well in the last game. But when we can bat as well as we did there, even though I still thought we left a few out there, it gives our bowlers something to defend. And when you've got 3 quality spinners, that helps a lot.
Let's be honest, there were high expectations for Yorkshire coming into this Vitality Blast competition. You've had to deal with a number of injuries. What does this result do for the team?
Yeah, it's brilliant. It gives it a little bit of momentum. When you lose 3 or 4 of your first starting 11, it always is a challenge, and you're trying to put things together. But I think the boys have tried. The guys that have come in have shown the coaches what they can do, and at times have been brilliant. We just haven't put it together collectively as a group, and we did that today. And hopefully we can continue this. And as and when guys come back from injuries and they're fully fit, hopefully we can plug those gaps and we can become even more consistent.
They often say the first win is the sweetest. You've now got that under your belt as Yorkshire captain. Enjoy this one before concentrating on the next. Congratulations.
Thank you.
David Milan, the player of the match, the Yorkshire captain, following a Yorkshire victory by 106 runs.
So, a few thoughts from the Yorkshire skipper David Milan, who backed up his 69 not out a couple of days ago with 88 today against the Leicestershire Foxes. As we see the highlights play through this one, and the final thought from Ben Cliff alongside it. It's interesting you pointed to that partnership of 124 with Luxton for company, while Milan obviously ends up with the 88 and Luxton 62. It shouldn't be forgotten that this was a bit of a coming of age for Will Luxton, a 22-year-old. 8 games before this knock, when he walked out to bat, his average for Yorkshire across those 8 T20s, albeit a small sample size, was 10. His high score was 33. He went out and smoked 62 off 34. Hopefully that type of innings that you think can kickstart really showing Yorkshire supporters what he's all about.
Definitely, yeah. And I mean, we all see a lot of him and know exactly what he's capable of. And his innings today might come as a surprise to some supporters, but it's definitely not a one-off, I'd say. I expect to see more of that, and really pleased for him that he can show everyone what he's all about and what he can do, because he's very talented, and he'll do all right.
He'll do all right. The understated words of Ben Cliff. He did more than all right today, of course, Will Luxton. 62 for him, 88 for David Milan. Yorkshire winners here at Headingley in the men's game by 106 runs and in the women's game by 26 runs. How Yorkshire would love to repeat that when these sides play in a reverse double-header on July the 18th, and how Yorkshire would love to make sure that by then they're very much in quarter-final contention. Well, they've done hopes of reaching the knockouts in both men's and women's competitions. No little of a boost by getting 2 wins from 2 here at Headingley today on a historic day, the first day ever where both Yorkshire men's and women's teams have played on the same venue at the same day, and will be remembered as well for 2 positive results. Thank you very much to Ben Cliff for his company during the men's game. Thank you very much to Dr. Jane Powell for her company across both fixtures. We look forward to seeing you back here on another Vertu live stream when the men play against the Bears on Friday the 13th of June. The women's next home live stream not until the 27th of June now, when facing the Worcestershire Rapids at Headingley. But remember, the men are away at the Nottinghamshire Outlaws at Trent Bridge in 3 days. But for now, from here at Headingley, after 2 wins for Yorkshire in the doubleheader, we'll leave you with the rest of the highlights from the men's game from all of the team here at Yorkshire. It's goodbye.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.